never settle, mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle, mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There there comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, and Monster Energy.
Are you guys ready for this? Let's show them. Time for Toxo. Let's do this.
Oh, what a beautiful play! He can take down anyone! Oh my god!
यहाँ पर क्लोज करके शॉट लेके बच गए
लेवल पे और उनके ऊपर धावा बोला जाएगा।
Yesterday was one of the most entertaining evening, but today is going to be even better and even more brutal. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. You all are watching the SPS BGMI Challenge season, brought to you by none other than Samsung Galaxy and Monster Energy, produced by Nodman. You've got me, Scared Yet, as your host. Alongside me, Blotter, none other than my man. You were here witnessing yesterday how amazing the entire evening was. What are your views?
Oh, it was absolutely brutal, but at the same time, it was fascinating to see that where it mattered the most, the teams definitely picked up the pace. At the same point of time, you had perfectly mentioned it. Necro had mentioned it in the previous week as well. Week number 4 is going to be the dream-breaking week for a lot of these teams, and that journey has kind of started as well. So a little bit of a tough luck situation that, of course, these teams and their fans are facing in this week 4.
That is indeed true, but I personally feel it, yes, is going to be a dream-breaking thing, but it could also create some dreams. It will make them come true. But before we move forward, we really want to give a big thank you to all of our sponsors who made this entire dream of this tournament possible. First one is going to be Snapdragon Elite Gaming, where winning matters the most. And Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, share the epic and level up your game. Monster Energy, unleash the beast. A humongous thank you to all of them. And Blotter, yes, you were mentioning how it was breaking a few of those dreams out there, because even yesterday we saw some teams not performing up to the mark. On the last page, we've still got Team Zero, there's Medal, who were trying to somehow move up in the leaderboard. But I still remember one game, if I'm not wrong, it was back in Vikendi, where Medal were taken down by just one nade of Hydras, and that was horrible. But something that is not horrible is definitely going to be the format of the season, where in open qualifiers were held. 8 teams were qualified from that, only the top 8, which then moved forward for challenge season, where 24 invited teams were paired up with them, and we had the entire group of 32 teams.
Absolutely. Now, again, as you perfectly mentioned, these 32 teams having been subdivided in the 4 groups itself that we're going to be facing and looking at today are once again going to be trickling down to only 16 teams that will qualify for the challenge finals. That, of course, is the LAN finale that we're talking about that will take place later on, because right now we're part of week 4. This is day number 2. And like you perfectly mentioned, the ups and downs that will continue on today can very well break. At the same point of time, make dreams come true for these teams.
And that dream is going to come true after you get the points, and through this system, where in first place will receive 15 points, second receives 12, third place receives 10, fourth with 8, and similarly we go down from 6, 4, 2, 1, which is received by 8th to 12th place teams, and then eventually 0 points for 13th to 16th place teams. Every single finish gets you one important, crucial finish points, and we've seen, Blotter, how those finish points matter, because even if there are teams who get the chicken dinner, they still are not on top in the match ranking, only because they did not have enough finish points.
Absolutely. And that is something that is, well, you know, it is nerve-wracking for sure, as well as heartbreaking for teams that do end up getting a lot of those points. But those finish points, as you mentioned, they are the key to the element of surprise perhaps that we anticipate every single time after the game, because the teams have gotten so aggressive in terms of getting those finish points, and that in turn, like you perfectly mentioned, helps them be able to create that perfect lead that they're after.
And the lead, since you're already talking about, we've got Entity Gaming. We also have Team Soul, who we saw change the pace. We saw how fast those hits were going, wherein they were just quickly trying to take as many fights as possible. And this is because we've got all the teams divided into different groups that you previously mentioned. Now they're stepping up on the gas. For Group A, we've got Global Esports, Blind, WSB, Godlike. We've got Goliaths, even God's Reign, 4Shot, AUTOBOTZ, Gujarat Tigers, all of them in one group. And there are many other in different groups as well.
Absolutely. And today the question, of course, as we start off today, for the 6 games that are going to be played, the question is going to be, who are we going to be looking at to start the day off? The first groups that are going to be jumping into the first 3 games. Now, I would love for it to take a change and have all the 4 groups playing one game alternatively. But again, that is not something that I believe is going to be looked at today. But what is going to be clear is going to be the story, the overall ranking, the storyboard itself, as I like to call it, with the team that is leading the charge still remaining the same. Entity Gaming, 1 point shy. Of course, we do have Team IQ Soul with 5 chicken dinners and only 1 point shy. So there will be a key element today that will be displayed as to by the end of the day. Will it be IQ Soul or perhaps another team altogether that can maybe be leading pole position by the end?
Maybe it could be Chemin or WSB, who in turn have got the most chicken dinners out in the lobby with 6 of them. But Global Esports can also not be ruled out in that run, because we have seen this team start all the way from the bottom and now in the top 5 position, along with God's Reign, who are maintaining their spot in the top 5 but have been dropped down now. Revenant, Gujarat Tigers, we've seen all these names right from week 1. They have had that consistency. But at the end of the day, yes, even I am looking for someone who might be able to dethrone Entity, or maybe both Entity and Soul altogether. But the second page is where my eyes will be.
Now, talking about that second page, that is where we start looking at Blind Esports sitting on the 9th position with 245 points. Now, again, there we have it. The second page is going to be on our screens as I was just mentioning it. The 9th position held on by Blind Esports with 245 points. 2 points shy is going to be Team iFlex. Now, talking about Team iFlex as well, they have had a really good run yesterday as well as the previous day of the last day of the previous week, actually, where yesterday they walked away with 36 points. So a big jump up that has been seen from this team in just one day. Now, that clearly tells you that that is an opening for the teams that will be seen on the third page to be able to make that sort of a marker and get themselves in the top 16 by today's performance and as well as tomorrow's performance, maybe.
I would agree, because yes, these are the last 2 days, last 6 matches that you have, and it's all an entire sprint fair, and you've got 3 today and 3 tomorrow. So you don't have that cushioning of, all right, we were not able to perform in one, we would be able to perform in the next. No, you do not have that opportunity now, because just one team who are anywhere below 16th position and in between 24th place could take the top 16 spot. That reckoning, Alibaba Raiders, Carnival Gaming as well, a team which we were talking about how consistent they were, have been losing it, specifically in the previous day, wherein 2 times they lost to Team Soul, wherein Team Soul literally found out where Carnival Gaming was and they went in to take that fight. They won that skirmish as well. Yes, there were a situation where thanks to a third-party intervention, they were able to come out unscathed, but even after that, we did see that happen. And we were mentioning about the teams below 16, that's 17 to 24th, can take that throne up, because the major point difference between all of them is not even 20 full points. From starting from OR, they're on 197, and with literally just a 21 point chicken dinner, they can enter in the top 16.
Absolutely, and that nothing can take away. That is the opportunity that these teams sitting on the third page are going to be provided with the allotment of today's games. Now, that they will have to capitalize upon, because as we get started off with this pre-game segment, we're talking about 3 games. But we know as soon as these teams jump on into the battleground, things get really tricky and they trickle down swiftly as well. So that 3 number goes down to 1, 2, and you pretty much lose out on the opportunity. Now, that is going to be a Herculean task for the team sitting on the third page, but what about the team sitting on the fourth? Now, this is where, as I was mentioning yesterday as well, we have to be very clear to our viewers as well that few of these teams, no matter how hard they try, the dream of getting into the top 16 to be a part of the LAN finale is going to be very difficult, if not, almost next to impossible.
I can't start to say that yes, because I was trying to calculate how difficult it would be for Medal to try and somehow make their way. But at the same time, when we're looking at the points that they have right now, it's 139 points, and one of the top games, or let's just say one of the days wherein the team scored the most points, we barely see teams reaching those 50-point mark. If I'm not wrong, we only have somewhere around 5 to 7 teams who have been able to hit that 50-pointer day. And if we somehow say that maybe Medal has been they're having a good evening, let's just say, so they quickly move up in the ranking. They kind of get 20-point games, and all 3 of them move in that. They get 60 points in total, which still is going to take them to only 199, not even hitting the 200-point mark. And they need to repeat that performance tomorrow as well. So I don't think so if they would be able to make any team that's below Team 0 till AUTOBOTZ, I can say that maybe they can pull off a couple of games that are insane. But apart from that, even I think now, I guess they're losing hope.
Yeah, that is true, and that needs to be clearly pointed out to the fans as well, to the viewers as well, that only 16 teams out of 32, that is a very tough lobby to be a part of. And yesterday we kept on mentioning this time and time again after the games that were being played, that every single time we jump into the post-game segment, the teams, each and every team and the entire page itself of the lot, they rise themselves up together. So it's not just one or two teams that make a big difference. The entire lot of them making a difference in the game that matters the most. Well, that again makes it that much more difficult and that big of a difference for the teams sitting in the top 16 compared to the teams that are sitting on the final page. So a very hard journey that they've been a part of. A wonderful one, nothing taken away from that. But eventually in the end, every single time in the tournament, I bring up saying, fingers crossed, let there be an X-Factor team that gets in to the top 16 from these 24th all the way down to 32.
I still feel, being the optimist I am, I'm still going to be the devil's advocate.
Right.
That's kind of ironic. But I'll still say, maybe if Medal is feeling themselves, they might be able to pull it off. Maybe it's their lucky 2 days of the weekend. So you may never know if that might happen. But again, we'll just have to wait and see how that will pan out, because we are still waiting to look at the schedule. I also want to see which 2 groups will be playing in today. A lot of the people out there would already know it. For the first 3 maps, it's going to be Erangel, Miramar, and then Erangel, followed up by Sanhok, Vikendi, and Erangel yet again to finish things off. All these teams, they've got their last 3 matches to play for this evening, and you never want to put everything onto that last day and all the eggs in one basket that's going to be on the last day. You still want to try and make that cushioning for yourself for today. And honestly, since we're already talking about teams who want to make the cushion, there are teams who already have that. And now they were changing the pace. Even yesterday, the rivalry that I want to mention is going to be again Seoul and Carnival Gaming. We were literally seeing that on 2 different maps. And I was thoroughly enjoying it.
Oh, 100%. I mean, the rivalry, the way it was being, it was almost as if IQ Seoul were picking on the lots of CG. At the same point in time, when it came down to the aggressiveness of it all together, I don't know about the aggressiveness, but what should I even say in terms of this? The rocky play that was showcased right there from Ronnie from IQ Seoul. Now that is the kind of X-Factor play that really, boosted in terms of the points that IQ Seoul have been able to accumulate for themselves time and time again, which, like you perfectly mentioned, gives them the perfect cushion. Now, talking about that cushion kind of faltering for themselves is going to be the likes of FS Esports, OR Esports. Now, you mentioned there have only been few select teams that on one particular good day walked away with 50 plus points. Amongst those lot, we've seen Blind Esports do that. Also in the same lot is the name of OR Esports, who were able to get 53 points on one of these days, day number 7. Now,
that is true.
If something like that can be brought in from the likes of OR Esports, and then the consistency just completely falters, drop down bottom, where we've seen them after the 53 point a day, they walk on down towards 12 points in an entire day, 18 points in an entire day, and now in week 4, day number 1, they walk out with 7 points in the entire day. So they're sitting on the 24th position. The one name that I do want to be able to see and keep my fingers crossed for is going to be OR Esports to get away from the final page and hopefully actually get closer towards the top 16 itself. They've got what it takes to be able to do so.
I would 100% agree with you on all of those points, because we have seen Pro, Zap, both of them perform. Yes, fairly new name in the OR roster, but I mean, they are very well capable in the entire fight. And on the other side, we're going to have a look at the schedule as well. We're going to talk about those fights in a while, as we will be starting things off on the map of Erangel, Miramar, followed by Erangel, just as previously mentioned, where groups A and C will be playing. While in match 4, 5, and 6, that's Sanhok, Vikendi, and Erangel itself, we'll see groups B and D.
Well. That means that we are going to be jumping in with the first game of the day, the flight path on our screens, starting all the way from Mil to Power again, majorly focusing itself from the eastern side to the western side of the map, but also towards the southern side of this entire Erangel map, which is going to be really good for a lot of these teams. But at the same time, we know Group A and C are participating. In Group A, we've got the likes of Global Esports, who love to go up north when it comes to their drop. And this time around, with the flight path going down south or focusing down south, they're going to have a big trajectory for GE to be a part of. At the same time, in the same group, we also do know Gujarat Tigers are going to be participating, WSB Gaming, Blind Esports, some big names like Godlike as well as God's Reign. They're all coming in. Like, these are heavy hitters coming in from Group A.
100% very heavy hitters indeed, but I also want to talk about the fact that it's Group A and C right now on the Erangel Miramar Erangel area. So the main point of focus is going to be that Group A would not be able to play two Erangels tomorrow. They're going to be put on Vikendi and Sanhok. So this is potentially their last opportunity to try and pull something off. For all the teams who are in the lower part of that leaderboard from Group A, they really need to pull their socks up, because this is the only time. And even on the map of Miramar, we've seen teams a little more comfortable on Miramar instead of on the map of Vikendi. So I think so it's basically time for them. If they do not perform today, then there's no tomorrow after that. But for now, we're seeing a bit of a chase out here in the meantime. We'll be talking about that later as well, because Global Esports, having all the vehicles for themselves, are quickly getting that run over Ninja Boy, opening things up yet again. This man has been on top of those finish boards, and he's not stopping.
Oh, absolutely not. Now, this is what we were talking about as the flight path was brought on our screens. Global Esports, they are the ones who are making that long rotation all the way up north towards Savoni. And, of course, they've been able to do so gracefully at the same point of time, bringing a little bit of Hero World to the players of Vingod, where one of their players was dropped down already. So, really good start coming in from the players of GE, sitting on the 5th position as of now. Now, looking down south on the map itself, we've got on Military Suskunova, GDR as well as RGE. Now, this is going to be an interesting start for both of these teams, because on the military base, we've rarely seen a lot of skirmishes or fights. At the same time, right now also it seems highly unlikely, as side they're going to be moving, RGE is going to be moving towards Novorupnoy and perhaps making a rotation from Novorupnoy Bridge itself. There, they are going to have their counterparts Revenant waiting on very patiently. But will that turn into a fight? Again, I have my doubts, because after all, when it comes to the map of Erangel, we've seen how slow-poked the start for the teams ends up becoming. And in week 4, where I expected a lot of aggressiveness to be showcased from a lot of these teams, perhaps on day 2 also, that's not going to be the storyline. Likely on the final day tomorrow, day number 3 of week 4, is where we shall see an overall brawl between all the teams.
Brawl indeed, and very well mentioned, because Soul is the one who'll be looking for all of those brawl outs there. And I love the way they try to go in for those skirmishes, because every single time it's not a very rushed up play. They try and take those calculated fights. So even if they're in a pretty precarious situation, they're able to come out of it without any disastrous results. And that is one of the reasons why they've been successful on all this while. On towards the other side as well, since we're talking about Alibaba Raiders, no 8-bit this time, so they'll be having all of Primorsk for themselves, while AUTOBOTZ, we have seen them multiple times taking control of the entire western area, all those western shorelines, every house, compound there, it's going to be their territory. But again, another team that I'll be looking forward to see perform, Gujarat Tigers. They're still in that first page in the top 8 situation, but would definitely want to try and move a little bit more up, because we've been talking how the cutoff can eventually increase even further. So they cannot be very lethargic at this point.
Absolutely agreed with that point right there. For Gujarat Tigers sitting on the 8th position with 1 point difference, sitting on the 9th right below Gujarat Tigers is going to be Blind Esports. So Gujarat Tigers, they've still got a ladder to be able to climb, and I'm sure that they are going to be able to do so. At this moment, need to remind our viewers as well that we were talking about a cutoff for the 16th position that was expected to be roughly about 250 points. Well, the cutoff for 250 points is actually on the 7th position. So 16th is also going to be rising. As you mentioned, right now, on our screens, we've got the players of Team iFlex. iFlex have had a wonderful day yesterday with 36 points they accumulated for themselves. A perfect synergistic approach was what we saw from iFlex yesterday in the individual fights that they were part of. So all in all, a real good start for the teams that have been on our screens. But now looking onto the map, we also do have the players of WSB right there. Now WSB, they have again, they've made their mark, that's for sure, in this SPS. And every single time that the team comes online and they are part of the lobby, they do end up delivering, if nothing else, a really consistent approach to their game, which has brought them all the way on the 4th position. And it does not seem like they want to stop and be comfortable on the 4th position as well. So WSB, I'm definitely looking forward to racking up a lot many more points today. Hopefully there's not the caster's curse being drawn on them right now. And I would love for them to get into the top 3 itself.
Hoping to see that, of course, for WSB, but on the other side as well, Team Forever, we saw them having a pretty solid day even yesterday, scored over 35 points at the end. So, of course, we'll be looking to carry forward that exact same momentum. Plus, they're going to be playing on 2 of the Erangel maps, and we've clearly seen how many times they always love to play. Even in week number 1, when we saw them play on map of Erangel, Miramar, Erangel, there were 2 opportunities for them to grab the chicken dinner for themselves, and in which one of them, they were able to do so. On the other side, another team which was able to grab that chicken yesterday from the clutches of Orangutan, Team iFlix, Mox specifically, with the form that has been carrying previously, I'm really hoping to see more from this guy. And on the other side as well, if we are looking at Alibaba Raiders, I wouldn't say they're in a very comfortable position on the leaderboard. Their position is one of the ones that could be threatened by the teams that are below them. So, of course, looking for some changes coming in from Chris, Roman, Duke, even Ralph. I really want to see all of those players step up, because Dukey, he's been doing decent, but has for the most part been kept quiet. So I want to see all of these players step up. On the other side, AUTOBOTZ as well now on towards in a 2-and-2 split. A couple of players in the Georgia City up north, while a couple of players again over towards the compounds which Global Esports were holding yesterday. And I still cannot forget that game wherein Global Esports were holding those compounds, and just on towards the eastern side there was Godlike, and these 2 teams were just wrecking havoc.
Oh, indeed, they definitely were. It was a very interesting day yesterday. Game after game, we saw the circle, the zone itself, throwing a lot of curveballs to the teams themselves as they were making those rotations time and time again. And right now, while making the rotation, it seems like FS Esports are going to be out in the open. But as far as their position itself is concerned, they don't need to worry about a lot. They're close to the shelter region. In close proximity to them, we do have the players of Vingod as well as another team up north. But for FS, it isn't about what team is going to be around in the surrounding area, because they need points for themselves. And yesterday, they were able to get those decently. 27 points in total is what they accumulated, FS Esports. But that is just not enough, because that has not propelled them. It has gotten them closer to the top 16, but has not propelled them all the way in the top 16. Right now, FS Esports sitting on the 23rd position with 199 points. So a lot on the line for FS Esports from these 3 games that they're going to be part of today. And of course, the final games tomorrow.
We're talking about FS indeed. And on the other side, I also want to talk about Vingod, where they were just shy of one single duel of a 1v1 from a chicken dinner, which was not won by their player Max. He tried his level best, but was taken down by the circle. And that is one of the reasons they're still kind of struggling to have a solid position in the top 16. On the other side, though, Blind, we saw a very solid chicken dinner coming in from their side while they were on towards the south of farm area. They had a very solid position in the circle as well, but we're going to talk about that later, as again, Seoul has decided to quickly show their cards, and that too so early on. They want to try and take that fight, and it's 4Shot Esports who are now in their crosshair.
Well, Harsh had a really good nade cooked over there that he wanted to kind of utilize to stop the players of IQ Soul, but that hasn't really been the luck for IQ Soul. At the same bit of time for 4Shot, they've got all 4 players being part of this fight. A perfect nade coming in from both the players from IQ Soul as well as 4Shot. Honey brought down to, oh, well. A little bit of HP dropped down, but that much more trouble for IQ Soul as Knuckle has been dropped down and he is on his knees. It all falls onto the hands and shoulders of Manya as the DBS in his hand is not going to be able to do much, and a perfect capitalization from Harsh is going to be absolutely nailing the Coffin's last word right there onto the players of Soul as they dwindle down very quickly right here in this fight. They jumped into the fight with only 3 players. Now they're down to 1 final player remaining. And I wonder if that's going to be Ronnie. Because I know that's Ronnie.
Oh man, come on, not again. We're going to talk about Ronnie later as well, because Gujarat Tigers now want to put in a show. They also want to try and take down the members of 4Shot. Some nade party coming in the squad house, but none of the players are even close to those nades. Clutch God, Vikendi, Shadow, and that is going to be the flush out from Harsh for Manya. Manya has been finished off, but this one fight is going to be even more crucial. Because again, Gujarat Tigers are also trying to find some good momentum for themselves to try and help them for that last day. On the other side, it's going to be Vikendi finding the first one. Goku has been taken down. This should be the go signal for Gujarat Tigers. A Shadow quickly moves in from the outskirts. It's been taken down pretty low by that nade, which was dropped in by the members of 4Shot. Clutch God as well. I love the patient approach coming in from their side, but Goku has not been brought back up on his feet. Some shots being fired by Clutch God. Wants to just blow up the vehicle. They want to try and stop the exit potential, and also they do not want any members of 4Shot to be exiting from that part. Shadow with that Molotov was able to flush out Goku and also finish one more player off.
What an incredible conversion right here from the side of Gujarat Tigers. We were talking about how important it is going to be for Gujarat Tigers to be able to accumulate those points, and they have started off gracefully with 2 points converted in this fight as he push on ahead, and a perfect DBS capitalization could be showcased from Harsh once again, and he does so on time, but sadly has not been able to convert that into a finish point just yet. But thankfully, his teammate Cheyenne, he is on the flank. Cheyenne, all he needs to do is jump down, and he does so perfectly on time, and he wants to be able to drop down the player as Vixie goes down. Gujarat Tigers were looking so immaculate in that performance, have been dropped down and eliminated from this lobby. A beautiful conversion for 4Shot, but Cheyenne, he's not out of trouble just yet. Gujarat Tigers do get eliminated, the first team to get out right now, but for 4Shot, the troubles have just started, and my apologies, it was not Ronnie, the final player from IQ Soul. It is S-Power, and the dominating force that S-Power is. I wonder if he's going to be able to stay absolutely lull and quiet in this fight, because he's so close to it. He has a perfect flank angle, an X factor that he could draw in. And S-Power, we know how good he loves to be able to capitalize. Right now, it seems that AR are going to have a better part of that fight.
AR yet again, another team who's trying to find out their own form, have been facing some troubles out there. But on the other side, the team that's also facing troubles is Wingod, losing Avi, one of their main IGLs, the man who gives out all the calls, Max, Eggy, Rex, all of them remaining. So you've still got some solid members out there who've got a solid fire potential. But at the same time, they need to be brought in together by that leader. Towards the Rozhok, they're holding their space now that there's no threat of Team Soul lurking anywhere near them. Just as you mentioned previously, S-Power, the only man remaining. He was also able to take down Aditya, if I'm not wrong, of Team Godlike. So it's also one early damage done. Fans of Godlike will definitely not be happy out. But at the same time, you know, we're talking about the teams who are looking for the form. Oh my god, Mavi, oh, does he spot Max? I guess he did spot Max as well.
It seemed like Mavi did. But right now, there we have it. I mean, Eggy, he's just completely confirmed what we were talking about. Mavi has spotted down the players of Vingod, and now the entirety of GE are going to be more careful of how many times they're going to be, of course, drawing the attention of Vingod. Earlier, they were out in the open. That's when Max had a clear-cut chance. But he decided against it, and that in turn has now resulted in, of course, Vingod not being able to get even a single shot on Global Esports. At the same time, they are now none the wiser because they don't have the information of their opponent teams around the vicinity. Global Esports, as we can see, are in a two-man split themselves. And the way this zone is actually constricting onto itself, I really do like the positioning of GE because they're the only ones pretty much up north if you look on to the island above Rozok. Not the island, my apologies, but the landmass above Rozok. And if that is where the circle does end up constricting itself, that could be a really good position for GE. But we'll come back to that if that'll be the case or not. As of now, we've got each and every team having gotten into the zone. Now, this is the time that things are going to start getting difficult for the teams. As the zone is going to be constricting. Oh, and there it does. Wow.
Oh my god. All right. So this is something I did not expect, but comparatively south-centric shift of the circle, wherein the position you mentioned of Global Esports now is compromised. They've got to change their spot, and the closest bridge to them would definitely be the Rozok one, but I don't think so they're going to be taking that. There's just a cluster of so many teams out there. AUTOBOTZ also have left their position, where now Global Esports would be taking their main rotations from. And I love the fact how even at the first circle we were seeing all the teams so far spread out, but we'll be coming back to that later, as Veteran have already taken one of their knocks, as Mochi, the man up front now, trying to give even more damage to them. Kyoya, as well as all the other players, are now currently safe, but will Hunters be revived? That's the question. He's isolated out in the open just behind a tree.
Out in the open, a lot of these teams are going to get caught out. Now, Reckoning Esports' Punk, he is trying to heal up. Perhaps while making a rotation, they were spotted and scoped upon.
Oh my god. It just seems they kind of left their last man standing out there. Not quite sure if that was the best decision, but in the meantime, Sensei again on with the guard duty. Being the first one to try and grab that information for his team, and now he's going to give out the calls if they really want to go in for the engagement against FS or not.
Again, for Revenant, this is a really good position where they can actually hunker it down. From one side, they got to hold on the fort and not allow the players of FS to get into the zone. On the other side, towards the back end, they've got the players of RGA. Now, Reckoning, they've got a compound working for them. But Kyoya, if he's not careful, Fierce could maybe utilize that information. Wouldn't be the best decision after all, because Revenant, they need to be moving slowly and steadily towards exactly where Reckoning is. And that is towards the center of the zone itself. And on the backlines, as we just discussed, for the players of Revenant, FS Esports are wanting to make an entry. They've got a really good position on top of this parade royal, but is that going to be good? Is that going to be enough? They're at the edge of the zone. Another 50 seconds they got to be able to hold this. And again, if we look on to the map, well, I don't have the map feed itself, but I wonder if FS Esports have any other team getting close to them behind them. The flank angle, oh, never mind, there we have it. Flank angle, thanks to Veron, is being cleared, and that is Aru from FS, who has clearly taken over the flank angle. So FS are looking very comfortable. They want to stick on to the edges, and they're not really getting too hungry for those finish points, which is counterproductive, actually, because the position that they're on, they need those finish points. They need to be over-aggressive, if anything.
I would agree with you on that point, but also at the same time, I think so they're just waiting for a couple of teams to try and fight against each other, only to get that third party in. Plus, they also have the threat of Revenant lurking up in the shadows out in front of them. Yes, but yeah, Aru also needs to make his move now. You do not want to be tanking out blue out here on towards the north. We've got 4 shots still in their own compound. Oh my goodness, Wind God are just going to be so happy in those compounds. They're dead in the center, and all the teams are now going to go in for their rotations, where the southern area it's going to grab so many teams' rotation. The southwestern part, the entire area of that circle is going to be just clustered by these teams. And if I'm not wrong, I believe Global Esports would also have to find their timing, because AUTOBOTZ are near them, and Team Forever as well would be trying to stop that entry by taking that space first, if not already taken by Team iFlakes, who would be ready to welcome them.
IQ Soul's final player, S-Power, getting closer and closer to the players of Godel, and Godel have absolutely no idea where he's coming in from. Both of these teams are outside the zone, but that is what S-Power does not really care about. And a perfect spray coming in from his side could very well be a shot onto the heads, but has not been able to connect his marker, which in turn has provided Godlike's players to get away
Safety
from this entire region and area. They do not want to be holding back. They are done with extensions of fights. They know what is on the line, and that is getting into the zone. So that is what they shall prioritize right now as S-Power. Once again, the final player surviving from the side of Soul is going to have another chill pill. Perhaps a dip in the water as well. That's all that he can do. He cannot over-aggress, but right there it was a 1v3 that he wanted to over-aggress on. So you just don't know what S-Power is going to be doing.
S-Power just doing S-Power things. That's the main thing about this man. In the meantime, though, it's going to be 4-shot Esports taking a few shots in the finished feed that we were watching. Unknown's 2OP also trying to take someone down from Reckoning. But AUTOBOTZ are the ones who are taking that fight against the members of 4-shot and never anticipated this fight because there was Global Esports who will potentially be stopped in by the members of Team Forever, as they're all in the compound on towards the south of Ruins and will be making their move into the zone out there as the shots were being fired. Now we've seen multiple times Global Esports having this kind of problem. On the other side though, God's Reign as well taking their fights against the members of WSB, while Blind finally rushing to take down Godlike. That's going to be so very messy out there.
No, this is not good. This is definitely not good. Like you mentioned, the positioning for the players not working out perfectly. But again, the rotations are being made, so there is still a hope and a chance. And once again, when it comes to that hope and chance, the third parties is what these teams are going to have to be careful of. Right now on our screens, WSB's Raiden pushing on a perfect nade. Sadly, just not being able to connect. And in retaliation, Destro has brought in another nade along with his teammate. But it has not done the required result. Now GDR, they are caught out in the blues. WSB, they have the final say in this fight because the nade parade that they bring it on to the players of GDR can very well drop down. And there we have it. Destro goes down. And that nade played to perfection from Raiden. Another utility being utilized. He wants to get those players' finish points converted for himself.
Beautiful Molotov. I mean, Raiden, this person, you cannot keep him out of competition for long. Maybe you can shut him down for 1 map or 2 map at max, but he's going to pop off like anything. And God's Reign were the ones who took down Zeref, and they are paying the price for that. Armin and 2OP as well joining in the action. They'll be trying to take Shogun down. Justin was providing some support from the backlines. Will be finished off. Armin, amazing cover fight. It's all down to Shogun as Raiden as well joins in the fight. He wants to be the first one to try and welcome him with the DBS in his head. But does he know that he is inside that truck's container? Yeah, he sees that. He sees that jump shot coming in, right? And you do not want to risk it though. Maybe wait for your teammate. Nah, my man does not care. Jumps in, takes the shot, finishes him off. But now WSB need to make their exit because they will be flanked in by the members of Team Forever who have taken the spot which WSB were holding. So now we've changed a few of those positions, and also Team Forever have got a flank angle coming in. The entire party is out there in the open making that cross. A few shots being fired by Armin, but it's got to crouch down yet again. Mafia up in front of them. It's going to be even more difficult for WSB to make their escape.
WSB, as you perfectly mentioned, they've traded the places with the players of GDR right now, and now in turn they need to be careful of the perfect push coming in from the side of TF and the Forever team. The nade parade now that WSB were throwing against GDR. This is just a taste of their own medicine that WSB are going to have to just gulp down because Team Forever came in, swapped around swartly, and as swiftly as they came, they're going to be moving ahead to confirm those finishments, but not as easy as they thought, because from one team to the other, Team Forever have now taken on their attention towards the players of iFlix as well. The DBS in Omega's hand, his health going down, the Blues doing a lot of damage. Team Forever, it was looking like they had Forever to be able to secure those points right there, but it's just gone against them.
A little bit of an overcommitment coming out, and in top over towards the north as well, we see 3 teams. That's going to be Godlike, Wind God as well. All of them would be trying to take the fights against each other, but iFlix, as of now, just as you perfectly mentioned, Team Forever going in for a little bit of an overcommitment. not being able to decide if they want to end up in the circle quickly. That is where they had some decent amount of problems. Blind on the other side now. That nade, oh my god, it just went towards the outside. Could not flush it in. So Eggy and Rex will be holding their compounds. And the one behind them is going to be Max, if I'm not wrong. Adi, Dark Lord, Skips, Harsh, all four of them. We've already seen how solid these players are. It's going to be even more difficult for the members of Vingod to try and get a win against them. Global Esports on the other side they were winning out on their own duels on towards the northeastern part of the circle. They've also got to make their way quickly inside and swiftly. Revenant, while we were discussing about all of these things, were able to flush out the last two members of WSP. So no massive chicken for them, but Revenant definitely are in a solid position to get one.
Revenant are looking really good, as you perfectly mentioned. AUTOBOTZ the way... it is AUTOBOTZ in the center, right? Maybe AUTOBOTZ are definitely looking uncomfortable. The team in green pretty much in the center of the zone. But on our streams, we've got Vingod getting annihilated. And that's thanks to, well, AUTOBOTZ, as they are just utilizing the information on top of that hill. At the same point of time, Blind Esports' numbers also dwindled down. A couple of minutes ago, GE were looking very much in control of the area. But it seems like Global Esports have also had a tough luck situation as... Mavi, the final player surviving right here. He's not going to be able to do much, not able to create that cover. Global Esports get dominated upon, but AUTOBOTZ, the ones that were looking in contestation for this perfect chicken dinner, it is not going to be an easy out because they are down to their final player as Revenant now coming, swinging up in style, getting those perfect positions for themselves, stealing it away from the players of RGE.
Oh my god, KOA, absolutely nasty play coming in, but Blaze needs to be the one to win, but the nade comes in at clutch from Aquanox, finishing off the members of RGE. It's Sirvi right in the dead center, iFlix on one of the side. As the other part was cleared by Global Esports, they stopped Blind from jumping in, but themselves were taken down by the damage coming in from Blue. Now it's Aquanox. This game is supposed to be Revenant's chicken dinner until and unless we see any kind of massive upset. Maybe a third party from Sirvi. Maybe iFlix doing some bit of damage, but they're going in for the long rotation. They are actually going towards Sirvi. Sirvi could potentially ruin their own game. iFlix, they're dropping down. They want that one flush point. Mox will be able to finish him off as Madrek. The DBS was able to get the final shot in the skull, but they've also got to make their way in the circle. Revenant, what a good idea coming in from their side. Look at the split. It's a 3v2 situation, definitely doable for iFlix, but now iFlix seem to have had the better position because Fierce is going to go up the hill. This position would be noted. They've got absolutely nowhere to fire in those shots, but they're just using those vehicles for the mow down. A perfect one. And oh my goodness, what are the fast and furious thing we were watching. All I saw was a finish from Fierce, but I have no clue who got the chicken.
Well, that was just chaotic mess is what it was at the end. But of course, a perfect chicken dinner is what it resulted in for the side of a beautiful team of Revenant, I believe, because they had the numbers and iFlix, the numbers, had they had those numbers, they could have had a really good play. Because as you were mentioning it, I mean, as Revenant came onto the hill from down south, it was iFlix who had the upper ground. But at the same point in time, as I mentioned, they did not have the numbers. Revenant, a beautiful chicken dinner coming in, swinging in style. I'm sure Sensei, he is going to be elated with this performance from his team. And along with that, when it comes to the decision that was made right there to be able to make a push in the vehicles itself, has just completely worked perfectly for the praise of Revenant, because with this chicken dinner, they are going to be securing themselves in the top 4 position, top 5 position. So really good play for Revenant Esports for that chicken.
Agreed 100%. But I was really kind of confused to see what their entire plan of action was going to be, but realizing that the terrain was entirely flat, there were not many places to hide at. There would only be those trees which you can circle around. iFlix had no covers whatsoever. They had no major vehicles to stop any kind of vehicle rundown, vehicle mowdown, and Revenant making the perfect decision. I'm still going to agree on the fact that yes, it was funny to watch how normally you would see in the Bollywood movies, as in both the vehicles are slamming at each other and then there's one guy who's coming out prevailing. that's exactly what happened. Revenant Esports, they basically slammed their own two vehicles into each other only to finish off the last player from the side of iFlix. But again, a very solid game from their side as well. This push up front by WSB, I would still say it was a pretty solid push, but they did not anticipate the presence of Team Forever, who in turn were also taken down. Half the damage was done by the blue itself because they prolonged the fight against iFlix.
They certainly did, and this is the final moment where we saw the players of Revenant just capitalizing on the opportunity, and this is the final nail in the coffin where players did lose out. I mean, Revenant's player did lose out on his life, but eventually in the end it was the chicken dinner that mattered the most, and that is what they have secured. With that, I am pretty certain that when it comes to the MVP for this game, it has to be from either of these two teams. We saw WSB make some really good plays, but at the same time, Revenant, they walked away with 9 or 10 finishes, I believe, something along the lines. So a really good number for the players of Revenant and iFlix. Again, the consistency working in perfectly for them is definitely going to be providing the players of iFlix also at a really good, comfortable position itself. Because when the game started off, we were looking at the players of this team of iFlix, and they were looking okay for the top 16 position. But now with this second position finish, they are securing. I believe they should be able to secure, because 243 points is what they started off with, and now another wonderful game start is going to be providing them the consistent play that is required off of them.
Highly possible, highly possible. I'm hoping to see that because we always want to see those upturns coming in, and even I was waiting who would potentially be the MVP of the series. But as we are talking about, we might as well have it right on the screen because it's none other than Ninja Boy. This man, no one anticipated this to be him, but yet again, showing his cards, we were thinking that his lead was diminishing against his opponents. But now he's out here again trying to lift that up. 5 finishes already, and that in the first game itself. I'm scared for the other people.
Well, the Finnish leaders who yesterday were getting closer and closer to Ninja Boy. Ninja Boy comes up ahead on day number 2 of week 4 to tell them all with one clear answer and one clear game that he is going to be dominating. It don't matter what you do. So Global Esports is Ninja Boy getting 5 finishes and a Finnish contribution of 62%. Once again, clearly tells you that Global Esports does not just have one powerhouse within them called Ninja Boy, but they've got others who help him out with that Finnish contribution. As we move ahead towards the stars of the match, well, it is Blaze being the best companion as well as the finisher.
Good shot coming in from this guy on the back of that Bollywood moment provided by his team. Both the cards slapping into each other. Was able to get that last finish as well. Even if you look at the distance travel, 8,902 meters. Pretty solid. But now we're going to have a look at the match rankings too, because I also want to see Revenant. I believe they were able to secure somewhere around 7 to 10 finishes. And yes, that's Revenant. You mentioned it perfectly. 10 finishes for them and 15 placement points, getting a total of 25, followed up closely by the side of iFlix with 12 placement points and 6 finish points with a total of 18. And even in this one, we are seeing pretty evenly spread out score coming in till FS Esports, who secured 4 points for themselves. And after that, it's Forever, Gujarat Tigers, Alibaba Raiders, God's Reign and IQ Soul with 3, 2, 1, 1 and 1.
Looking at WSB Gaming though, right now, with 7 finishes and only a single placement point. WSB Gaming, I mean, they are real bloodthirsty lads, is what I can say for the side of that lot. Because they come in guns blazing and they get those finish points no matter what. At the same point in time, as you mentioned in the pre-game segment, for Gujarat Tigers, this is going to be a very important day if they want to solidify their position in the top 16. They started off being on the 8th spot, but with only 2 points recovered from this game, they perhaps might be dropping down, because right below them was Blind Esports, and this game, Blind Esports walk away with 10 points. So really good conversion for Blind Esports. At the same point of time, I'm sure that within 2 games that are remaining, Miramar and Erangel, upcoming 2 games for these 2 groups A and C, there is still a lot of keen eyes being placed on to the players of all of these teams, because you still are not 100% certain as to what can be the final result. You talk about
Agree.
the players of AUTOBOTZ. I mean, they had a really good run. Is it just enough for them to move away from that fourth page? You don't know. But if they continue that same story with the second and the third game of the day, then it is definitely possible for them to get in the top 16.
I would definitely agree with you on that point. Yes, you need to have an entire day being very good to you, fruitful for you. Not even a single game could be dropped up early on. And in this one as well, yes, I would still say they could have potentially done even better, but they were caught out between a couple of teams out there. In the meantime, though, we're going to have a look at the overall rankings as well, because we've been waiting to see who is going to enter in that top 16. Now we're going to see some changes out there. And here is the overall ranking, ladies and gentlemen, in front of us. It's Aigu Soul for now taking the lead from Entity, and it's the exact same score. The only reason why they're above them would potentially be because of the number of chicken dinners that they have, followed up by WSB Global Esports, Revenant as well, God's Reign, and Team iFlix, who have now moved up in the top 8. So this is the move that we were waiting for. iFlix, that's a massive jump.
A wonderful jump for iFlix, of course. Now, in this first page, the only teams that should worry about their positioning dropping down is Entity Gaming and Chemin Esports. But both of them, with 318 and 311 points respectively, and 30 games that they've played, they're not going to be dropping away from the top 8. Moving on to the second page, though. Now, this is where a lot of good changes is what was anticipated. Well, you know what? Good or bad, Alibaba Raiders, they have definitely picked up the slack right now from this game, as they find themselves on that 16th position. Now, for the side of AR, we of course do wish to be able to see a lot better performances coming in from them, because they are in the top 16, which is really good. But being on that 15th, 16th position for Reckoning and AR, they need to do a lot more in the upcoming 2 games. Same perhaps for Carnival Gaming as well when they play their games, though.
That is indeed true, but also on the other side, for Reckoning, Alibaba Raiders, you mentioned it very well, that they've got to do a lot more into the ones that they'll be playing. And also for the Godlike, we cannot say the same. We have to mention how they had an opportunity to try and get a good finish point score for themselves, but they were just not able to get a lot of them. Again, being caught out between 2 different teams is what caught them off position. And also the spray down from S-Power early on by Manya, who was able to take one of their player down. Now, again, these are the few mistakes that you cannot afford to make, specifically in the last week and on the second last day. But since we are on the second last page right now, Big Brother Esports are yet to play. A lot of these teams out here have yet to play their own games, but FS and AUTOBOTZ, you were hoping to see them on this page. They both are here right now, but the job is not done. You still have 2 more games, and you've got to at least get into the second page with this game, and then win the next one or perform really well in the next one to try and have a decent amount of cushioning.
Well, you know what, for FS as well as the team right below them, that perfect point is the teams above them on that second page. They're not playing these games right now, right? So that provides them the comfort that they have for the upcoming game as well as the third game of the day to be able to rack up the points. And I was calculating the difference between FS Esports' points and the team sitting on that 17th position. It's only 15 points, 16 points. So that is clearly possible for FS to be able to capitalize upon. But on this final page, this is where the trouble is still brewing for teams like 4Shot and Vingod. These are the 2 teams that are playing right now in the groups that are part of the first 3 games. They are still not looking good on that 4th page. The number of points that 4Shot have been able to accumulate yesterday and today have been really good. But I ask the same age-old question again. Is it a little too late?
I mean, I've already mentioned I'm just going to be devil's advocate in almost all of these conversations. And with the fact of being a realist, I'm going to agree. It might actually be a little too late, but there's always hope. I am an optimist. There's always hope for you to try and make that improvement. And even if it is too late, I mean, there is nothing to lose. So why not just open up your heart, open up your mind and play to the fullest? you may
Right.
never know if it can actually bear the fruits that you never even expected are going to come in. Because if we are talking about the potential of medal making it to the top 16 on the back of 6 insane games, we can kind of say that the same thing for WindGod as well as 4 Shots have, if they've got some amazing runs for themselves. And both of these teams have shown that potential too. But now we're going to have a look at the schedule as well, because the first map is over and we still have got 2 more to go for Group A and C.
Group A and C all over again on the map of Miramar. This time around is where we're going to be seeing them. And of course, that will mean that it is going to be an important game at the same time a slow poke affair for these teams. Though, this being the second last day for the games that are yet to be for the games that are to be played for these teams. Oh boy, I want to be able to see a real good bloodbath right here for all of these teams to jump into action right off the bat, get some finish points accumulated. Do not spread so far out, so thin on the map of Miramar that it ends up giving us no finishes whatsoever at all in the first 3 stages. That is something that I do not want to see.
I mean, that's the map of Miramar for you, man. We might not see a lot of action from the first few zones. That's exactly what happens on Vikendi as well and on Miramar. But again, I'm really looking forward to see how things are eventually going to roll out on this map, because this is where, for the teams who are in that middle, to try and get that momentum in their favor. But again, we will be just looking forward to the playing path. I am hoping that it is center-oriented. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll be jumping directly into the map of Miramar. Game number 2 for Group A and C, and the second last game for them for this evening. Let's see. It's directly starting from La Cabrera and going down south to Los Higos. Fairly centric, I would say.
True. Absolutely correct you are. And in that, we've got the team of IQ Soul right off the bat taking an early exit from that plane, as they've got a very fanned out approach coming in towards this map. Interestingly enough, we've got a very fanned out approach, in fact, coming in from IQ Soul. But okay, we'll come back to that later, because right now they want to be able to spread out their wings, and that is definitely what they are going to be doing.
Oh, they want to go for fights. They want to go for fights, I'm telling you. They just want to find a few early vehicles. That's why they're spread out so much. They know the drop locations of GE as well as God's Reign. They're going in for the secondary drop this time around because they cannot reach to Impala. I really feel we're going to see a lot of early action out here. But also for the other teams, Blind taking their drop in El Pozo, while WindGod as well dropping somewhere around Hacienda. We'll just have to wait and see if in case it's going to help them in their rotations as well, because again, when the circle forms, that is when we'll see these teams taking the change.
Well, talk about getting the vehicle. IQ Soul just power. He's got the vehicle, but at what cost? He can't really do much with that vehicle to be able to get that finish point right now on the players of GE.
Oh, you wait.
That's what it seems like. It's like one of those Steven Spielberg movies where the car is probably going to be the demise of Slug right here. He does have a Mini 14 on his hand. Oh no, my apologies, Carl on his hand. So he still has something to fight with. Though he does not seem to be too interested or keen in that. He just wants to be able to just somehow shy away from that. But as to what is going to be allowed from the players of IQ Soul, as all 3 of them get close. And what a perfect play right there. But he does not have the moment available, as IQ Soul are going to be delivering the slug and slug, as that in turn is going to be the first finish of the game. A beautiful conversion for IQ Soul. Though at the same time, of course, Scared Yet had already called it. IQ Soul, they are in and they are hungry in this lobby.
I told you, man. I told you. They're just looking for vehicles and then they'll be starting to go in for those fights. And with the M249 in the hand, there's no way you're going to survive that onslaught. But yes, they'll be getting those revivals as well. And you still need those crucial first aids and those med kits at least. So they'll be looking for a few compounds to go in for the loot. They've already done damage to the members of Global Esports. So we'll be coming back to that later, because on towards the other parts of the map, we also have Godlike. They are on the little bit of an eastern part of Hacienda. We'll be looking for their own rotations. While down in Los Leones, we're going to see a couple of teams, Revenant as well as Four Shot. And what a nasty play coming in from the members of Four Shot.
Now, Four Shot, as we were mentioning earlier in the pregame segment as well, yesterday and today, we've seen them really up their ante in terms of the aggression point.
True.
And it's working out wonders for them, because they're able to get those finish points accumulated for themselves. And this time around, it was the previous game's chicken dinner winners, Revenant Esports, who seem to be in the crosshairs, as they have already lost out on Fierce. Sensei, the MVP for his team, the sensei for his team, is still deciding upon if he wants to hold on to the area or if he would rather fall to back. The latter should be a good decision coming in for the side of Revenant. They should keep their numbers and fall back from this fight, but that's not what Four Shot want, apparently. Which is a really good aggressive prowess that is being utilized from Four Shot. Though, again, I question it. Why is it coming so late?
When push comes to shove, you always see the teams taking some serious measures. But for all the people out there, you don't need to take any major serious measures. Just scan in the code and you will be getting the tickets for the LAN that will be held in Noida Indoor Stadium between 16th and 18th February. Ladies and gentlemen, you do not want to miss out on these opportunities at all. I definitely know Blotter is busy doing the exact same thing. He'll be getting a few tickets for himself. If not, he's going to be on the desk. We're going to be seeing him there out, of course, but at the same time, we want all of you to show your presence. And again, we'll be seeing which top 16 teams actually make their way, because Four Shot are still trying to find a way for that. On the other side, though, we're seeing God's Rain going in for their long rotation, grabbing those few vehicles, dropping down towards Impala, where they're normally going for the loot. La Cabrera is occupied by Haiku Soul. They got that first opener, and after that, they have went dead silence. On towards center, though, that's where we are actually seeing a small cluster forming between Godlike, Wind God, as well as Gujarat Tigers. And just down southwest of them is going to be iFlix, and on towards the extreme left part of the map, up in Los Higos prison area, we've got WSB.
Now for WSB, the prison area that you mentioned coming in from their drop definitely tells us that they're looking for a very slow affair in this game. They want to play it through the edges of the zone, perhaps. Though looking at the center itself, we've got Goril making a rotation exactly where the positions of Wind God are. That should definitely give some points to the players of GL right there. As for Vingod, well, we'll see if they're able to just hold on to their compounds and bring down a name like Godlike. In close proximity and all of that, though, there is no other team. I mean, on the map feed, we can see that GT's name is around in the area, but it is still the map of Miramar, so they're pretty far out. Gujarat Tigers.
You know, I want to see the blind versus Aiku's soul. I hope it happens, but I know it's not going to happen until and unless the blue starts to hit and we're going to see the next zone form. Because it's possible for both of these teams to try and convert somewhere around the area of Hacienda, or maybe down south towards San Martin, maybe towards Power Grid, unless Seoul decides to just leave all of that back and rotate right from the up north part where Global Esports were, and Seoul actually got the first one up on Slugs. Now, since we're already talking about Slug, we know that he has been one of the key players. Apart from Ninja Boy, yes, you always see Slug and Beast stepping up in that firepower. Both of the young players out there, they're having such a great idea of the core mechanics of the game.
and they provide so much value to you. That is the reason why Global Esports brought both of them. With the experience of Mavi on board and the firepower of Ninja Boy, this roster is literally packed up. And losing one of their key players so early on is definitely going to hurt them. But the question is, how well would they be able to recover? A lucky drop for God's reign, so hopefully we're going to see maybe a drop weapon into their hands if they really want to.
Absolutely. The airdrop is theirs for the taking. They've got no team in vicinity to be worried about. For Godlike, right now being out of the open, is it the best decision? Again, perhaps for Godel, all they want to be able to do is utilize information before they make a rotation out of this area. But again, on the map of Miramar, the age-old podcast towers is upon us, where not a lot of teams want to be able to take on unnecessary shots. Though FS Atanki, towards the east of Los Leones right now, making a rotation, is all by his lonesome. 3 of his teammates are so far out. So an interesting play being made right here for FS, where Atanki has been pushed ahead to be able to get that information. But on our streams, we've got the players of AUTOBOTZ Esports bringing in a perfect nade opportunity against the players of Team Forever. Now this is a good outing right here, where both the teams, they've got the covers, they've got a decent holdout, but AUTOBOTZ, they've not been able to create a knock out of this information that they've got just yet. Team Forever, they are in a small little area. 1 or 4 really good nades, and that could be the end of Team Forever.
But where are you going to put those nades? Look at the smoke area that's being created by the members of Team Forever, but always getting a few shots. Hit marker should have been shown up. A few vehicles are also being damaged. Flock now wants to go in. He wants to take the fight up to SkullTz as he moves upwards, but will be taken down just so quickly. Brought down to his knees was Oasis. Omega as well taking the vehicle, trying to run away. Will try and find an opportunity to go in for the flank, but he is down under the hill. Should not have that chance to try and go in for the fight, but Flock was still up on his feet. Was able to provide a nasty cover fire as Omega quickly goes in for the flush as well. Will be getting the revival down onto Flock as Mr. Spray was not able to win out in that spray battle, and Team Forever Mafia goes in for that wrap-up. AUTOBOTZ a little too impatient in that matter. They had the perfect opportunity, but it is just the experience of Team Forever coming into play, sending a couple of players out in the open area on towards the left-hand flank option, and both the players were able to quickly bring out the best in them. I would still say Rico needed to confirm the knock on Flock in the first place. Had that been the case, things would have been entirely different.
Indeed, I would agree with that. The impatience, but also the experience for Team Forever worked out so perfectly well right there. With 4 finish points accumulated right there in that skirmish, and that too at a very precarious position that Team Forever were in.
I'm just so very sad for the McLaren.
Oh, they should be able to turn it around.
Please
there we have it.
Around. Oh my
a whoop
god.
And a bloop, and it should... Well, again, I don't think Mafia understands physics, mate. He needs to do it from the other side. And there we have it. He has done it, alright. Mafia, for a reason, he is. He has to try the illicit way out first. And either ways, Team Forever, they are looking pretty good. Though again, that is we've got some fights taking place here and there on the map of Miramar, but it is a very slow-poked affair. As the teams, they're sluggishly moving ahead to get into the center of the zone, where the teams in the center of the zone, they're patiently waiting. They're like, okay, we've got the loot, we've got the compound, and so I guess we wait, because that's what iFlix is doing. That's what Gujarat Tigers have been a part of for a long, long time. Around in the vicinity, we did see Godlike, and we're still seeing the players of Godlike just roam around here in the area, but they have not yet been able to scope out or spot out too many players, too many opponents. So again, like I was saying, slow and steady progress is what we're looking at on the map of Miramar right now.
I mean, the map of Miramar for you. That's exactly what happens on Vikendi. That's what happens on Miramar. And also, there's just so much area that you need to cover. On the other side, the down southeast towards Impala, Reckoning will slowly be making their way into the circle from the place where God's Train left. I don't think so. There's going to be a lot, but maybe Team Soul. They'll be looking to converge against the members of Global Esports. This clash, it just seems inevitable because Harsh in the outskirts is just being a scout, watching every single thing. But Soul, they've kind of turned their attention away from them. We'll be moving down south directly into the center where there's Godlike and also Blind. Oh my god, everywhere this team goes, it's always just chaos because Manya finds one. And it's going to be Mac up on top in the rooftop, gets one quickly, wants to try and confirm it. But the cover fire from his power is just so very brilliant.
What?
That's Soul for you.
That is ridiculous. The way IQ Soul entered, making a lot of noise. Their opponents, they were ready. Godlike, they were out in the open, but they were ready in the compound at least. Or it seemed. Their minds were just so scattered. From the start of the game itself for Team Godlike. Though, I guess we can turn a blind eye towards that fight because now it is time to move on ahead towards another one that IQ Soul are going to be, of course, manifesting. And that's going to be against the players of Blind themselves. A perfectly cooked Molotov. Well, you don't cook the Molotov, but neither ways, it is S-Power who has sadly fallen short and dropped down his teammate Knuckle. So S-Power, being too hungry for those finish points, has given a tough affair for his team itself as Manya does go down. Blinds Harsh along with Adi just doing the deed and dropping down the players of IQ Soul one by one. It's just a one-man army. That's going to be S-Power.
No way there was a pan kill coming in, but yes, S-Power, the last man standing, and it's going to be S-Power taken down yet again. Perhaps Soul bit more than what they could chew. But this team can be renamed as Team Chaos at this point. Because that's what they are causing in the entire lobby. Taking down Godlike first and then following their footsteps by trying to pick on Blind. Dark Lord out there knocked up. Global Esports as well. But we're trying to get a lucky flush out in the open, but it's going to get revived. So Blind, that was a very solid defense line being held from them. And yeah, it was a little too overzealous of Soul and a pretty disoriented fight, I would say, because that one Molotov that was used, I mean, that basically caused the entire demise of Team Soul. They were down one member, and then it was, in the blink of an eye, quickly just down to S-Power in a 1v2.
And again, now for the side of IQ Soul, I don't think it's that big of a loss. Because after all, they were able to get perfect, almost perfect squad wipe. So finish points they had accumulated, and then it was just them being a little too hungry for those points. And IQ's Madrick has wrecked his vehicle and... Okay, well thankfully he's going to be able to get it away from that rock and now move on ahead with his rotation. So, getting back to the point, for IQ Soul, S-Power's Molotov, had it fallen correctly, it could have been a different occasion right there. But what a perfect Molotov right here coming in to the face of Moksh as Moksh falls black and faces back. It is going to be AR who are going to be, of course, running away from the fight. It seems like, as in the mini-map towards the top right-hand side, we can say AR do not want to chime in ahead into this entire chaotic mess that iFlix brought into their house. Now, let me just quickly see AR and their positioning in terms of the overall ranking itself. Alibaba Raiders, we saw them jump up in the top 8. So I guess they have made a wise call. They're like, you know what? We did what we had to in the first game. Now don't ask more from us.
You may never know, man. You may never know. Alibaba Raiders are just known to be so disoriented players. It's like they've signed up a treaty of non-violence that they don't want to fight whatsoever. You can't win the game of BGMI with non-violence, though. You've got to try and take those fights. But even after that, this team has shown you can still attain top 16.
Oh, yeah.
But just trying to stay alive, because that's eventually what the game is about. Staying alive. Throwing out a first aid out in the open, Insidious. On the other side, though, yes, very well mentioned about the fact that Alibaba Raiders as well now moving up in the circle slowly. Global Esports, they've got the entire northern part of the zone for themselves entirely for free, apart from just the presence of Team Blind there, whose attention should be diverted towards Alibaba Raiders, who are towards their west, all the way towards east. We're going to see FS, Reckoning as well, trying to take that late entry. We've seen these teams now slowly playing on towards the edges rather than directly going in the center. So more like their comfort play style that was a meta quite a while back. The survival one wherein you would try to somehow take those few fights and then survive by clearing out the area in front of you and making sure there's no one behind you. But there's always a couple of teams on your sides to flank you out. That is troublesome.
It definitely is quite troubling. At the same point, I was just thinking about it, that perhaps the meta is changing in terms of how these teams want to be able to play these final games in the week, or rather final games in the tourney itself, because you know how close the tournament itself has become. One really good game has propelled teams onto the first page from the third, and that is something that teams do not want to take a chance upon. And so early aggression and over-aggression is out of the picture. Playing it safe is the only way that they can do it, and in doing so, they have to stick to the edges. That right now is going to be shifted because the zone has taken another shift, and that curveball is this time around in favor of Blind Esports, who are very much in the center of the zone. On our screens, we've got the players of God's Reign, who had made a rotation from the western side, eastern side of the zone, in close proximity to them. We've got the players of Reckoning Esports as well.
And also in the meantime, Global Esports would be able to just gatekeep the entire Reckoning at God's Reigns rotation. So that is definitely troubling for them. And at the same time, it's going to be WSB. Good nade coming in from Madrak trying to find the opening. But Armin on the other side, Mox with his own molly was able to take down two players. It's all down to Armin to try and save the evening for WSB. As it's down to a 1v3 situation. Mox will just go in, confirm the flush in front of him. In his hand, Crypto as well will be joining in the party. It's all down to just one player. Are we going to see him prevail, or will we see Crypto Madrak moves wiping out WSB? It seems to be the latter. But maybe not. Perhaps not. Mox quickly blows out the vehicle only to take Crypto down to his knees. Armin was taken down too, so it's still iFlix who are prevailing in that fight. Just one member of WSB out in the open would not be able to provide any kind of support or cover. Maybe he's going to play as a spoiler. God's Reign in the meantime is now trying to take that fight towards Reckoning as Vingod finishes off right into WSB taken down entirely. And on the other side, God's Reign suffering a couple of knocks of their own, were able to wipe out the members of Reckoning. The fight that you mentioned, Blotter, was brewing up, has now come to a conclusion as well.
Oh, we've got a lot of chaos ensuing on this Miramar game, that's for sure.
True.
In the initial moments, I mean, teams were just playing it safe, hunkering it down. But now, as we move on ahead towards the final moments, with 12 teams remaining, there's just not a lot of space remaining available. As of course on our screens, we had Alibaba Raiders take on those shots, but right now, as the Blues have caught up to them, iFlex against the players of Reckoning Esports, and a perfect spray from Mox right there is going to be the end for RGE as well. With two players still remaining though. Revenant, my apologies. They are they're in a tough position right there. They want to be able to get into the zone, but iFlex, they've got a perfect cover to flank that they cannot leave before eliminating the position of Revenant.
That's indeed true. They were caught in an awkward situation. Sensei's decision was pretty questionable, I would say, but maybe he had in mind to try and go in for a flank to take down the members of 5 Flicks. Wide flank indeed, which did not work out only because the blue was pushing onto him. But Aquanox has been brought down to his knees. Their nades did the damage to the members of 5 Flicks, but not enough. Mox was able to shut him down, and iFlix will now make their move. Insidious was taken off, but they want to just quickly change the pace. They want to try and finish off the members of Revenant. Blaze still standing there with Aquanox. This duo that has been together for a while now, it needs to make sure that Revenant prevails. Blaze out, up in front. Aquanox was finished off, so it's all down to him. Just one man. Can he try and pull off a miracle? That's going to be the question, as slowly and steadily iFlix are going to move. That nade is going to try and provide them the cover, and just one shot is enough. Mox carrying forward his performance from yesterday.
And as he does, we've got another team that is brewing up quite a lot of storm right here. As FS are the ones who seem to slowly but surely from the eastern edges of the zone wanting to make an entry, wanting to stop other teams rotating in the track, and that was Global Esports that they were able to do so. But now it's going to be Vingod Esports as well, taking on as many sprays as they possibly could. Or will that be enough? And all this while, we've got Blind Esports who've just hunkered down onto that compound all by their lonesome. Nothing that they need to worry about. But now, all the crosses are going to be brought on towards them. But before we move on towards that fight, it's going to be iFlex making a late rotation. That has been caught off from the players of Vingod. And Vingod, the two-man army from their side. One of them drops down. And this is just what Vingod did not anticipate.
That is indeed true, but in the meantime, Blind as well, having one of the best positions out in the circle, were able to flush out the members of iFlix so far out in the blue. They'll just be deleted in the meantime. On the other side, over up north, we're going to see Gujarat Tigers as well as the members of Team Forever, along with Alibaba Raiders, just a little bit to the west of them. FS are taking some heavy casualties. It's down to Baron, who will also be probably flushed out in just a little while as Gujarat Tigers now make their move in towards the northern edges of that circle. Alibaba Raiders trying to pose some threat, being at their 6 as they also come in the rotation, and now GT also have to worry about those teams and players. Roman, you can try and find an opportunity. Clutch God is giving the revival out at the open. Not quite the best decision, I would say, but still, that's going to be the spray down. Roman was taken down first. Clutch God yet again standing up to his name only for so long. As Dukey finds the perfect flank, and now MJ's position has also been noted. After the first hit is applied, it's going to move forward with the M4 in hand and the SWK on the other side. Spray needs to be connected. No utilities. DBS being used up. Try to find some random connection. And Ralph will be able to do so at the end of the day. It's going to be Gujarat Tigers players being flushed out one after the other. It should be down to just one last member.
Absolutely, Ralph Hogg, what a perfect play that was from his side. With the DBS, he was able to bring down Gujarat Tigers. And now it's Blind Esports' compound that they have utilized to perfection with 11 finishes, and the information they've been able to retain against the players. Well, pretty much all the teams in the lobby are in the crosshairs of the players of Blind Esports. Right now, this is Gujarat Tigers' final player, Shadow, who does go down thanks to Dark Lord from Blind Esports all over again. Now, Blind Esports, Adi, look at the flank that he's been able to create against AR. He's pushing on Ralph Hogg. We saw him just a couple of minutes ago in a perfect 1v2 situation, and the clutch was Ralph's, but right now it's going to be Adi along with Dark Lord trying to create that flank and that cover that has been provided from the backhand as well. Blind Esports, they are the reigning and supreme, but can they deliver this punch to the face of Alibaba Raiders?
It's going to be difficult because Ralph just up close and personal, switches up to the gun, tries to fire some shots onto Dark Lord. He goes back again to DBS, but out in the open. The Dark Lord will be able to find a pick onto him. It's down to Dukey. 14 finishes already for the members of Blind. 2 more to go potentially if they're able to flush the last Dukey player out. He's being cheeky for now, but not for long, as it's going to be yet another pick. And if I'm not wrong, it was just thanks to another nade. Blind having the perfect position for the entirety of that circle. And were able to flush out so many players. This should be at least a 32-point chicken dinner for them.
That was indeed a sensational chicken dinner for the players of Blind Esports. Nothing taken away from the position that they were in, because after all, they read it and they got that compound, which in turn, again, the BGMI gods helped them gracefully in order to be able to secure it, for which they fought from that compound, and every other team that was close to the proximity of that compound, Blind Esports just completely annihilated. In doing so, secured themselves an incredible chicken dinner. And with that, the number of points that you mentioned right now, Sked, that Blind Esports have been able to accumulate, they are also in a really good contestation to jump themselves towards the top 5, top 3 slot.
I agree with you 100% onto that one. Should be somewhere over 260. I'm just making a random guess, but it might be possible, because again, this was a massive game for their side, and the only few teams that they had to worry about for the global esports were up north, and when Seoul pushed onto them, they obviously had to take care of it. And the way they came out unscathed in that fight, I would still say it was just the members of Seoul messing up their fight. How perfectly they carried it out against Godlike was not the exact way. It was fully the opposite of how they carried out the fight against the members of Blind. Very rushed up. You can just say they kind of underestimated it, or they were just feeling it in the heat of the moment, you know, getting a little bit of that overheat. It's sometimes fine. You can let the leeway for all these teams. But on the other hand, a very solid game coming in from 4Shot as well. They secured the 3rd place for Team Forever. They also grabbed up the 4th place and Gujarat Tigers for that 5th one. Now I'm already leaking away all those rankings, and I'm not going to tell anyone how and why am I doing it. But at the same time, if you talk about all the other teams, specifically iFlix, they did a very solid job. They were trying to find those openings, but just got back in that action.
Absolutely, and that again, like you mentioned right now, it is a good play, a really good play. Now, moving on ahead with the highlights on our screens right now as we look on to how this exact chaos was ensued and brought on to our screens. It was Team Forever as they took down the players of AUTOBOTZ, and in doing so, Team Forever themselves did lose, well, not at all, because that clutch that was able to be brought on against Team Forever was of no consequence at all.
That's indeed true. AUTOBOTZ just heating a little bit over there, could not play. The experience from Team Forever coming into play. Well, even WSB, I would say they were picked apart by the members of iFlix, and had it not been for the circle, maybe they would have also been a potential winner for the chicken. But again, this fight with Revenant as well. Yes, Sensei, I still feel that they just did not pay attention to the timing of the zone, and after that there was just confusion and chaos in which Revenant fell down. But it's absolutely fine. It happens sometimes. Nothing taken away from Revenant as well, because they are very solid in that leaderboard. Will not have to worry about anything. Alibaba Raiders as well, changing some pace, stepping things up, getting a few extra finishes, extra flushes for themselves. I really love to see how they were able to perform, and that too against the members of Gujarat Tigers. They found the timing to go in for a backstab and were able to execute it perfectly.
Again, you know what? This is what we anticipated in today's day. When it came down to these games, especially this one actually, it was all over the place is what I'm going to say. But at the same time, when it comes to the MVP, that is going to be coming in from only one team, and that is going to be Blind Esports' Harsh right there.
God.
With 5 finishes, only 31% finish contribution. You know what? If at all you get angry with your teammates, this perhaps is one of those moments where you're like, I got 5 finishes, mate, and still only 31 finish contribution.
If anything, I think this is a moment to be super happy, because it just means if 5 finishes are in the hands of Harsh and it's not even 50%, 60%, it clearly means your team has got somewhere around 16 to 17 finishes. I'm going to put my bets on 16. That makes it a 31-point chicken dinner game for themselves. And we're going to have those rankings up in front of our screen in a while, because we've got stars of the match for now. Harsh, with 5 finishes, 7 knockouts, is going to be the one with going all out title. Mox with the best companion.
Absolutely, and with the finisher in favor of Blind Esports' Dark Lord, with 5 finishes accumulated from his side as well, along with another assist with 10,431 meters traveled. Now, this is something to kind of point out actually for Blind Esports. Even though it seemed like the majority of the zone and the fight and the chicken dinner was because Blind Esports were in the center of the zone, well, they worked for it. They traveled for it. 10,400 meters is definitely not an easy number, and that is what Blind Esports were able to do when it came to this game. Looking at 16 finishes coming in from Blind Esports is going to accumulate along with the chicken dinner. 31 total tally in favor of Blind. Moving ahead towards Alibaba Raiders with only 4 finishes, still able to sit on the second position is 100% commendable. With 16 points is how they complete their lot as well from this game. They still, again, all of these teams, they still have one more game remaining for the day. But Team Forever, the team that needed it the most, Team iFlex, a team that is bringing in the consistency for Short Esports. This is a shot in the dark, but they have definitely racked up enough points, I believe, to get onto that third page of the leaderboard in the overall ranking. Maybe.
I still think they're just a few points short out of that. We're going to see that in a while, but at the same time, I feel pretty bad for the members of iFlex because they had 9 finishes.
Yes.
And they were eliminated in, if I'm not wrong, in the 8th spot. That is just so heartbreaking to watch. I wanted to see a little bit more of them. I potentially wanted to see a fight between iFlex and Blind at the end because Blind were just carrying out executions all across the board. They had eyes almost at every place, and they also had cover from every single angle. I mean, like, talk about having one's back. All players had the back of each other, working out perfectly in that manner. And also, they had the best position in that circle, did not have to go a lot farther away after the first 2 initial zones to take that space. At the end of the day, I would still call it a very solid game coming in from all these teams. But looking at the points disparity that actually came in, it was the first place getting 31, the second place getting just 16. Clearly shows you which team was owning the lobby.
Exactly, and they worked for it as well. Nothing taken away from that.
True.
But of course, Blind Esports with that kind of numbers racked up, they are in real good contention for, well, they've already secured the top 16, I would say. But also at the same point of time, the seeding position that they're going to be on after this game, will that be 5th? Will that be 4th? We shall find out the overall ranking, for which Blind Esports is going to be on the 6th lot right now. That is definitely a beautiful, beautiful turn of events for the side of this team. Team IQ Soul. Again, I think they don't like sitting all the way on top of the leaderboard. I mean, as soon as they get themselves on the top of the leaderboard, they start playing a wonderful YOLO game where they want to be jumping into action right off the bat. They want to be taking on fights. They want to be trying all the different crazy stats and aggression that they possibly can.
Let's say it out loud. They're just yeeting at this point. Be it vehicles, be it nades, be it weapons, be it bodies. They're just yeeting. They're really gonna yeet, and they find a player, they find a team, they're alright, we're gonna fight them. How? We don't know that yet. We are just going to fight them. That's what's happening. But on the other side, though, in the second page, God's Ray now dropped down to the 9th position. Gujarat Tigers are 10th. Team Forever slowly creeping up and ahead with 251 points. But look at 16th place, Reckoning Esports. They still need a few more points to try and solidify their place out here. Carnival Gaming with 230 will be playing after this next match. And Alibaba Raiders again moving up slowly at the 14th spot with 243 points for themselves, equaling Orangutan and Team Godlike. They just need one more good game and they should be pretty okay in the top 16.
Absolutely. They should be pretty okay in the top 16 like you mentioned. But now moving on ahead towards the the next page, the third page is where we need to be keeping a close eye towards, because there is one more game remaining for the teams that have played 32 games. But as we move on to that third page, we shall see how big a leap is it. 10-point difference between Reckoning Esports and Big Brother Esports. Now those 10 points, Reckoning need to, of course, transfer that into at least 30 points. They need a 20-pointer game in the upcoming final game if they want to be able to secure their the top 16 position. Otherwise, teams like Big Brother, Gen X FM, Team 8-Bit, they are very well going to be getting that stolen away. But FS Esports, this is lovely. 9 points shy of the 17th position, 19 points shy of being in the top 16, and they still have tomorrow. So FS Esports, they have had a really, really good run.
Also want to look at the members of Four Shot because again they might be out in the next page. AUTOBOTZ as well, slowly creeping up to the 24th spot, and they're also not very far behind. Again, it just seems that all of these teams, they've kind of flipped a switch in their mind and they've just decided, you know what, what's been done is done. We don't care what happens from this point onwards. We are either ways not in top 16. Might as well just go haywire to try and figure out a potential way to win those skirmishes. And this is the kind of aggression that I always love to see. This is the way I want to see players go and initiate those fights and try and win those skirmishes, because they have got the potential. It's just that early on in the tournament, they were under so much pressure. They were being overwhelmed by the teams who had all these big names out there who've been in the arena for a while now. That is the only reason why they were kind of shying away from the fights. But now, since their backs are against the wall, they've just decided, you know what, we don't care. We are going to go on haywire. We are going to try and get as many fights as possible. And that's what I love to see. So it's possible for FS and AUTOBOTZ as well to make their way in top 16 at the end of this game.
Absolutely, mate. But at the same point, now this is where the opportunity should not be lost from our viewers, of course, because that RSVP QR that you can see is for the LAN finale that is taking place from the 16th to the 18th of February in or at Noida Indoor Stadium. So definitely RSVP for that LAN and get yourself registered and booked, because your slot can also run away from you if you're not careful. We're talking about the top 16 teams. Well, we're talking about a lot many more big numbers of you lot to be hopefully there for the LAN, because these teams, they're fighting it all out for exactly that chance to be in the top 16, to be a part of the LAN where you will be there to witness all the action.
That's exact spot you really want to be at. Indeed, very true. But also the top 16 is what all the other teams would be looking forward to. Reckoning would try to solidify their lead. This is the last Erangel map that they're going to play for today. And also on towards the other side, we've got FS AUTOBOTZ looking to close things out on a very good note. We'll be having a schedule in a while, but before that, I also want to talk about the teams who will be playing next. Carnival Gaming. I mean, they're yes, in almost at the edge of that top 16, but should be able to grab a few extra points, because we've seen the consistency from this team. And at the same time, there's Orangutan who will play next, who are also at the 243 point mark. So you still need a decent amount of cushioning for also the team iFlix. And again, the team that we've not been talking about for a while, God's Reign. They were in the top 5. Now they're dropped at the 9th place. And if things go in the exact same manner, I would even be scared about the elimination.
Well, again, for GDR, every single time that we've noticed that team, they've been at the edge of the zone. They're trying to make their rotations to get into the zone. And once they're able to do so, because I've noticed them get into the zone, but then not move on ahead with the zone. The zone moves away, they get stuck, and the crossfire, and they're just completely lost out on the position, as well as, of course, the opportunity to walk away with points. Now, for GDR, you mentioned it absolutely correctly. Even I will extend it to saying Godlike as well, where of course we want to be able to see a lot more aggressive plays coming in for the likes of Johnny. That's not happening, actually, sad to say and sad to point it out that way. But the best fact in this entire saga is it is, yes, this game, and then tomorrow is another brand new final day for week number 4. So perhaps that is what these teams are going to be waiting for, not what one should do. But they've got the opportunity, and hopefully that is where we shall see them in action as well. But right now, with this upcoming third game of the day for Group A and C, this is going to be the final battle before they can call it a night for day number 2.
A and Group C. Of course, the last Erangel for both of these teams, the last chance for them
to try and grab a few extra points for themselves, because for the members of Group A, they will not be playing on this one tomorrow. They'll be playing on Sanhok, Vikendi, and then last map of Erangel. So they're going to have only one other map of Erangel apart from this. No other way to try and just change the gears, go haywire. Team Soul is doing that, but I would still say just a little bit of a passive aggressive play where you know the fights that are going to give you some value. Take every single fight that gives you some kind of result. Only the fight that matters need to be taken now, and that's probably what all of these teams would be looking forward to, because again, since we've been talking about all of them, I've already mentioned all the teams of Group A: Global Esports, Godlike, AUTOBOTZ, Blind, Gujarat Tigers, WSP, 4Shot, God's Reign. They're all very solid, and there have been a situation where we are seeing teams from these groups in the top of the leaderboard, also in the bottom. So everything is just spread so much apart. While if you're talking about Group C, Revenant, Reckoning, Windgod, again, another team that has got so much potential, yet is facing so many problems.
Windgod, they have, you know what, they've gotten the position, they've gotten the opportunities, but somehow along the way they have not been able to capitalize all of them. Now that is something that is gonna definitely be troubling them. But as the day started off, I pointed this out. You know what, for the teams that are not looking good to be a part of the top 16, the one thing that they need to focus on is to try different strategies, is to try a different approach to their own gameplay that they've had till now, till week number 4. And that is something that Windgod are doing. That is something that 4Shot are doing so beautifully. Now, that perhaps is what they need to learn and understand, that you have to be so dynamic in these kind of, especially in these kind of lobbies. And sure that they have learned from their mistakes, and now all they need to do is keep on delivering that in style, so that we can look forward to those wonderful plays from them.
Let's hope that is going to be the case, because after all, just one more opportunity on the map of Erangel to close things out for this day. And at the end of the day, we're still not sure if all the teams who were in the top 8 have also solidified their own spot, because that's been case for the God's Reign, the Titans, Behemoths out there, Gujarat Tigers as well. But we've been talking and yapping for a while now. Let's quickly jump into the map of Erangel. Ladies and gentlemen, the last game for Group A and C, match number 3 of the evening. The plane path directly from north going towards the south, starting from hospital ending towards military base. Teams who want to go towards 7, specifically Global Esports, are going to have to find a few extra vehicles.
They most certainly are going to have to do so, and that is something that we shall see if they'll be spotted down. They will be stopped in their tracks or not. As of now, we've got a wonderful drop coming in from Autobots all over again as they go towards North Georgia. Down towards the southern side of Georgia itself, we might have a contesting team, and this time around, Gujarat Tigers are in vicinity. Now, this being the final game of day number 2 for these teams from Group A and C, please, oh please, BGMI gods, give us a good zone, and more so a request to these teams to not turn opportunities into stalemates, because today, the Miramar game extended as the teams took their own steady pace time on the map of Erangel, which is their age-old known map. Is that what we should be expecting? Probably not. We've got some changes happening over there.
Exactly. Normally, Reckoning do not go towards that area whenever gladiators are present in the lobby. But this time around, it just seems that they would be trying to take the area of Nova Apnoe, maybe? Revenant are the ones who have dropped towards Milta. It's no problem for them. But I want to see for FS, because they love to play around Milta Power. How are they going to reach at that spot? And if not, are they going to contest the members of Reckoning towards Novo? Is that going to be the case? I'm going to have to be brutally honest to you. It's not going to end up pretty for either of these teams. But on towards the other side, Global Esports this time around in close proximity to the members of iFlix. Now that's something pretty worrying too, because they were dropping there in order to try and find a few vehicles, specifically talking about Ninja Boy. And they do not want to be caught in such an awkward angle. Yes, they've still got a pretty decent cushioning, but you always want to have as many good games as possible. The members of FS, they should be able to reach Milta Power. They probably opened up their parachutes early on, but the one that opened up the body of their opponent was Insidious. If I'm not wrong, it was Slug that was taken out. And that's the kind of opener I already mentioned I was pretty worried about. Ninja Boy will also find a vehicle to run out of the harm's way. But I am already pretty sad, or I won't even say pretty sad. I'm already pretty concerned about Global Esports.
Yeah, because this is this flight path is concerning for GE, and this is not the first time that it has happened in this tournament for GE itself, that their numbers have kind of dwindled down. Interestingly enough, when it comes to their drop location itself, they do not want to change it. They do not want to get away from that Savoni. Which this time around, once again, they're going to be able to get there. The only difference being that there's only 3 of them that are going to be allowed. At the same time, when it comes to other teams around in the proximity or vicinity of the area, well, the zone is pretty open for a lot of these teams as of now. A slow and steady approach that we expected from GE can now be something they can look forward to. As far as all the other teams are concerned, but again, not a lot that I can actually bring up in terms of communication or conversation, because all of them are in their own individual drops, and it is looking perfect. As far as contestations themselves are concerned, for now, it is a slowpoke affair. For a minute, it seemed like Mansion area was taken over by Blind and Vingod, but that has also faded away. So it's time to just wait on for these teams to get those loots set up for themselves, and then perhaps we can come back and figure out where are the fights missing.
Potentially everywhere, because again, this plane path and the way the zone has formed, they're quite opposite. Even FS had to take their own sweet time going towards Milta Power. Godlike, they are reaching to Yasna Polyana now, when we're already halfway into the first blue timer. So of course, it's not going to be pretty for them. They'll be waiting for even further to take any of the fights. Alibaba Raiders down towards the southwestern part, towards Primorsk, not having any problem. The place where I want to focus on would potentially be the Milta Bridge that connects to military base, because we might potentially see a couple of teams rotate there. Now, we've every single time seen God's Reign. Whenever this kind of circle forms, they take the long path. They always rotate from the ferry pier bridge and then move towards the circle. If they kind of find it empty, then they take the entry from the western part, or they just go down south and then enter. Now that's where we've got WSB, we've got Team Forever. And if they try to keep the same position, we'll also potentially see a massive cluster out there for Alibaba Raiders, iFlakes, Gujarat Tigers. AUTOBOTZ would potentially go from up north, maybe Gujarat Tigers as well, but still, iFlakes, if they jump in, that makes space even more compact for the members of God's Reign to try and enter. And we've already seen a very long, heavy rotation towards the opposite end of the circle from them, and it did not end up well. So that's going to be concerning for their side, and also for Reckoning. If they decide to go in from that closed bridge, they'll be welcomed potentially by a bridge camp that could be done by the members of Revenant.
Though again, it is the same storyline that was and has been created earlier as well between Revenant and Reckoning. When it comes to that No Rupnoy Bridge, Reckoning Esports, they hold on steady. And somehow, I wouldn't even call it luck, because I think they time it so perfectly that even though they know that there will be Revenant around across the bridge, they never catch up to them. So that would be lovely to see if this time around, as you mentioned, Revenant could maybe stop them. But at the same time, we shall see if that is going to be the case or not. As of now, though, as teams slowly start getting closer and closer into the zone itself, the rotation that is being made from the players of AUTOBOTZ. Now that I am definitely loving. A 2-man split coming in from AUTOBOTZ. And the best part, they are being proactive, thinking that, all right, we're going to be entering the zone from the northwestern side. Have they forgotten? Global Esports is going to be waiting for them. Oh, never mind, my word. All the action that was right around the corner, I've already cursed it. Sovi has stopped in his tracks. He's not going to be moving ahead. It's not that they forgot Global Esports is there. It's that I forgot that AUTOBOTZ, they're going to be taking their time. It's only the first stage. It's only been 30 seconds into the game, perhaps. So they want to be taking their merry time before they jump into a fight.
Then there's a team that always tries to find the action, and that's what they are doing. Soul Manya already figured out the location of 4-shot Esports, and now he's going in for that chase. The F1 begins, and he's also got the buggy, the closest to any F1 vehicle. Not exactly though, but still, at least open tires out there and very flat, low ground clearance. We're going to talk about that later though, as yet again, the members of 4-shot, they will be safe in their own compounds. The last time this happened, we saw 4-shot come out on top. Manya though fighting a few shots out in the open. Goku taking a ton of damage. And Joker is the one who finds the first pick onto him. That has been a massive blow for 4-shot. They've left their man out in the open. There's no cover potential whatsoever. As they all are just rotating away. They are shying away from this fight. And that's not what Manya is going to allow them to do. Oh my god, this chase does not end. Oh, wait a second. Okay, Manya's actually decided to go in from a flank angle because Joker has got a fast vehicle now. They want to try and budge it in, but no. Oh my god, they're just losing control. His power. Still getting his hands on that steering wheel. Would try to find. Oh, jumps.
What?
That is insane play from his power. What 100 IQ, man, this is.
This is abysmal. This is ludicrous. This is why Soul family is so strong. IQ Soul, they have a domination of their own when it comes to the BGMI world in our country, India. And that is what this team loves to deliver. On the other side of the game or the fight, we've got the players of Gujarat Tigers having caught up to Harsh from 4-shot. Now it's all boiling down to Honey, who is going to be going on and jumping on ahead, away from the fight. Sadly, though, it doesn't seem like he's going to be allowed. Oh, what an incredible nade that was, but sadly to no avail, as Honey will be dropped down as well. Of course, Shadow was dropped from the side of Gujarat Tigers, but that's no problem. And in doing so, 4-shot have been eliminated.
You run away from a fight, the fight is going to find you. I believe that's what you call luck. Manya was able to take down Raiden with the vehicle, and also now it's being followed up by the rest of the players from his team. Soul again is just not running away from the fight. I want to see Soul, come on. Show me the action. Show me the action. We are seeing the members of Godlike, and they're in the action of their own, slamming their own buggies into each other. But yeah, they were in the close proximity to Gujarat Tigers. They are not going in for the fight, do not want to go in for any of the engage because there were no knocks being taken by GT. So might as well just stay put out there. On the other side, yet again, I want to talk about 4-shot because that's not the kind of play that you can afford to make. If a fight is being brought to you, the best you can do is just take that fight. They are already down in the leaderboard, and with that play and the mentality that they just displayed in that one, I'm just have to be saying that they will not be able to make it. But so is the case with AUTOBOTZ. How have they lost 3 players out there?
This is all AUTOBOTZ again. They got over aggressive right there. They started off that fight, and that in turn has resulted in, of course, Global Esports coming together and helping out their teammate. Ninja Boy is still surviving, whereas AUTOBOTZ, one by one, the entirety of that squad has been eliminated. This is absolutely ludicrous play once again, coming in for the players of Global Esports, where the synergy keep their players and members alive is what has resulted in this entire fray against AUTOBOTZ. And AUTOBOTZ being none the wiser, they thought they could get that easy pick off. That is not the case, because Global Esports, they realize losing out on one player and playing it like a 3-man squad Yeah, that's not the ideal position that we want to be in, but that's okay. Losing out on 2 of the players and then pushing on ahead. Mavi is like, nah, re bhaiya, that's not going to be allowed. Go back there. Let's help him out. I'm going to push on because that's our ninja boy. And we need him to be pushing on towards that finished leaders. And that's what Ninja Boy has been doing throughout the day. You cannot take that limelight away from him.
Absolutely true. I mean, he always finds a way to shine, but again, Blind versus Soul part 2, I guess. Harsh brings out the DPS and Joker wants nothing of it. Quickly runs backwards as Manya will now try and find an opening onto Harsh, who jumps into his own buggy. They're all trying to find an opening. It's a brawl out there. I'm really quite sure we're not seeing BGMI. We're seeing some different game as everyone is just being so very insane. Some shots being fired, but again, a weapon swap coming in behind him is the one who's the man in action. Manya was taken down, but a 1-for-1 trade coming in at the end of the day. Trying losing 2 of their members. Skips out in the open, goes in for the fight. The fire works out perfectly for him and gets another flush confirmed. Team Blind, they've lost one of their members, but it should be down to 1v1. DBS in hand is power. Can he find the pick? He does some damage, but no, it's Skips who's going to win out that fight. And this is going to be it for Team Soul's run for the day. Oh my god.
It's not yet done. It's not yet done. The shelter that is named is really not a shelter for these teams, as IQ Soul lose out on their players. Now it is the players of Blind being flushed out from the players of RGE, as Reckoning Esports jump onto the opportunity to take on the entirety of the squad. And just like that, the numbers dwindling down in terms of the overall players remaining as well as the team surviving. We've got 12 teams, 45 players, and that is only stage number 2 that we are part of. This is the kind of overall all-out war and brawl is what I anticipated in week 4 in every single game. I'm so grateful that Group A and C are delivering just that in their final game of the day. It just brings up the ante, brings up the excitement, and of course, that's what the fans love to see as well.
It's just not going to be so easy for our throats out there, though. If that kind of action is just going to be continued on even the last day, I believe I've got to add a few changes into my daily routine mix. But at the same time, Reckoning was able to find that perfect timing. Were able to get few important flushes for themselves as well. Team Forever on the other side with FS Esports near them in the close proximity, but I don't think so we're going to have any major action now, because all the teams who were giving us the actions have been taken down. It's Soul who are finding those early competitions. And again, every single time they try to fight Blind, it just seems that Blind comes out on top. At least for today. Previously, yes, we've seen Soul win those skirmishes, but today, Blind is just feeling it. That it's fine. Bring as many fights you want to bring to us. We're going to be welcoming you with open arms. And maybe a few shots to your head. But the way Skips played that previous fight, the man single-handedly taking down the entirety of the Soul. And this circle single-handedly taking out the hopes away of all of these teams. What is this circle?
Revenant is happy. FS is looking really secure in terms of the rotation that they're making. But also, counting the number of compounds that we're going to be having, there aren't going to be too many, as at least 25% of the zone is in the water. Now that is what the fight is going to be for, where all the colors on the map can be seen rushing on down to get onto their individual compounds. Team Forever having made it all the way, and a really good play to get into the northern side of the zone. When it comes to Revenant, they made an early rotation. They're going to be down south of that zone altogether itself, as they want to drop down the rotating team of AR right now. In all of this chaos, where exactly is the first blood going to be drawn between these 12 teams? It seems like FS against WinGod is where this entire fiasco is going to be brought on down to, where Veron all by his lonesome with the nade parade is cooking and bringing down the players of WinGod. Along with all of that, now it all boils down to Eggy and Max. Max has a wonderful flank angle, but Veron is not going to be allowing that, as well as he pushes on ahead. Never mind, it was actually a third party coming in from Godlike's Mac. as FS have been given a wonderful opportunity to survive all over again. This Eggy is the final player remaining from Vingod. And it is Eggy against Aruz. Nay, that's cooked to perfection. No problem whatsoever at all right there, where FS get that finish point, but I want to see where GL are. Never mind GL, who got that third party in FS's fight, because now it's going to be Revenant taking on their sprays and their Molotov and their aggression to the face of FS. A 4v2 clutch is what Revenant are providing.
It's again increased to a 4v3, or maybe not. Aru still trying to survive. Has got a Molotov in the hand. Will be taken down by Sensei. With a beautiful nade of his, but does he realize we're on Atanki are outside, and that nade from Aquanox getting another one. It's all down to Atanki. The man who previously doing the dreams of RNT yesterday has been taken down. Revenant get their revenge. And they also get the compound. FS have been taken down at 11th spot, and also their hopes of trying to make in the top 16. Revenant out here for blood. And another great play by Sensei, getting 3 frags in the previous fight. Outstanding.
Sensei started his ball yesterday the first round, and today he is here to obliterate his competition and let others know as well. A question that was raised in week number 3's interviews, Sensei is answering. The question was, where is Revenant Sensei missing? Oh, well, never mind. Sensei is on his knees right now, where it is going to be the players of Gujarat Tigers who seem to have been able to get a knock onto them. Then again, Revenant's players are going to be able to help him.
That is true. He's going to get back on his knees, but on his feet too. But that's the craziest caster's curse timing that I've ever witnessed.
Yesterday was a lucky day, mate. It's the caster's curse all over again for me. But today, the way this third game has played out between these teams, it is definitely an eye-opener for the other teams that are waiting right now. Because they're going to be playing their upcoming games, B and D. And look at the rotation the zone itself has made, as well as Global Esports. They are a 3-man squad, let's remind our viewers, right next to a 4-man army of Team Forever. Up north, we do see the players of iFlix as well. And iFlix have got the upper edge as well on this in the zone because they are with a height advantage.
Yes, but the area I want to focus on is going to be down in south as well as towards the southwestern part where WSB are currently fighting the members of GT. Harman has been taken down and Zeref will also be finished off. Good flushes coming in from GT. They've got 4 members standing strong, but not the best position indeed. It has been already secured by the members of iFlix, but also God's Reign are slowly creeping up, making their way and followed up closely by the members of Godlike. I want to look at that fight because the shots will be fired by Jelly, a couple of them connecting, but Delta would be able to just jump out of the harm's way. But they've also grabbed the attention of iFlix out in the open now. In the compound, so that's one good thing. But God's Reign have basically blocked off almost all the entry points for Godlike. They can do nothing apart from an attempt to try and take the fight and push against the odds. Or maybe try and take control of the area where GT would be rotating from, because down south is going to be just a hell ground for all the teams. Reckoning will be moving forward. Sensei is the last man to come for the rotation. He wants to try and find as much information as possible for his team. And there's also Alibaba Raiders who would eventually converge into a point between Godlike as well as GT.
Now, you were mentioning about GDR in the previous 2 games as well as to where they are missing. Well, this time around, they seem to have found themselves at a good contestation. Again, they are at the edge of the zone. Not the best position for GDR. But at the same time, right now, Gujarat Tigers are the ones with the momentum with 5 finishes converted. That spray should have hit its target because they are the way they are just roaming about. Alibaba Raiders, they've got a lot of nerve doing this, getting into the center of the zone with all 4 players in all individual buggies and vehicles. They are going to be taking a lot of lead. But they just lose out on one of the players. Oh, my apologies. Make that 2 perhaps, because Dukey and Roman are the only two remaining. GDR's Destro is going to be jumping in with the perfect nade, and that could be the one dictating the end for this fight for AR. But in all of that, IF, the players of iFlex, they're in a very good contestation. They've got a really good information as well.
That is true. The circle wants GE to win because it has formed yet again
wow.
on them. Just Duke. Oh my god, he gets two in that situation. God's reign. They're just down to one of their players, but they were able to finally flush him off. Will survive. Well, that was way too close for comfort. In just a blink of an eye, they lost all the members, but yet again, it's going to be raining nades from top where iFlix are standing, and the damage has been done as God's Reign will be eliminated. Overzealous out there, trying to get one on the members of Alibaba Raiders, have just led them to their demise at the 7th place.
With only 2 finishes, so tough luck right there for the final game for GDR as well. But Team Godlike, they are going to be jumping into the compound. Now it is a 4v2 affair between Gorel against the players of GE. Jelly and Aditya already go down. A 2v2 situation. Nades being cooked from the side of Mavi as well as Beast, with DBS being brought on from Beast. This is an all-out war, and a claw being clutched from the side of Global Esports, where nobody can take their compound away from them. And just like that, the domination streak continues for Global Esports. But will the curse continue on as well? Because they don't have a lot of chicken dinners, mind you. Will that continue on is what I question. But again, like you said, they don't care, mate. They just don't care with 9 finishes.
There's a high potential that they'll be getting even more out of this because the zone is still onto them. And they basically have got the only few good compounds that are in the circle. Other one being occupied by Team Forever, who are close to Revenant, who are towards that shoreline. But GT will also be trying to make their entry. Now, this slam that GT is going to give to GE could potentially open a way for iFlix to try and go in for their slam, because they will be fired upon for a few shots by that team. And on the other side, though, GT have just decided to slam it onto the members of Team Forever, where MJ has already taken a knock. And that was by none other than someone from the backlines on the other side. GE just focusing their attention towards iFlix entirely. Omega was able to get a quick flush. Wixie gets the molly, but just a second too late. Omega will be able to survive after that reposition. It's all down to Wixie. It's Wixie in the blink of an eye.
Well, Mr. Wixie is not looking too good right now. He has been pushed into a corner right here from the players of Team Forever, but a wonderful DBS utilization where Omega does go down. A complete finish point has not yet been awarded to Wixie, as you mentioned, but he is trying his level best right now. Again, all that smoke is what is allowing the final player, Wixie, to be able to survive for this long. But at the same time, this is the opening that Revenant were waiting for, as Sensei pushes on his teammates. Team Forever are in a bit of an extended fight right here. The extension that OS wanted, and that has not really been rewarded to him. But Wixie, what an incredible... Well, I thought what an incredible survival skill right there coming in from him is all that he could sing. As now it is Revenant's fight to dictate what will happen in this compound.
Or maybe not, because again, Forever are given enough time to go for the heals, go for the revs. And that's all because they had one of their player picked off. That was Aquanox out in the open though. GE still posing so many problems to the members of iFlex, who will eventually fall. If not in the hands of GE, then at least to the blue. Mafia finds a few extra shots as well. And oh my goodness, GE finding a flank angle onto the members of Revenant. As that they've taken a major blow. It's all down to the last 2 members. The Fierce again stands on his feet and delivers the blows. Gets 2 amazing knocks onto the members of Team Forever. And this game is definitely Global Esports' to take. Because it's just down to the last 2 members of Revenant. And they're out in the open. Only about time that they will be picked off as Omega falls to blue. Flock's position has been noted. Beast is watching that angle and throws out an aid. And that to a perfectly cooked one. They already have 12 finishes on their board. And they still have got 4 more players in front of them. Ball 4 falls into their hand. And this is going to be the result of that. Madrek, and a couple of shots being connected onto him, down to such a low HP. He was able to take down Blaze in the meantime, and Mavi finds the last pick. It's another game for Global Esports. You wanted a 30-pointer and you've got it.
Global Esports, the kind of game that they've had right off the bat, the flight path not favoring them, making a rotation, Slug gets caught in the crosshairs, still end up going all the way down up towards Savoni and the zone. Even though it was far away from GE initially, got closer and closer to them. That the nade parade, the utilities that we saw, the control of trigger discipline that we saw coming in from GE, combining it all together, the three-man army have gotten an incredible chicken dinner right here for this. Fans are definitely going to be super duper happy. iFlex Madrex, the final player surviving, he had nowhere to go. We saw while the fight between Revenant was going on, Ninja Boy, all by his lonesome from the side of Global Esports, was reigning in death in Supreme in terms of the utility usage against the final player of iFlex Madrex. But boy, oh boy, Global Esports annihilating play right here from this team. Nothing taken away from Revenant as they walk away, I believe, with 8 finishes of their own as well. But a kudos, valiant effort to where it mattered the most, where iFlex, they held on strong. Team Forever, they made a rotation to get into the zone, but again, the compound could not help them out for long.
It was just a scrappy fight out there because Gujarat Tigers, I was hoping that they might slam into the compound of Gujarat Tigers, which would give opening to iFlex, but that is not what happened. Gujarat Tigers decided to slam onto the compounds of Team Forever, which gave an opportunity to Revenant to try and go in for a third party. And iFlex, since there was nothing to distract the members of Global Esports, they were directly into their crossfire and were eventually taken down one after the other. But again, another solid positioning coming in from GE. And I can't stop to fathom over the fact how this circle was every single time being made on them. It just seemed like the game wanted them to come out on top. But again, it was not, if I'm not wrong, till stage 4 that GE took that compound. So I would still say a very good decision, and Erangel coming in from Mavi, and also an insane firepower in the hands of Beast as well as Ninja Boy.
See, the biggest hurdle in that was where we saw Ninja Boy was dropped down. And GE decided that we want that player to survive. Had they not decided right there and then, this chicken dinner probably could not have been theirs. With a 2-man squad to be able to get into that compound, to hold on strong against, of course, 12 teams is what was left with 48 or something players. Then we moved on with stage number 4. So a lot of chaotic mess that Global Esports just completely were able to nullify thanks to the third man standing, Ninja Boy. But this moment right here where Blind Esports, they took on the players of IQ Soul and were able to absolutely hunker them down. But in just a matter of seconds, I would say, as Blind Esports got that fight and won it, it was RGE jumping on to them.
The few scrappy fights being taken left and right, and I mean the few interesting points of this entire game was one wherein Soul was going in for a nasty chase onto the members of 4Shot, which were taken down eventually by the members of Gujarat Tigers. But yes, this push down by Revenant as well onto the members of FS. It was also a very solid one. Revenant found some perfect timings to go in for the third party, but this one decision from God's Reign to try and get that one finish, or at least just a few finish, that wasn't the good one. They knew iFlex were also close by.
That was just being too hungry, and that in turn resulted in them not being in the bestest of positions. But now this is where we see the 3 players. I mean, GE, I don't know if those of you who saw it on the top left hand side, the final player Suck, he had nothing, of course, because he was dropped down in the initial moments of the game itself. And then after that, the 3-man squad of Global Esports walk away with so many finishes. On top of that, they walk away with the chicken dinner as well. Oof, boy. When it comes to that LAN finale, the teams that are going to qualify, they best be prepared, because Global Esports and their Savoni, you do not want to go around there.
I mean, that's the thing about Global Esports, because at the end of the day, you always tend to notice whenever this team is in the starting few days of the tournament or any season or any league, it's not that great. But towards the end, they always come out on top. And the MVP is going to be none other than the man, the myth, the legend, yet again, Beast. The young player out there who's got a ton of experience, first with 8-bit, now with Global Esports, and he has been performing so violently and so good. 6 finishes for themselves, and that's 42% contribution. You can already think that maybe his team had somewhere around exact 15 finishes. But
Exactly.
it's
It
just
seems-
a great performance.
Oh, wow. That is all that one can say for Global Esports. GE, the domination continues. Maui, the man, just completely utilizes information and opportunity to the best of his possibility. And, well, you know what? The result is in front of us. There's nothing that I can say on top of that. At the same point in time, one other team to bring up is going to be GT. Now, Gujarat Tigers, a wonderful ton of events for the side of this team as well. The entirety of the 4-week affair that we're part of, actually, because Gujarat Tigers, they've had some really tough days as well. Still, going up against the lobby, pushing themselves in the top 8 is not an easy clutch, but that's what GT has done.
I'm going to agree with you on all of those points out there because, yes, it has been pretty difficult, and this team had been in one of my predictions as well that they might be able to top the charts. They were not able to top it, but even after that, were able to quickly showcase how strong they are by continuously retaining those spots in the top 16. And at the same time, I also feel, again, the way Mavi and his team has matured during the entire season, that is so very beautiful to watch. Because early on, we were seeing there were some problems, even in the calls, but right now, it just seems so perfect. Well-oiled machine being brought in perfectly, and these match rankings show the exact same thing. Just 1 point short of the 30-pointer, 14 finishes, but with a 3-man squad, that is a massive feat to achieve.
Absolutely incredible feat to achieve, like you mentioned as well, mate, where Global Esports with a chicken dinner in the bag in the final game that they had to play on day number 2 is looking real good. As I was mentioning earlier as well, for Gujarat Tigers, sitting on that 4th position with 15 points accumulated, a kudos play and effort being showcased right there for GT. For Team Forever, where it mattered the most, they have delivered and find themselves on that 5th position with 13 points, which I believe should actually, after the upcoming 3 games, still maybe keep Team Forever in the top 16. We shall see what the overall rankings say. But IQ Soul, I mean, they're here for fun. That's what you can clearly see. As soon as they jump onto the pole position, they're like, all right, boys, you know what? We're here. We've dominated. Now let's have some fun.
It's just mind-blowing to see them all on the back of just 7 finishes early on that they were able to grab.
Yes.
Staying put in that 6th place, just above Team Godlike, who are 1 point away from them. And then just below them, with a couple of points away, God's Reign. Yet again, not having the best of the best games. Blind as well, they were taken out way too early on with a third party that came in from Reckoning. And only because it was Soul who got 3 of their members out. But Blind eventually won that fight, and on the other side, 4th shot, Alibaba Raiders, AUTOBOTZ, not the best performance. And now I personally feel that their chances of making it to the top 16 are not just slim, but almost over. Maybe just a small ray of hope that I feel. Maybe a few 30-point games, at least 2 of them tomorrow could help them. But that's just me being overly optimistic. I'll be brutally honest. It becomes way too difficult to pull out a 30-point game, let alone 2 of them straight up.
Absolutely. It's not just slim, it's way too grim actually when it comes to the possibility. True. But that's the fact of it. That is the fact of it that only 16 teams of the 32 lot are going to qualify. So there will be a few names that will already be dropped down to that list where there's no way that they're going to be able to make it. And of course, with Group A having already completed their games, Group C having already completed their games, there are a few in this lot that are looking with a tough luck. Though, in those tough luck teams, I really do want to point out Crore Esports for the commendable approach and effort that they've showcased, especially in this final week, week number 4. Tomorrow is another final day, so it's not that it's all grim and dusted. Tomorrow is another day where they can iron it out, try and play up to the style that they've now gotten back to, which is working perfectly for 4-Shot Esports. But again, enough of the down conversation, because now we're going to be moving away from the top three, these teams that have played the first 3 games, and now move on to the upcoming 3 games where the groups themselves are going to be changing. And with that change, as you were mentioning, we have a lot of teams to look forward to. We've got the likes of Chemin Esports, Carnival Gaming, but all of that we shall discuss more and more later, as right now we've got the overall ranking on our screens, and look at that. On the first page itself, Ike Soul Global Esports, they're looking very good with the second chicken dinner in the bag. Global Esports sitting on that second position, but what a play. Entity Gaming on the third with 1 chicken dinner, and they are yet to play the upcoming 3 games. Chemin Esports, another wonderful team with 2 chicken dinners with yet 3 more games to play. They are sitting on the 4th position. So if history is to repeat itself, Chemin and Entity, they are going to be jumping above the teams above them.
Definitely be possible, but on the other side, in the second page, we're going to have God's Reign retaining the spot at 9th and Gujarat Tigers on 10th, followed by Team Forever, 12th on Godlike, and then it's Alibaba Raiders with just 1 extra point have now overtaken Orangutan. But there's the thing, Orangutan, Carnival Gaming, both of them are yet to play their end of 3 games, just as you previously mentioned. Reckoning still being on the 16th spot with 230 points, equaling Carnival Gaming. They're bound to be overtaken now after the commencement of map of Sanhok, until and unless, of course, all the teams below them are just taken down early on without even a single point, and we all know that's not going to happen.
True.
So it's going to be tough for them. But the last day, with the last 3 matches that they've got left, they've got to bring out everything they have in the arsenal. There is no room for any kind of strategies being saved for the LAN. It is now or never for them. And I'm going to repeat the exact same thing tomorrow as well. Because on this page, now we've got Big Brothers Esports just 12 points away from the top 16. Genex FM Esports as well make it 14 points away. And they've yet to play all of their games. FS, they had a very solid run. I'll be very honest about it. But they just fell short in that last game. Otherwise, the gap would have been even smaller. Maybe just a few extra points and they would have been even further ahead.
Again, though, I mean, FS Esports, they will have tomorrow to raid in Supreme as well, and hopefully be able to capitalize on the opportunity. Because right now, what they need to worry about is the other teams below them not playing too well. Now, in all of this, when it comes to this 4th and final page, as I was mentioning earlier as well, 4-Shot Esports, the tough climb that they've been part of yesterday and today has really done wonders for them, but they've just missed out on the train, and that in turn gives them the 27th position. And that itself is going to be changing, because if you look on to the teams below on the 29th, 30th, 31st and 32nd position, they are going to be playing their upcoming games. So that will definitely imply that 4-Shot Esports as well as Wingod Esports, they're probably dropping down from their respective position.
That is indeed true, but what they wanted was to end up at least on page number 3 today. But I would still say there's hope for Team X-Park, OR Esports. They are somewhere around 30 to 40 points shy. But there's a possibility. If they have some good games today, maybe a chicken dinner followed by a couple of games with 10 points each, they should be able to enter in the top 16. It's going to be risky, but I think so the cutoff itself for today is going to increase from 230 to somewhere around 240. And there's also the desk of the Hindi casting, which are discussing the exact same thing. Some pretty good people out there to check them out too. But at the same time, yes, it is going to be pretty difficult for them, but I am looking forward, because again, now we're going to have Chemin play in front of us. Orangutan, Hydra, Carnival Gaming, as you also mentioned, middle, a team that's still looking to at least end things on a good note. Team X-Park looking for their own footing. It's going to be difficult, but they've got to do it now.
They have to do it. There's no... there's nothing else that they can be a part of apart from just getting it done. Simple as that. At the same point in time, my eyes are definitely going to be rooted towards Carnival Gaming as to what kind of a play are they going to be making. they have been caught out yesterday again and again, thanks
That's
to,
true.
I guess, their rivals now, we can call them IQ Soul. But today, one wonderful thing for CG is going to be their so-called rivals are not going to be playing. And so that will create an opening for CG Carnival Gaming to be able to capitalize upon the opportunity and solidify themselves. At the same time, 264 or something were the points that Team Forever have been able to accumulate. Now they're sitting on the 11th, 12th position. So the teams below them, they've got a 30-point difference that is keeping Team Forever secure. I wonder if that is going to get shifted today. The 30-point difference, is that going to get overcome today? Because if that happens, then tomorrow's games are going to be brutal. There's no question about it. In fact, tomorrow's day is going to be brutal. In that conversation, I did not want to bring up teams like Reckoning Esports because, well, let's face it, they're sitting on that 16th position. They are dropping down. There's no question about it. But we'll come back to that tomorrow when there will be a chance for them to rise up again.
Yeah, again, that's going to be their last opportunity, the last 3 games. And it's pretty difficult to build the momentum in those 3 games. You just have to jump in the game and you have to start killing it. No matter what, you have to start finishing people off. That's what you need to do. Because, again, hey, you don't have that leeway of 6 games wherein you can try and build something up for the first 2 and then slowly and steadily increase it even further. Or if in case you do not have some good 2 games, you've got at least 4 more wherein you can change things up. No, that is not how you are being able to do things. You only have 3 games. All of them are sprint. You either perform or you don't perform. You mess up in 2 of those games. In the third one, you can just potentially try and get some redemption points for yourself. And that is what has been happening for the teams who were down bottom in that leaderboard. But yet again, on the other side now that of the spectrum that we'll see, it's still OR who've got that possibility of around a 33-point game to try and bring them up in the top 16 or at least close to them, maybe on page number 3. We're talking about Big Brothers Esports as well, Team Together Esports, Entity Gaming. Entity have been like just the champions. They'll probably end up being on the top spot either ways. But all the other teams, these are the last 3 games that you can attempt to close that gap. After this, there would be no coming back. It's either a chicken dinner or it's absolutely nothing.
True. Now in that, I'm reminded of what Necro was talking about in week 3's cast, where we had another team that is going to be in very close contestation. As you mentioned, OR, I want to bring up X-Pac because they're just right next to each other in that overall ranking. So if OR has that opportunity, so does X-Pac. X-Pac, the only thing that, like I was saying, I was reminded of from Necro's cast was, for X-Pac, they have an aggressive lineup. The only thing they end up missing on is that aggressive streak combined with the outcome of the fights itself. If that in week number 4 works out for X-Pac, then perhaps the number of points, because aggressiveness is going to be the first and foremost play if you want to move away from that 4th page. If that works out for them, then no question about it, no wonder about it that they are going to be getting closer and closer to the top 16. If that does not or is not showcased in the first game itself on the map of Sanhok, then it is trouble brewing for them and their dreams to be in the top 16.
Now here's the thing, right? I'll be honest. Yes, it's pretty difficult run for them, but Team X-Pac, they've got to work like a machine. They are working on their individual mechanics. As a team, they are facing some troubles in their rotations.
True, very true.
They are facing the troubles in the timing of their entry in the circle, let alone the positioning. They have shown that yes, they can take those chickens, not just once, couple of times, but even after that, it's consistency that you need. It's not just the chicken dinners. It's performance in almost every single game. If not always in the top 3, at least in the top 5 or at least in the top 8 with few extra finish points to make you reach at that 10-point threshold. That is something that has been missing from both X-Pac as well as OR. So they both got to work onto this.
They do. They certainly, most certainly do. In fact, another fearful thought that while you were mentioning about consistency that was brought on to me was that, we're kind of giving casters a bad rep right now in this tournament, or the tournament is giving us, the analysts, a bad rep because we talk about consistency. And from the start, I have mentioned Carnival Gaming being that one team that is always consistent. They're never in the limelight, but they're always sneakily getting those points for themselves. They are never in the limelight, but always do so. This time around, in the previous day itself, we noticed that, that kind of playstyle is also not going to work. You need to change that. And that change was brought in from another team with the same approach called Chemin Esports, who again try and stay away from the limelight, bring in that consistently. But as soon as they are pushed in a corner, Chemin Esports, they burst out like a lion with flames, and that in turn provides them with the aggressiveness that they need to be able to get those points and still maintain that secure consistency. If not in placements, then definitely with finish points. But yeah, this tournament, it has turned into quite an eye-opener for what 2024 has in store for all of us, because as we've seen some absolutely ludicrous strats being applied from the likes of IQ Souls Ronnie, we've seen some absolutely incredibly synergistic plays being made from these teams to be able to compete. And when you're talking about getting into a cutout of 260 points, that is not an easy climb. 260 points in a 4-week-long affair in a tournament where you're only playing 3 games per day.
True.
Enough said.
I mean, there's also this thing about, you mentioned Chemin, right? I would like to call them the cats of this entire group, or not just this group, of the entire leaderboard. Now, hear me out, hear my thought out. So what they normally do is that they always stay away from fight. Just as you said, stay away from limelight. We have seen their playstyle in the earlier few weeks. Stay in one corner of the map, tank the first 2 blue, and then go inside the circle when it's the third one about to hit it. So they're basically attacking the first 3. And once they go there, they try to identify some open ground which no one has occupied, and they insert themselves in that way, or at least try to get some good third party on time. And they always have at least one person in the back lines. If things go southwards, they've got that one person with a heal strat. And on the back of it, they were also literally topping the leaderboard at one point. Now, yes, they've kind of dropped down, but so what? They're still in top 16, not facing any problem. And they are also stepping up aggressively to take those fights. Just as you mentioned, pouncing on their opponents once they're pushed in the corner. And that's what a cat does. You push it to a corner and then it will strike back. That is exactly what Chemin Esports is doing, and it is working out for them. So yes, I will agree with you on 100% note that that's what Carnival needs to do. But at the same time, 8-bit, a team that we have been talking about so very less, it showed some signs in week 3, but again, it just seemed to have vanished on day 1 of week 4.
It has. It definitely has, and that is definitely not a good lookout for 8-bit, of course. And as you were just mentioning this, right, that when it comes to the upcoming teams that are going to be playing, upcoming groups rather, that are going to be playing, of course, we mentioned about Carnival Gaming. Again, the biggest factor of the upcoming groups itself is there are so many teams in here who, when it all started off, like for example, Team Prince for that matter, it was looking like, okay, there is a possibility, there might just be a chance. Hasn't worked out. Team Zero, they have been ironing it out. They've been trying to figure out the best way, the best strats, changes if at all required. Hasn't worked out. In all of this, then you can definitely bring up names like 8-bit, OR Esports, even for that matter, OG, X-Pac. With big names, there comes a big Herculean trouble of being able to maintain that big name. And that is somewhere along the line that I think is being faced very harshly to these players, where they try, but it's just not working. What needs to change in this week number 4? Hopefully the zones are safe enough for them. That's what I think. Never mind the strategies, never mind their opponents, never mind their plays, never mind the rotations. Hopefully the zones are okay for them. That's all that I would like to call upon BGMI gods for.
You know what, for 8-bit, I would like to mention a specific point, because we've seen this team, and every other fight that they were taking previously in prior in week 1, week 2, they just seemed to be so disconnected. They were disoriented. They were trying to go for their individual plays. Yet again, I mentioned about these points for all the other teams, because these are the main issues that teams need to fix. They were playing kind of individually. There were situations when they were trying to slam onto other team, and then there was just some confusion in that decision making, wherein they would eventually end up in a situation where only one person is left and they're trying to make their exit. And this has not happened just once, maybe a couple of times, maybe more. Even Juicy, while we were interviewing him, he mentioned that during those last circles, there's just so many teams alive, so many players alive, that it becomes difficult to figure out the best spot because you are always getting fired from multiple directions. So getting themselves inserted in the perfect zone is going to be the key. But we are going to quickly look ourselves into the map, as it's going to be off the one of Sanhok, and it's Group B and D up against each other. And we'll be seeing a pretty centric-oriented plane path heading towards Camp Bravo. And so everyone's just going to be able to drop at every other location.
Oh, absolutely. When it comes to the map of Sanhok, you know that it's a small and, well, again, a sweaty map, of course. At the same point in time, it is pretty easy to be able to, of course, roam across from one tangent all the way to the other because of how small 4x4 tile map the entirety of this Sanhok is. At the same time now, when it comes to the early skirmishes, 8-bit going down south with a very fanned out approach, and okay, they might be going down south, but the zone is going to be taken an upward curve and shift towards the north, with almost 30% of it being out in the water. So this is an interesting landmass that the zone has dictated the fights to be on. Again, whereas the early skirmish will be brought on from.
I don't think so. We're going to see any major early skirmishes because Orangutan and Gujarat Tigers not in the same group. Boot camp's going to be free for OG, while on towards the other side, we're going to see 8-bit in a rotation of a 2 and 2, a couple of splits, or you can just say it a 1, 1 and 2, because Ronak and Mighty are also pretty far apart from each other. Down south towards Samhi, we are seeing TWM as well as Team Together Esports. So that's where your contest might be coming in. But on towards the other side, on the other parts of the map, we're seeing in the Paradise Resort, Middle as well as SkullTz, both the teams who really want to try and get that momentum going. So this first fight is going to be super crucial for them. And as soon as I say that, Paradox finds the first pick onto Arto. Paradox is in a massive off angle and he actually doubles it up as well. And this seems to be the opening Medal we're looking for. But Bijlu, with his own off angle, could potentially pose a massive threat to the members of Medal, specifically Encore. As he hears quite a ton of footsteps out there. DBS is in hands of a couple of players. Paradox now out in the open with that high ground is also trying to find something else. Maybe one more pick. Maybe this nade could do the trick. He sees Beast out in the open. As over to the rooftop as well. Bijlu jumps down, quickly gets one. And that is what SkullTz wanted. Get the flush confirmation as well, but he's got to double it up. Right up in front of him. A couple of players from middle. He gets one more. But a quick trade coming in from Sayyam. Shuts him down. He's going to get that rival in on point. Flush is not yet confirmed. So SkullTz still have the opportunity. Bijlu will be flushed out nonetheless. Chemin as well coming in from the outskirts after hearing all the commotion. We're mentioning about Chemin that this is a team that loves to play slow, but now they've decided to change the gears. They want to go in fast. They want to hit quickly for those third parties. Both the teams have disengaged, so it's going to be a 4v3v3 variation, and the Paradise control has been given up. Chemin is stealing it away from middle as well, slowly and steadily. Paradox in a massive off angle. Sayyam and Core almost close. Could potentially try and create a crossfire in a specific room. But Chemin should be able to expect it. The question is, how many utilities do they have? Only a couple of players lost, one by middle, one by SkullTz. Sayyam is now cooking up a nade. Chemin, all of them are close by each other, so if this nade kind of falls somewhere near them, it's going to be problematic. Down towards Samhi as well. Team Together Esports are opening things up by finishing off QLMAO. Krunal following it up with the M762 in his hands. A deadly gun if you connect all those shots.
Oh, but the stalemate.
Yes, in a stalemate situation.
That is definitely not what we wanted to see. And I blame Chemin for that. We were having such a good start to the fight. And Chemin jump in and they're like, nah boys, we're here.
We're here for the peace treaty.
They definitely are. That in turn has put SkullTz and Medal in a bit of a disarray that has put a lull to the fight, but that's okay. As there's another
Lull?
set of teams that are, of course, as you mentioned, TTE against TWM.
Lamau has already taken his exit from the lobby, getting finished off. I loved the way this man uses his nades. So unfortunately, we're not going to see that as of now. But Payu, in a little bit of an off angle, you could say, still up, trying to gather the information. A couple of shots were fired on the members of Team Together Esports. Payu is conveying everything that he's seeing, or at least hearing, to his teammates. It's the kind of spread a little bit wide on towards the other side as well. Entity are taking that fight against the members of 8-bit. Now we're going to see the entry coming in. The room door was open. AK in the hands. Payu. Oh my god, he's been deleted. That was Ace, if I'm not wrong. Krunal was able to finish him off. With the M762 in his hands, now changes it up to UMP. Good weapon. Close and personal, he wants to go in. Krunal can hear those footsteps, or at least the commotion. Wants to try and triple it up as well. DBS within the hands of those couple of players out there. TWM Sam jumps down. They're trying to find the last remaining players. They want to try and find those openings. A couple of shots being fired, but Sam has got to hit that reload. 14 bullets in the mag now. Goes in for a quick nade. Ninja was able to find another one.
Oh, wonderful.
That's brilliant.
Finally, at least one sign of revival piece of it from side of TWM. That fight was so lackluster that they were part of course. Ninja is in a really good position right there with the DBS in his hand. But at the same time, I mean, TDE, they played it together, and that in turn sweated them. And look at that. I mean, the communication being key critical element of that fight is how Team Together Esports have nailed the perfect finish and start to this game. And as we move on back again to the lull, towards Paradise Resort, where now we've got another team that has jumped in close. That is going to be Team Hydra. So a 4-man affair from Hydra against a 4-man squad of Chemin Esports against a 2-1 split from Medal. Chemin Esports, they are holding it steady. They do not want to be moving about. They do not want to be making any noise whatsoever at all. And in the back lines, we've got the players of CG. Now, if we look at this, CG, Hydra, Chemin. They're still kind of looking okay. All right, Hydra needs points, that's for sure. They need to have the best outing in that fight. But all the others, they're wasting time. They're just waiting and wasting time. They're like, all right, we've made the entrance. We made an entry. We've got our attendance booked for the map of Sanhok. Now we shall wait. And the zone, they don't really have to worry about a lot as well. But on the other front, the fight that we were just part of prior to Paradise Resort, it is going to be now taken on in control by the players of Entity as they push on ahead to take on the surprise to the face of Team Together Forever. Team Together Esports.
Team Together Esports again. Yes, they were together, but not forever, because they have been picked apart one after the other.
Ouch.
I ended up rhyming that. That wasn't intentional.
That was beautifully done. That was beautifully done. Go ahead.
Yeah, that was intentional. We're going to see Entity now slowly creeping ahead, moving forward. They are only trying to find that one last man standing. They had a couple of frags taken down for the members of 8-bits. They were there to punish them. But now they want to try and take that fight to this team. Team Prince as well, slowly creeping ahead. The members of OR, they are already a step ahead, but they've got a lot more to do. This team on Vikendi was unstoppable, but even on the map of Sanhok, we saw some amazing plays from Team Prince. They'll be ending things off on the map of Erangel, and we're always hoping for a nasty play, or at least a massive play from this side. On the other side, though, OR again looking for their form, struggling a lot. Zap, Pro, Admin, all three of them remaining. Prince now wants to quickly rush things up onto Zap. He's got a Molotov in hand.
Prince, he's getting close. He's getting up and close and personal right there against OR Zap. At the same time now, Savitar from the back angle as well is drawn in. Some blood. Uh-oh. It is third-party action going in from the side of JetXFM onto the players of Prince itself. where Prince, it seemed like, had a perfect flank angle along with Savitar, but Savitar himself was being the led upon from the side of Gen XFM, which creates an opening for OR Esports. Now, in all of that chaos, we've missed out on the lull moment from Paradise Resort as Chemin have been eliminated. On the other front, as we talk about OR Esports' play right here, they seem to be the ones reigning in supreme against the players of Team Prince, where one by one, Team Prince, along with the third party coming in from the side of Gen XFM, have given a sigh of relief for the players of OR, and this nade could very well dictate, hey, hold on Paradise Resort, I'm really questioning, was it Metal Esports who seemed to have eliminated the 4-man squad of not only Chemin but Hydra as well, or was it CG?
Firstly, Chemin were taken down by the members of Hydra. I did saw 4 frags onto their hand and a couple of picks in the finish speed. But at the same time now, Middle found perfect timing for the third part to grab a couple of finishes for themselves too. So Hydra are not out there from unscathed. I wanted to mention previously how Paradise is actually a very good place for Hydra to go move forward and basically change their gears, get aggressive. Even yesterday, they saw how quickly they can take that space away from their opponents and finish all of them off. And this is not the first time that they've done it. But yes, indeed, this time around, they had a little too extra players to deal from, which is causing them some problems. And that is exactly what Team Prince are also now facing. Zap with the DBS in hand. One shot, if it connects, J7 will be taken down. If not, then AJ will be the one who will prevail. We've seen multiple times Team Prince in the action. They've already lost a couple of players thanks to the invasion of Gen XFM out there. But DBS for AJ himself. He can try and find one. But look at the patience. Pro was taken down. Proactive play from J7. But as soon as he does that, AJ has been finished off. And flushed up as well. All down to Zap. Door being opened up. Jackson! That was pretty awkward place to be at, and Zap ends things up with a 3k for himself.
Stage 2, and we're down to 12 teams remaining with 40 players in total. Gen XFM, they've been part of this third party for a long time, and they are still waiting on for that opportunity because they know there are teams in this compound, and namely OR Esports are the ones that Gen XFM are going to be waiting for. At the same time, when it comes to the zone, looking at the zone, it is looking very comfortable for all of these teams as of now. What we need to see is who will create the first blood affair between these two teams. A 3v4 affair between OR against Gen XFM. And as far as the zone itself is concerned, we were talking about it. Apart from Entity, all the other teams are looking secure. And now Entity making a late rotation as we get closer and closer to stage 3.
Brutally honest, the only 2 teams who I personally see might be contesting for the chicken now should potentially be Big Brothers Esports. I was about to say something, but then the zone just decided, you know what? I'm going to go on top towards Cow. But yes, we're going to see Entity. You know what? They don't even seem to be coming in the map right now. They are all out in the blue, slowly making their rotation directly from the southeastern front. Down south of Camp Bravo. They'll be going very long way, following the angle of Mongnai and ending up at Cow, where 8-bits players are going. So the inevitable skirmish they had early on will now be coming to bite them back. But Orangutan, closely followed up by Team Zero, should be getting a few flushes in towards Paradise if the fight breaks out between Carnival and Middle.
Now once again, when all that chaos ensued between the players of Chemin and Hydra, CG stayed quiet. They were around in the vicinity of Paradise Resort, but they still decided to stay quiet. And that staying quiet attitude needs to change, especially in week 4 from the side of CG. That is what we were mentioning earlier as well. And a minute ago, you were talking about how Team Zero should be the ones who should maybe take a dip in the water. Yes, they will, because OG have not been pounced on upon, but they are the ones pouncing on to the rotating team of Team Zero. Now that is a well-oiled machine. That is what OG are doing. And as this action continues, all the 4 players of Team Zero who were just easily, patiently rotating around have now been stopped in their tracks as Drigger, a perfect spray from his side, is going to be dropping down Shadow, it seems, from the side of Team Zero as well. A point going to be confirmed. The first point being confirmed for Orangutan, and a second one coming in favor as well.
My God, such
Oh
a
my,
clean
my.
water. You can't hide inside of it. 3 flushes. AK, Trigger, Ash, all of them opening up. My man, Visjot, the only one remaining. I feel sad for him, but also for the members of Team Zero because it's Dark Lord, the last man standing. We've seen a phenomenal performance from this guy on the back of his, I believe, 7K or maybe 9K. Team Zero had a good game. But on the other side, though, oh my God, no way. Orangutan, you've got to be trolling us right now. You've got to be trolling. No way you are running out in the open on a scooter. I mean, I love that. I love that vehicle. And that's the only reason why I end up playing Sanhok. But no way. Come on. They're trolling, man. They're just having fun. They're trolling us.
That is what these players need to do again from time to time, to have some fun in the game. And with that, the late rotating team of Entity have found another team rotating right next to them. That's going to be Gen X FM. Gen X FM, a team that were patiently waiting to bring in a third party, have this time around been spotted down their tracks. There's going to be Spider-Jord, but never mind Spider-Jord, as eventually it is Entity who seem to have been called off from that fight. The final player to put a nail in the coffin. One from OR, another one that was from Gen X FM. Alpha Arc, who was that? I do not know, but that player that you can see far away from Gen X FM is the man of the hour right now. For he was the one who retained the position for Gen X FM, and also at the same point of time, like I said, OR coming in all the way from back, stopping Entity in their tracks. But now we'll have to see, with the 9 teams that are remaining, what sort of an opening are OR going to be able to find?
Oh, we'll be probably talking about that later, because Team X Park were able to get a quick flush onto Ash and Trigger as well. Down in the open, on his knees. Should be getting back up, maybe, potentially. Dreams is just trying to find where he was. He's finally seen him. He'll be getting that flush. Oh wait, no. He's just trying to find the rest of his team, potentially. But he'll be running off from this place. I was about to mention that the lack of vehicles for Orangutan is going to be their problem, because the zone just shifted way too far away from them, and X-Park was in the vicinity, while also we saw Dark Lord on their 6. So X-Park finding a good opportunity to pounce onto them, taking Orangutan down. This is not exactly the start we wanted to see for OG, but all the X-Park fans are going to be pretty happy. Maybe not, as AK finding a few shots, and look at SkullTz. They were so quiet waiting. Ninja Jord has been taken down. The Stray God will be moving in maybe, but some shots being fired from the DBS will get him down, at least in the HP. And that's going to be the flash coming in from Arto as well. Sarang, the only man remaining for X-Park. Lack of information, and this is what has happened.
This is trouble. This is definite trouble for X-Park. Here we were talking about how we need to be able to see the players of X-Park being able to move on ahead. Hey, but that Molotov definitely seems to have done its trick, as Lucifer was dropped down as well. The final player, Sarang, he is trying, but not before Carnival Gaming jump into action. Finally, Goblin, the player from CG, taking down the final player from X-Park, and that will be all that X-Park could sing. But Carnival Gaming have troubles of their own, it seems like, because it's going to be SkullTz players in that same exact compound that CG have jumped on in. Somehow, a lot of noise being made from SkullTz has not really resulted in doing much, but one nade from Akshat is all that was needed, and just like that, Carnival Gaming have jumped into action with 6 finished points, 6 teams remaining. SkullTz getting eliminated on the 7th with 4. This is quite a sensational Sanhok, if I can say so myself. All of these teams, they are ironing it out. And while they iron it out, they are being pushed to the extremes to be careful of those flank angles, but also convert every single opportunity that you get into points, those finish points. And that is what CG has done gracefully. That is what Entity were part of. That is what OR were doing. And now it is the chance for Team 8-Bit. But what is the zone playing at?
You know what? It just feels that the zone is kind of trolling, but so are the members of 8-Bit. Both of them in the same vehicle. Not just both, all of them in the same vehicle. Pro was just able to get those amazing flushes. Oh my God. And with the blink of an eye, it's stage 5. And this is the first time, Blotter, that we are seeing only 5 teams in the stage 5 circle.
Absolutely.
Of which only Carnival and Big Brothers have got 4
Yep.
players standing.
Yep. Now that is lovely to be able to see. For CG, they've got half a compound to work with. And a fanned out approach from the side of that team from South. On the other front for OR, the momentum has been absolutely ludicrous with 3 players remaining from their side. OR has been able to accumulate 8 finish points. On our screens, we can see Big Brothers. Players slowly trying to get all 4 of
OG?
those.
Look at the position of OG coming in.
Sunlit.
Yes, Big Brothers are trying to get their members up, but AKOP's Nate has to say the otherwise. Sarvit, as soon as he was brought up, was taken down. Uzumaki as well. He's so very low in that HP. Safe has now noted the position of AK. So one nade and he's going to be flushed out. Throws out a molly to try and get one. Oh my goodness, that nade does so much damage. He's got to patch himself back up. Circle pretty close to them. I would say, I would agree on that fact, but still they've got to go for a decent amount of way. And Big Brothers are the ones who are stopping their way. And it's every single time we've seen Big Brothers out in the action over the skirmishes and over the edge. That basically takes them down, and AK this time is trying to go in for that push. Will be taken down as well. Orangutan are just losing their members.
This is not what OG wanted. At the same time, Big Brothers, they've made a lot of noise, and now in front of them are going to be the players of OR as OR come into this action. Pro Admino all together against the players of Big Brothers. OR are going to be that much more closer to the zone, the 2-man army on the other front for Big Brothers. The final player from OG from the backlines is going to try and reign in supreme. There's God. He's got 4 first aids. He's going to try and just survive it out as long as he can. But before he does, he wants to be able to secure a few more finish points. He does so gracefully as well. With another finish point secured, he's going to be able to get another first aid popped. And that will be the end of God's song in this Sanhok. Because it seems that the final player is going to run out of first aid kits. Now, CG against OR's 2-man army. Admino and Pro. They don't have a lot of cover to work with. Omega has already pushed on quite ahead. And with the nades and utilities being brought on from the side of Omega, this is tough luck for OR. But the best part that I can now see is that OR actually have a lot of information based on the height that they're on, but that's not going to be able to do much because Goblin with the DBS in his hand is going to be able to just completely annihilate the competition. And in doing so, the players of CG, Carnival Gaming, jump into action when it was required the most. As we were talking about in the pre-game segment, CG need to deliver. And they have done so wonderfully in style and gotten themselves an incredible chicken dinner. Winner chicken dinner in the back for CG. The one team that they were not happy to play against perhaps was IQ Soul this time around. They're nowhere to be seen in the lobby. And that is what CG has to offer.
I'll be honest, I think so. It's OR who got the chicken because I saw a couple of finishes
No
by
way.
Pro. I think so.
No way.
So. I'm not 100% sure, but in the finish feed I saw a few picks from OR Pro. Goblin with the shots was absolutely brilliant because I did not anticipate him to be jumping out of a vehicle that was going that fast. But he was still able to take down the members of OR. Now, that's something that, again, this is the kind of potential very well mentioned that Carnival Gaming has, and we don't usually see them perform up to it. I love whenever Omega brings out the calls to take the fights. That is the way I love to see Carnival Gaming play. This roster has got absolutely insane firepower. But on the other side,
You know what, mate?
this time,
Just
the
like
way
you are talking about how, my apologies to cut you off, just like you are uncertain, or well, I am uncertain as to who got the chicken dinner. It seems that the game is uncertain as to who to give the chicken dinner to, because winner chicken dinner definitely is something that is on our screens, but who does it get be? Oh,
I'm just gonna say,
Please tell us.
I'm gonna place my bets on
What?
OR. I'm gonna place my
Dude.
bets on OR.
It was a 3v2 affair. It was okay. Well, you know, however it plays out, I am definitely happy for CG as well as OR. That's how I'm going to leave it at. A clean slate is where I'm going to leave the conversation at. Wow.
That is indeed true. But again, at the same time, the way it all panned out, the way Carnival Gaming went in for their rush, that's something that we really love to see. But not just
yes.
that, it was also the way OR was playing this game. If I'm not wrong, they had 8 finishes in their hands. They were doing absolutely insane job at this point, because we never saw OR being this aggressive. This time around, they were super aggressive.
Absolutely, and that is something that will definitely help out in terms of OR, and their the play style will help them out because of the momentum that we've asked from them to be started off with an aggressive stance. That is what they did. At the same time, we had 2 teams who were right next to each other on that 4th page. OR followed by Xpark. Xpark couldn't really deliver much, but OR did so, and they're going to be jumping up ahead. And of course, along with that 12 placement points or 15 placement points, along with the 8-9 finish points that they got, this is going to be a big jump from OR, and I'm sure the fans are going to be happy for that.
Yes, that is true. And I've just rechecked by every single pause on the footage. It is Carnival Gaming that got the chicken for themselves.
Oh my.
I was wrong. I guess, I was the one who lost the bet. But yes, a great game from them. And the fact that they had all 4 players standing on their feet.
Right.
That is a great feat to achieve yet again. But on the other side, now since we're already talking about how Carnival Gaming has performed, I want to bring the light to the way OG was playing in this game. And I feel so very unfortunate for them that they were not able to get inside the circle perfectly on time, because they were flanked. Firstly, they had to take care of Team 0, and then the zone moved away from them, wherein Team Xpark, they just pounced onto them after getting a pick on Ash, and they just followed it up with even more by taking Trigger down, and they moved forward in the circle. And they themselves were taken down by the members of SkullTz. They had absolutely no idea SkullTz were in that compound. And let me tell you this, after SkullTz retreated from that first fight, they have been in that compound forever, since the starting game.
Wow, what a game. What a sensational game. Have to admit, this is what we were missing. The action, the entertainment, the chaos. This is what was missing, and that is what these teams have delivered. And with that, with the highlights on our screens, the third party that Genix FM brought in right here, well, they did so perfectly well. But again, after a few minutes, we did see Genix FM themselves getting third party.
Third party is something all the teams, they kind of hate to see, but we could say the same thing for Team 0. Pretty unfortunate for them that Orangutan turned around at the exact moment. Kamla Boy was able to find one of the players of Genix FM during the rotation, but then the way Genix FM turned the tides onto the members of Team Entity, that was again a phenomenal performance from their side themselves. Carnival Gaming, in the meantime, they were just flushing every single person out there. They were taking down almost all of them one after the other. It was absolutely brilliant game, a very aggressive one indeed, and that's the potential of Goblin. That is the potential of Akshar, and that is the eye-jailing potential of Omega that we saw today. Just want to see the same thing in the next 2 games too.
Oh, 100%. There is no question about it, because if this is how these 2 groups are going to be starting things off, then that means that the upcoming 2 games, one on Vikendi, and then of course the OG map of Erangel, we are in for a treat, that's for sure. And that in turn, I hope, means a lot more aggression from the starting of the game itself. Of course, on Sanhok, that is what is expected because it's a small 4-tile map. But will that be the same case for the upcoming games? We'll of course keep our fingers crossed for that aggressiveness. Right now, with so many teams participating in individual fights, the question that needs to be spoken about or brought up is, who do you think the MVP is going to be coming in from? Where? What team? Because we had, like you mentioned, so many individual teams. I mean, OG, they were trying. We had none other than the players of Carnival who got a chicken. But again, Carnival were a little shy of being too aggressive. So perhaps it could be OR?
I mean, you're asking this question, we're going to have it on our screen right away. It's going to be just, as you mentioned, the member of OR, Admino, with 5 finishes for himself. That totally means his team had 10 finishes in total. And they were able to grab that second place. So that's 22 points already for their side. A very good game indeed. A nasty way to start. And on towards the other side, we're just waiting to see on the leaderboard as well which team secured the most points. It should be Carnival Gaming with the amount of finishes that they had. If I'm not wrong, it's going to climb up to at least 11 or 12.
So just a 5 to 6 points differential between these two teams clearly show how aggressively they played this time around. And you always want to see these teams step up in such a way. But on the other side as well, I want to talk about teams like Hydra. They had an opportunity, they tried to take it. Chemin were taken down in an early skirmish, but then Medal capitalizing onto that.
Absolutely. And as we move ahead from the MVP to the stars of the match, let's get them on our screens. Let's find out who got a real good vibe right here in the stars. We've got, well, from Best Companion, SkullTz Beast with 2 rescues and 1 assist. A decent performance coming in from there. And then the finisher was Hector from CG, from Carnival Gaming. 1 finish, the only finish to be the finisher, along with 2 assists. But again, a kudos, valiant effort being driven from the side of CG for having got that beautiful chicken dinner for themselves. But now it all boils down to how many points did CG walk away with, because OR, they had the finishes. Oh!
There we go.
Oh, wow. I thought OR would have more finishes, but it seems Carnival Gaming, they were looking pretty good as far as the finishes were concerned. So 10 finishes along with that chicken, 25 points. Then comes in OR with the 2nd position and 10 finishes for them as well.
Followed by Orangutan. So they came out 3rd with 5 finishes, so 15 points for their side. I would say this game was still pretty decent for them, given the fact how Zone was going so far away. And followed up closely by GenX FM. This is possibly one of those matches that we've seen. All the rankings, the match rankings of the teams are in the order of their position in the game.
Pretty much.
Carnival, Carnival, they were first. They're at the 1st place. OR, 12 points, 2nd place. Orangutan, 10 points, 3rd place. Followed up again all the way till Team X-Park. Only we see the change is where 8-Bit is. They had 4 finishes for themselves, and then they were just blown to smithereens by OR Esports, because both the players were moving in one of their cars, while Entity, since we're already talking about them, they are the ones who made sure that Team 8-Bit only have 2 members remaining, because they took early couple of players, if I'm not wrong. One of them were probably Juicy. But since we're already talking about that, might as well have a look at the overall rankings as well, ladies and gentlemen, because we will see some changes possibly, but not in the top 3, but after them.
Absolutely. As it comes down to the top 3, they're going to be remaining same. But if you look on to the total points, Entity, with the game that they just played, was not the best one. They're just 1 point shy of that 2nd position. And then when it comes to the first team, that is going to be Team IQ Soul. 329 points. Again, 5 points shy is Entity. So we know in the upcoming 2 games, Entity is definitely climbing up the ladder. There's no 2 ways about it. Chemin Esports were handed a tough luck right now in this game. So hopefully in the upcoming one on the map of Vikendi, things can change for them. But like you perfectly mentioned, on the first page, there's not a lot to worry about. But the 2nd and the 3rd is where the line perhaps is going to be drawn. Not really, actually.
It's Orangutan moving up to the 12th place. Yes, Carnival Gaming just following them up. Even after that chicken dinner, they had a humongous 10-point lead from them. They're still 3 points away from OG. But again, making sure that they're slowly moving forward is the name of the game. OG would try to end up at least somewhere in the top 8. Or if not top 8, then where God's Reign are sitting right now, the 9th position, because that would give them enough cushioning. And so is going to be the case with Carnival Gaming, looking at the exact same spot. But one thing is for sure, reckoning Alibaba Raiders, it is highly possible that both of these teams might be dropped down to 17th or 18th place, because once we're going to look at the 3rd screen, that's where we're going to see teams making that struggle to enter in the top 16 place. But one thing that I have noticed is that there are only 4 teams from Group B and D to be in top 16.
Exactly. Right now, that's only 4 teams. But again, in this upcoming game, that is going to be changing for sure, it seems like. Because, well, when it comes to Reckoning Esports, their points aren't that far off from GenX FM or Big Brothers for that matter. But the trouble is, will these teams be able to do it for themselves? Because GenX FM did not have a good outing on the map of Sanhok. Big Brothers had a good position, but not the best of plays. OR Esports, well, again, they've just completely overturned the entire lobby in the way that they were able to dominate in this previous game. At the same point of time, now we need to be a bit careful about now we need to be cautious of how 8-bit plays, because if 8-bit does not change their play style in the upcoming game, then the climb up ladder for them is going to get that much more tougher for tomorrow for 8-bit and the others below 8-bit, because the points distribution is the difference is going to get increased quite a lot.
That is absolutely true. And the same is going to affect the sides of X-Park, because I would still say they kind of had the okay game, but they need something better. 195 is just not going to cut it. They need somewhere around like a 20 or 30 pointer game. If not one 30-pointer, at least a couple of 25-pointer. That's what we are looking at. Otherwise, it's going to be even more troublesome. For all the teams who are anywhere below them, Team 0, SkullTz, Medal, TWM, they would just be trying to look for a way to end things on a good note, because it just does not seem that they would be able to close in that gap, because it's increasing even further. It has been somewhere around a 70-point gap now, and the way that they have been playing, it just, let's be real, feel almost next to impossible for them to make that comeback. I would be happy if they prove me wrong. I would be one of the happiest person out there, but that's going to be, again, the same situation being brought out in front of these teams, that they are trying to qualify for the top 16. But you guys do not have to qualify for anything. All you need to do is just scan the code right now that you're seeing on your screens, and you would be able to get that ticket for the LAN, which will be held in Noida Indoor Stadium between 16th February and 18th February. That is where we're going to see the top 16 that will qualify tomorrow. So you have to quickly scan it, because there are only limited tickets, and you do not want to miss out on an opportunity to see these players live on stage.
That is so true. That itself is so true. From 16th all the way till 18th, the Noida Indoor Stadium, it is calling you. The zone is set up over there. All you need to do is don't fly out there, just drive out there. I think that'll be easier. But at the same time now, we're going to be moving on to the second last map of the day for Group B and D. It is going to be Vikendi. What is the expectation here, Scariot?
Vikendi is a kind of map that, again, pans out very slow and super slow in that matter. You always see teams not going for any early engagements. They take their time. They want to make sure that they've got some good positioning, some good loot in the game, and then they move forward. Plus, the zone itself, it kind of moves slower than as compared to the rest of the game. So that's one reason why we see those slow rotations. But maybe we're going to see some pace change. We did see that happen in Group A and C. Maybe something similar is going to happen in Group B and D, because there are teams who would be looking to move forward in that leaderboard. There are a lot of teams who are still not in top 16. They will be looking to make their way, almost apart from 4 of the teams, if I'm not wrong. That's Entity, Carnival Gaming, Chemin, and Orangutan. Every other team still need to find a lot more points to move forward. So I am being very excited, but at the same time, pretty curious to see which of these teams will actually make it in the top 16. It still seems pretty difficult, but all that said is said, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be jumping into the map of Vikendi, the second last game of the evening. And the plane, not quite sure if the teams who would want to go directly towards Volnova would be able to do so or not, but it's a very northern-centric plane, and teams who want to drop towards Cement Factory or Hot Springs will have to fly a long way.
Absolutely, that indeed is true. Right now, as we get started off right now, we are going to be looking at a slow and steady progress to this flight path, and that in turn is going to be providing us with the most important critical information. Where are the teams dropping down to? We've got the likes of Chemin Esports, slowly but surely, again, not having a good start to the previous game. This time around, they want to be moving away as far as possible from their opponents and get themselves secure, perhaps down south towards Miramar and the compounds around in the area. At the same point in time, when it comes to contestation, as of now, 8-bit with a 2-man split are going to be spreading their wings a bit more confidently than I would anticipate from their side. Now, again, nothing taken away from 8-bit, because Ronak, Mairi, Madman, and Juicy, they're all really experienced lads. Right now, the question is going to be that the way they need to be playing the game, it is sticking together, at the same time working towards getting as many points as they possibly can. That in turn is something that I would love to see happen for 8-bit in this game. For now, as we move on ahead, a very good contestation that can be dropped on perhaps is going to be between the players of X-Park, and if I'm not wrong, it is going to be SkullTz and 4shot. No, hold on. TWM, my apologies.
I mean, it sometimes happens. There are quite a similar colors out there. Even I face that problem. But yes, it's going to be SkullTz up against TWM. And both of these teams are just looking for a way to try and make it in top 16, struggling for the form. So this early on fight might potentially be the way for them to go. We saw previously how SkullTz and Middles were closely in an area, but it eventually ended in a 1-for-1 trade, and that's all. Maybe that could potentially happen right now, or we'll just be ending in a stalemate. Unfortunately, Blotter, we might not see them going in for the fight. TWM, in the meantime, though, found an opener from behind. All right, that off angle kind of worked out. As soon as I say that we might not possibly see an aggression, we see an opener. On the other side, though, Chemin are trying to take the fight to the members of Carnival Gaming.
Okay, now that is something we did not anticipate to be able to say. Carnival Gaming going down like that, but it is kind of good that they had a really good start to this day, because the previous game, they were very much in control of it all. Whereas on the other front, right, we've got the players of Chemin who did not have a good start, taking on some very crucial early knocks and points for themselves. On our screens, though, what's happening is a bit of an interesting stalemate situation that both of these teams do not want to be a part of, should not want to be a part of. What is happening right now is the teams that are at the bottom of the leaderboard have figured out where their opponents are at, and so that's the fight that they want to be going up against. Whereas it would have been that much more interesting had SkullTz gone up against, let's say, CG. And TWM, let's say, would have gone up against another team that's performing really well. Now, that is the kind of playstyle that I anticipated from these teams on the fourth page. But again, each to their own. That's no worries at all. But eventually, it does turn into a stalemate situation where this time around, both of these teams are about 1,600 meters from the zone. At the same time, if you look onto the mini-map towards the top right-hand side, the team in yellow, TMW, they have the players of SkullTz very much in control from individual flank angles. What we need to be able to see now is TMW create an opening, because SkullTz, they're only a 3-man squad.
But indeed, it is troublesome for their side. But at the same time, I think so TWM would want to make a calculated play. They do not want to rush in for any kind of fight. They want to move it slow and then try and figure out the position of the members of SkullTz, because we have seen the firepower from SkullTz. It's not that weak. They're also a pretty solid team in terms of that. So, of course, we'll probably be looking at a situation where TWM would try and find a pick or two on the back of the utilities and then would try to move forward. But at the same time, I really want to look at the other part of the map. Thank you so much that we're able to finally see the entire map itself as Team X-Park up on top towards the northern part. Well, on the other side, there are quite a few teams middle on Dobromesto's side. Down south towards Mawatra, we're going to see 8-bit and even Chemin. Extremely south. They found a couple of openers on the members of Carnival Gaming, but were not able to quickly get them into flushes. Maybe just one, if I'm not wrong. It was Hector, but in the meantime, TWM and SkullTz finally, they're breaking that silence.
They definitely are. And breaking that silence is what we were waiting on for as well. And the best part being that right now when it comes to the zone, it is going to be locking itself towards the south.
Yes, that is true. Kyulamau jumps, tries to spot someone, was not able to. So at this moment, we're still going to see nothing but a stalemate. Team X-Park as well are in the vicinity, and Bayu was able to actually find a pick on the members of X-Park who wants to jump in probably for the third party. Kyulamau still needs to win that important, crucial duel. The Molotov was stopping the person from moving forward and also taking down the other one. And this does seem to be a quick flush from the side of TWM. Bijlu was able to quickly get one trade back, but he's the last man standing. And as he moves forward, was he able to get two is the question. And yes is the answer. Bijlu, this guy has been brutal in this fight and has given some untreatable scars to TWM. But now Team Xpark move in as well. They want to get a few flushes for themselves. Bijlu was able to get 3 for TWM and is now waiting. Team Xpark want to jump in onto him. They're all trying to pounce at the same time. All 4 of them first. It's going to be Dreams and Ninja Jord who move forward, but they might not have an idea that Bijlu is up close and personal. It's going to be a shot, but he misses. That's the last time you would want to see someone miss. He could have got those 2 or at least 1 extra flush. Oh, that feels so bad.
But he tried. That's the best part about it. He tried and he tried to capitalize and utilize all the information that he possibly could into points. Whereas that's not the same for TWM. Where we've got Payo. Now, Payo needs to be very, very quiet. And it seems to be working for him. Wherein the best part for Xpark is they got that finish point, but now they're going to be walking away from that entire area. They've absolutely no idea, if at all, there is another team in the vicinity. And that, of course, is TMW Gaming's final player, Payo. Now, all he needs to do is stay quiet and count his stars and BGMI gods that the players of Xpark do not enter his compound. At the same point, though, again, when it comes to the late rotations, look at that. Up north is where we are looking at on our screens. TMW Gaming as well as Xbox's player. Whereas down south is where the zone is. So even if Payo is able to survive this right now, it is going to be a difficult conversion for him as to how big a rotation is he looking forward to be making. And what's next? Well, what's next right now for him is something that only he can answer. But again, looking towards the zone itself, we've got a lot of teams in the vicinity. We've got a lot of teams who've made a lot of noise as they get the rotations completed into the center of the zone. But now the question is going to be, will the zone be moving on down south furthermore? Because Winery is where CG's at, and that is looking like a really good position for CG.
Only until the zone decides to troll all of us and move up further north or maybe towards east. That it has the tendency of doing that. But all the teams who are very up north, like Team Xpark, also OR, would be looking to converge in from somewhere around the area of Villa. I don't think so they want to end up being somewhere near a cement factory because Entity loves to play on those eastern edges and you do not want to fight that team so early on. Maybe they want to try and prolong that skirmish for as long as they want to, because the members of Chemin, again, down south, staying put in the position that they were. 8-bit are also going to make their rotation towards the north of Winery. I'm pretty sad to see that there's no one in the Dino Park. I mean, I love that Jurassic Park area.
I do too. I so do too. I don't know why people have something against Dino Park itself. Maybe it's to kiddish or whatnots. They've actually changed through the updates. They've changed Dino Park so many times for it to be, kind of attractive. But I always try and find a way to go down to Dino if I can.
That's a nice moment.
Nobody cares where we want to go scared yet.
I know. And that feels sad. Because right now, all of these teams are just trying to get their compounds, and that's all. We're not going to see any skirmishes until and unless, of course, I jinx it, because I see one brewing somewhere around Orangutan towards the eastern fronts.
Let's see. All of the Spider-Man action from TTE. Seven plays.
Finally, he was able to jump up on top, and now he's again dropped down. Here we go again. Might as well just look at Shadow, who's just spraying down a few shots, raining terror on the members of OR, who basically got themselves in a pretty decent compound and have a good exit opportunity, which they will definitely take. We've seen this team always caring about the zone, does not want to go in for those skirmishes, but quickly make their move too, and Team Zero would also do the exact same thing.
Indeed. You want to be able to prioritize the zone more than anything right now. especially when you're in a position like Team Zero is, as far as the overall ranking is concerned. And so, as they get into the zone itself, towards the cement factory, there's not a lot of team that they need to be worrying about just yet. Though again, as you perfectly mentioned earlier as well, when it comes to the map of Vikendi, it's a tough start for all of the teams as they try and slowly make the rotation but not get caught out in the rotation itself. That for now for these teams seems to have worked out, as pretty much all the teams now have made an entry into the zone.
Oh my goodness. AK starting things on a good note, giving a huge blow to the members of Entity. Down to just 3 members, and AK, he needs to be bailed out because there's also Troy and Somraj, and these two are the players you do not want to mess with. Specifically if it's a 1v1. They're going to try to just finish you off in so many ways that you cannot even imagine. I might have just over-exaggerated it a lot, but I mean, that's the kind of Goliaths these two players are. They're so high up in the finish feed as well. We're talking about Troy, he's in the top 5 already.
True.
Somraj would not be so far behind, I believe. At least would be in the top 10.
But as we move on ahead with the game, towards Binary region, we've got the players of Chemin, right in close proximity to the players of Carnival Gaming. Now, Chemin did not have a previous good game, but their opponents had a chicken dinner. And with that, Team Zero have started out the flushing right now, and that too against a big name like OR. And what a perfect spray coming in from Shadow from one side and another. He's been able to drop down 2 of the players of OR itself, and it seems that OR's final player, Robin, along with Pro, my apologies, no, there are 3 players from OR, and the numbers for Team Zero, they are all just stuck onto these 2 basic warehouses. A good nade from OR could have been the one dictating the fight in favor of OR, but that's not been the case just yet.
My God.
This one cooked from Robin. They deliver.
Yes,
And
it definitely
does.
did. Sayed OP has been taken down, and it's again Robin cooking another one. Can he try one more? Nope. Just a little bit overcooked, I must say. Oh, maybe it's not. That was a nade from Team Zero, who now try to go in for that plus, finding an opportunity, would be trying to pounce onto them, but still not finding any major success. A Dark Lord has been taken down. It's all down to Shadow, who was also finished off. And OR come out on top, unscathed.
Oh my.
The fact that even Admino was not flushed out, and he was able to convert it into a 2K for himself, it's going to haunt the members of Team Zero.
Team Zero, the way they started that fight looked like they might have an opening created, but they were up against a big name. And that big name being OR, with the momentum that OR have created in the previous game. A tough luck being drawn for Team Zero right there.
Look at OG Ash. He's so far ahead. Just waiting for a perfect timing to go in for a third party onto Chemin and Carnival, who have decided to quickly finalize the duel that they started a while back.
Though that duel hasn't really resulted in any feed of the finished lot. Oh, never mind my word, because that's exactly what the feed is going to be dictating right now as we bring ourselves down towards CG's nade going up, cooked to perfection against the players of Chemin. Fury has been dropped down. It is a DBS in the hands of Phantom as well as Venom, but both the teams have taken one trade-off. Both of them are going to be focusing on that revival. Venom, he just needs to get in close. Oh, that nade. It is going to be absolutely going to be able to bring in mayhem with the numbers of CG going down. And from the other flank angle, now Venom, all he wants to dictate in this fight are all the utilities that he wants to be able to play. And that is what Venom will be able to dictate. Because one by one, those nades being played out from Venom have resulted in the numbers of CG going down. And Akshat is the final player surviving. But Akshat has something more to say. Sadly, not the numbers, which of course will mean the end of CG right there perhaps, as Phantom will be given a revival, Carnival Gaming will be eliminated. At the same time, all of this noise and commotion, has it gotten any other team in the vicinity interested in this fight. There's none. There is absolutely none around in the area. So Chemin, they live to fight another fight for now from the southern edges of the zone.
Been given a chance, that's I would say, because Orangutan have been kind of stopped by Entity. As they've been lurking in the outskirts. AK with the off angle, Trigger and Vizjord having that height advantage. In the meantime, Diora OP was able to take down Savitar, one of the top fraggers of Team Prince. We've been talking about him. Even yesterday, he was able to showcase a massive performance in the game where Godlike got the chicken dinner, and on the back of his play, Team Prince secured the third place. Taking him down is a very solid achievement for Hydra, taking away a massive amount of firepower from Team Prince, and they're already struggling for form, which is going to continue probably in this game too. But as things have slowed down, it's going to be just a matter of time we see Orangutan and Entity finally deciding to break the silence. But since Pucar is the man who has been taken down, Entity are just waiting for Orangutan to make a mistake.
And as we are stuck in the stalemate again for OG, the best part is that they are up on top of this mountain, so they will have a better information. And of course, the flank that has been taken over by their teammate, OG's AKOP, you should be able to convey the information of the rotation from Entity, if at all that takes place. But while the stalemate continues, the fight that we were part of, where we had the players of CG eliminated thanks to Chemin, Chemin's position was pounced on by the players of Metal, where Chemin have been able to perhaps stop Metal in their tracks. So a few trades were, or knocks were traded between those two teams as they got in close proximity to each other. But that seems to have stopped as well. And now it is going to be Chemin maybe getting closer to OG Ash's position. Let's see. Let's see how this plays out.
Could be possible because, again, Ash is a fragging IGL. I've always said that.
Oh, yeah.
His callings have been pretty solid, and his fragging potential has also been amazing. And that is one of the strengths of Orangutan. Any one of their player could pop off. But on the other side, yet again, Chemin having the momentum, they were pushed away from their own compound by the members of Middle though. And as the zone shrinks further, we're seeing all the teams making their entry. Orangutan were already inside of it. OR from the northern part. We're seeing Team Prince as well from the southwestern edges. And this circle, my goodness. Wait till you see where the circle has formed. You can already see the parts of it. And Gamla Boy straight taking the waterway. Want to go in with that few hundreds of meters butterfly. And Team Prince OG was already taken down. Finished off as well by the blue. Sarang doing a massive damage from the back lines. But Orangutan, where are they going to position themselves? Because you've also got Hydra rotating from up north.
Hydra's going to be in the center while rotating this. Oh, never mind. They've jumped their vehicles in the freezing cold waters of the water body.
God.
But again, there's no fear for hypothermia, so they're going to be able to survive. And again, Hydra in your name, you better be able to survive in water.
I doubt. I mean, it's Hydra. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. Would have made even more sense had it been Hydro. But they're not out there doing the nomenclature thingy. If we're going to leave it at that. Admino, oh my god. He was drowned and knocked. That is a massive upset. And Ash has already revealed his position, so it's going to be now compromised. He's got no... Orangutan's entire team has basically rendezvoused, but I'm not quite sure if that's literally the best place. Where's Jord? My goodness, finds the perfect timing. They've got some solid vehicles for the cover. On the other side, they've got to be worried about Team Hydra up north, who are as well, who are down in the waters, will be flushed up by the members of Hydra. That is such a smart play from their side.
They're really playing their cards out right here for Hydra.
Oh, they're in a horrible spot.
OR, they're in a tough luck situation for sure, but if they can somehow keep themselves away from all the lead being bursted against them from OG and Hydra, they might actually have a third-party advantage, an X-factor advantage in terms of their positioning.
What a zone.
What a zone again, oh my. This
Come on.
day and the zones have been bonkers.
True. I thought yesterday's zones were
Yes.
kind of getting crazy, but today feels even more nasty. And now what is Hydra going to do? They're at the edges, and so is Orangutan, but Entity have got to make their way, and every other area has been occupied. They've got to either go in from above the bridge, that's basically inviting death. If they try and jump into the waters, you're going to have Hydra waiting for you. You can't go from up north. There's already Genix FM, 8-bit. And also, if I'm not wrong, Team Together Esports. And on towards those western edges is where Team X-Park are now fighting for their lives as well. To the likes of Team Prince. And behind both of them, you are seeing Chemin Esports, who've got basically one of the best spots in that circle.
Absolutely. For now, they definitely do. But along with that position, they need to be able to capitalize on those finish points. And that is what Chemin are going to be trying to achieve. As Venom gets a perfect shot against the rotation from Dream. As X-Park is down to their final player, Ninja Jot. Well, again, the revival is going to be around the corner. But will Prince allow that? Jackson and, of course, AJ. They're going to be pushing on with the DBS in their hand. And a 2v1 situation is what Ninja Jot is faced with. He does have a DBS of his own. Oh wait, before they even enter, they haven't even cleared the entire compound and they have held Team Prince. What are they up to? Okay, this is tough luck for Team Prince.
Oh!
My God.
A nasty one coming in. Ninja Jord, he can try and make another play. Almost blowing the vehicle up as well. And Team Prince, their rotations have been halted. Chemin fighting in from the back lines on towards the other side. We're also seeing Entity trying to enter and trying to take the stage against the members of Team Together. Big Brothers along with 8-bit fighting out in the outskirts. It's going to be even more troublesome for their side as Chemin was able to take down and make things difficult for the members of Gen X. In the meantime, AK finally finding a pick onto Troy. We were mentioning about this duel. Always wanted to see that. AK wins out in that one, finding an opportunity. Team Entity, not a great positioning to be at, but on the other side, Chemin Esports, they'll be trying to stop any other team to move inside. And this kind of spray down is all you need, but Juicy retaliates the fire and is also able to bring a cake back to their own corner. Ball's in the court of Chemin now. They've got to either try to make a play or maybe they can just stop. Because yet again, it's 8-bit who need to make their entry, but Orangutan now up against the members of Medal who are trying to find a way. A Molly just outshot, Sayam is going to survive. Orangutan out in the covers, but their backs are way too open. Entity would try to look an opportunity to pounce on them, and the Snade is the one that gives a great opportunity to Sayam. Both the players now trying to move backwards. AK, the only man surviving. Can he be the demolisher? All four of Medal are now pouncing on him. Top Dog's been taken down, but does not matter. Orangutan finished off, Medal prevailed.
Medal have done so miraculously well in this fight, that's for sure. They were playing it to perfection when it came to the information that they had. But as you mentioned just a second ago, that they need to be careful of the flank that is behind them. They need to be careful of their backs, and that's where Medal were just punished from. Gen X FM is still part of this entire fight, but look at Chemin and their control of this entire zone. Behind Chemin is still going to be that interesting name of Team Prince. But Chemin, with the momentum going in their favor, they have 11 finishes. What missed out from the previous fight, or rather from the previous game, Chemin has capitalized upon this time around. Whereas following them up close is going to be the players of Hydra. They are going to be surviving with all four players. The revival is going to be brought on to the fourth player. And Gen X FM, they are stuck in between. They are stuck in a sandwich situation where Chemin's Phantom, along with the smoke wall that is created, he wants to go ahead and get as much information that he possibly can. While all this chaos ensues towards the eastern side of the zone, we've got the players of Entity taking on shots as well against Metal.
Oh, whoa.
Whoa.
Wait
What?
a second. Spray God. He was trying to go in for that spray down, but just kept on running and running and running. But Pro still, he's got an angle to work with, but maybe not a lot. He's able to take one down, ready to get eliminated. Spider Jord. Being a good, sneaky in those grasses, was able to take one down, but Gen X FM, as you mentioned, are out in the open. JD Gaming taking a lot of fire from Hydra, moving from behind. They had one of the best, I wouldn't say exactly the best positions, but the way they played out in those positions was one of the best that I've ever seen. As Gen X FM, only Spider Jord remaining, maybe he's going to be taken down, perhaps get some healing. But for how long is he going to stand? As you mentioned, it was a sandwich situation.
It definitely was. Now in this entire play, we've got these three teams remaining. A 3v3 affair between Hydra and Chemin. For Chemin, the best part is that the compound that they had, now they need to get away from it. They need to get to the T-point that's in front of them, the interjection that's in front of them. And that is going to be out in the open. Whereas for Hydra, they've got the cover of all these trees. They need to get those smoke walls created and get behind those trees. But in all of this, Jerex says, Pirate Jord, he has a DVS in his hand. He is so close to Hydra's players, but he is not letting go of that information at all. He knows exactly where Hydra's players are positioned, but he is going to be as quiet as a snail right now.
Yes,
Snakes make noise, but snails, they don't. And Spider Jord, that's exactly what he's trying to do. But for how long is he going to wait? He has the X factor right here. He pushes on right now. It is Chemin Esports' play. It is Chemin Esports' day as they get the chicken dinner from this game. But Spider does not want to chime into that.
Oh, he's finally have to get up. Fury goes in a Fury mode with the spray down, but he will be taken down as well. As Spider Jord with the DBS. He has been able to become such a massive spoiler out there for Hydra, the lead spray god. And now it's Altu who goes in for his own spray down. It's going to be one after the other. But Spider Jord is still surviving in a 1v2 situation. Surely he does not get anything out of here. Surely he should be taken out. He's almost at the edge of the circle. Chemin, both the players pretty healthy, already have 15 finishes, so this could make the 16th one. Fury was the one who was basically being absolutely mind-blowing. Spider Jord has got no healings left, only a few bandages. Maybe he takes another extra bit of damage from the circle. That is so unfortunate. Oh wait, has he still got a first aid? Yeah, he does. I'm still surprised. Why would he not use that previously? But maybe just wanted a little bit of an extra timing. But Blotter looking at how he needs to make the move first. He's the one who's closer to the blue. It does seem inevitable for Chemin to win. Maybe Spider Jord. Oh, wait. Does he want to go for the heal battle? Nope. He's just gonna give up his life. Yeah. I did not expect that anticlimactic ending, I'll be honest, but that's a solid chicken for Chemin.
That definitely is. With 16 finishes, what was missed from the map of Sanhok from Chemin has been delivered in style. For the chicken dinner is theirs for the taking on Vikendi. At the same point of time, that final player, the Spider, in that entire play from Spider was incredible from Genex. Again, a beautiful turn of events where he, being in the top 3, Hydra had 3 players, and that was nullified to nil, to zilch, thanks to the timing that Spider pounced upon. At the same point of time, had he had some utilities in that final moment right there, had he had some Molotovs, had he had some nades to play around with, it could have been a very good turn of events where it could have been stolen. The chicken dinner could have probably been stolen. But you know what? That's not what has happened right now, because it is Chemin Esports walking away with 31 points from this individual game. A wonderful, wonderful chicken dinner. And at the same point in time, the lead that they needed on that leaderboard that was missing from the previous game, like I keep on saying, it is definitely going to be delivered from this game now.
That's what you've been waiting for, and that's what you have got. So yes, indeed, Chemin And I love the fact how it's not just a 2 or 3 point finishes chicken dinner, right? It's not a 5 to 10 point chicken dinner. They had 15 finishes for themselves. It's a 30-point banger.
That's just ridiculous.
It's a 30-point banger. I am not going to lower down my volume right now because seriously, the way they had a perfect positioning in towards that circle and the way they were able to play out, it was so very similar to the way how Blind got their game. If we correctly remember, on the back in the map of Miramar, I've already mentioned the similarities between Miramar and Vikendi. The play styles, they kind of remain the same. It's slow build up in the early phases, but then it slowly picks up the pace, and it always relies as to where are you able to position yourself. So Blind, they got a perfect positioning, and Chemin got the same in this one, and they were just able to quickly check in all the other directions where players were coming from and finish all of them. It worked out wonders.
Absolutely incredible wonders, of course, but this is where we saw the players of Team Zero kind of lose out on the opportunity of getting some decent points for themselves as they were eliminated, and we moved on towards the players of Hydra officials as well, as they got into the water and had a really good control. Now, Medal right here, the way that they played to be able to bring down the players of 4G one by one was absolutely supreme. I mean, Medal Esports, they had a perfect play in that moment, but then again, being out in the open in this sort of an area is what got against them, as they themselves got third partied upon. And this, again, this is the moment where everything became so much more clearer, where Hydra and Chemin were the two, but that is only till the time we had not paid heed to Gen X FM's final player. That was Hydra himself.
Spider Jordan, indeed. He was basically creating a proper web around the players of Hydra.
Absolutely.
He was waiting for them to be falling into that trap, and as soon as he did, the way a spider quickly grabs a fly when it's caught in the net, that's how Spider Jordan was able to do the things. But again, at the same time, I really loved the way how it eventually panned out for their side. On the other side, I really thought maybe Medal won the fight a couple of seconds earlier than OG, but no, they had a couple of players alive. There was a last man standing situation. It went up in the favor of Medal. They did a good job there, but were eventually caught out by other teams.
100%, I will agree that, and second to that as well. But with that, let's find out the MVP coming in from this game, the second last game of the day. We've got Fury from Chemin Esports walking away with 8 finishes, mind you. 8 finishes and only a 53% finish contribution. That is the kind of chaotic mess Chemin Esports were part of when it came to this Vikendi on the second last day of week 4. Fury was furious, that's for sure. That is why he's got 8 finishes right there. But again, nothing taken away from his team and his teammates, because he only racked up 53% finish contribution. So his teammates, they were up that ante as well.
But that's again just one player having 53%, and the rest of them grabbing 7 finishes for themselves. Best companion is also going to go back to Alto, had 4 rescues and also 1 assist with a 203 health restore, survival time of 28:09. Good play coming in from him as well. He was always there when his teammates needed him, there to give out those revivals. While Fury was out there finishing people off left and right with 10 knocks in his hand, you also need a player like Alto to stay in the back line, be the cool, calm, collected healer of the team, and help your players get back on their feet wherever you need them be. So that's a very well-oriented play from the side of Chemin Esports, and this is the chicken dinner that they promised us in week 1. They finally delivered it on week 4. I'm going to remember it. But at the same time, good game, a great one. Not just good, a great one for their side. And also, there are a few other things that you all need to watch out for, right? Because Entity being in the position that they were, it was pretty difficult for them to grab anything from that angle, but still were managing to at least ruin the game of Team Together or maybe Gen X FM. On the other side, Hydra, the brain of those people, those giga chad players out there, quickly making sure that their vehicles are submerged in water so that they can get in the vehicle and then shoot. That is bonkers.
And the timing of it all as well was just perfectly read from Hydra's players, of course. But as we move on ahead, this is where we talk about the match ranking, where Hydra officials, they needed the points, and that is how they delivered, with, of course, 19 total points that they accumulated from this game, 9 total finishes. That is definitely a commendable effort in favor of Hydra officials. Gen X FM, all thanks to Spider Jord in the final moments, getting the 3rd position, thus 12 placement points for his team. A wonderful turn of events for Gen X FM, as well as OR Esports, with a very equal playing field. 6 placement points, 6 finish points, total of 12.
Followed up by Team Prince. Finally, we are seeing this team up on boards, but maybe a little too late, I believe. Because it's already 2 games over, and
True.
they're yet to get a massive one. So it kind of feels unfortunate, but also at the same time, Big Brother Esports with only 1 point, and that too of the position. Carnival Gaming, this time they were kept quiet. They were first in the previous game, but 15th in this one. Team 0 again. It just seems that now their run is coming to an end. 8-bit, they seem to have some juice left, but they need to pull it out as quickly as possible. We're going to have a look at the overall rankings as well. Chemin now taking that first spot. Entity, there's a gap being created. They're at the 3rd spot for their side. Chemin having that lead with 203 placement points alone, and a total 343. Their placement points are higher than quite a lot of teams' total points.
Indeed, and that is what Chemin Esports, we were talking about it before the 3rd game, or after the 3rd game, my apologies, where of course Chemin Esports, well, this is the playstyle that we've seen from them in the past 3 weeks, and that is what the only thing that they've actually changed in week 4 is the aggressiveness, I guess, if I can call it that. I mean, that also is very reaction based from Chemin. Otherwise, they will not respond to any aggression at all until unless it is at their door. At the same time, though, on the other front, we do have to bring up the name of Carnival Gaming. I especially do want to, because sitting on that 255 kind of a cushion marker on 13th position for now is okay, but not for long, because 10 points shy is going to be Gen X FM sitting on the 15th position. By the end of the day, which is going to be this upcoming game, Carnival Gaming, they need to have another good one like the previous game that they did. Gen X FM, they are only 10 points shy. So they need to just keep on racking those numbers and getting up above 10th position, which again is a very difficult task. But that's what's needed if you want to secure day number 2 post these 65 matches.
Yes, because this is where now the things will change. OR 231 points grab for themselves, will be looking to enter in the top 16, and if the next game goes well for them, they will be able to do so. On the other side, Hydra official making their way up along with Big Brothers. If they would have had a good game this one, but they just did not. Hence, they're still sitting at 20. 21st position is going to be Team 8-bit with 220 points grabbed up. This team is also facing a lot of problems. Team Prince with 215 points. You could potentially say if they get a good 20-point chicken dinner, they should be able to move upwards, at least on the 17th spot, but things are looking dire.
Yeah.
It is a tough luck. True, and so is the case for Team Together Esports. With just 210 points. They need a massive chicken.
TTE as well as TMW, they've both actually been trying. I'm not going to say that they've not been trying. It's just that trying is coming at a little too late. And that, of course, in turn has pushed them out of the top 16, that's for sure. At the same point in time, now that same conversation can be dropped towards the players of Team X-Park as well as, the ones below them. Because Team X-Park, this is going to be their final game. 197 points sitting on the 26th position. Yeah, they get a decent one. They are maybe going to be able to jump onto the 3rd page, but definitely not going to be able to qualify for the top 16.
And this team, again, has a good firepower. The only place that they're lacking is those placement points. If they would have had a few extra, might have been in the top 16 already. But
It just
True.
seems that even after those 3 chicken dinners, they are not being consistent at all. And I'll be brutally honest, any team below that position might not have the chance to make it, because the cutoff right now is at around 240. And it
Exactly.
is going to increase even further, if I'm not wrong, by at least 5 to 7 points. So 250 is going to be the cutoff by the end of the day. And we were
Yes.
thinking maybe it might be the cutoff after the end of tomorrow. No, we have been proven wrong by these teams because the amount of points that they're trying to grab. So it's going to be, yes, even more difficult, but I want to see an even better performance coming in from Carnival, from Orangutan. They need to try and move up. On the other side, Hydra Official, Big Brothers Esports, they also have an opportunity to try and make their way in the top 16. I'll be looking forward for a good performance from all of these teams, because the next one is going to be the map of Erangel, which they all love to play on.
Absolutely, that is the OG map. That is the well-known map, the Clasico, El Clasico, as some people call it. Though again, because it's the El Clasico, every team understands the drop that their opponents are going to be going for.
True.
We saw when it came to the first 3 games, the final game once again was on the map of Erangel. As soon as those 2 teams, or rather those 2 groups, dropped against each other on the map of Erangel, it was starting till the end an all-out war where we saw so many teams in contestation against each other, because they knew that this is going to be their final game for the day. And that is exactly what I'm anticipating from these teams for this upcoming game as well, because it's going to be the final game of the day for them. Will be the case or not, that of course we are going to be finding out in just a few minutes, as the flight path will be drawn on our screens. But before any of that, when it comes to the flight path that you need to be part of, the viewers, that is this QR code right below right there, because you need to RSVP for the LAN that is taking place at Noida Indoor Stadium from the 16th all the way to the 18th. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, full on action with the 16 teams that qualify. And those 16 teams, well, we're going to find out tomorrow which ones they are. The top 8 we can probably say are confirmed, but the remaining 8, well, there's still a hard luck sort of a situation that has been pressed upon them. If they do not, or if they have a really miserable day tomorrow, then they can very well be dropped down from the 16th position. And that is something that we'll find out tomorrow. But for you, just need to RSVP.
A very simple, easy step to scan the QR code, unlike the ladders that these teams need to climb, specifically Big Brothers Esports. Now, we've seen so many times how Big Brothers Esports, they have got the firepower, they have got the idea, they've got a good positioning in the circle. It just seems that they kind of get confused into what duels they need to take and win, because they wait for the duels to come to them. And once
they wait for too long. Yeah,
they wait for too long, and once the duel arrives, they get confused as to how to approach that duel. It seems they face a lot of problem while defending themselves. So might as well change few things and go for that offensive. Try and take the space away from the opponents. They always have the good idea. Or maybe even if you know that yes, there's a good compound out in front of us, wait for a few seconds or just a few extra minutes for some other team to try and occupy it, and then move forward and pounce on it, take it. Now we're going to have a look at the schedule too, because it's going to be the last map, Erangel.
Oh,
That is about to get started. And look at the amount of chicken dinners that we've had and the total points. The lowest one that we've seen is 25 points. All 3 of them, if you make an average of them, it's going to be a 30-point chicken dinner game. And this is basically the highest few chicken dinner games that we have seen in all of the weeks out there.
Oh, 100%, and it is rightfully so, because we're part of week number 4. This is the final week before these teams qualify for that LAN. And if in this week we are not to expect some crazy plays being made, then perhaps we missed out on the chance that, well, there is a LAN taking place where the fans are also going to be a part of it. So you want to be able to bring in each and every aggressive strat that you possibly have in your Genie pool, and that is what these teams are bringing today. I wonder how it's going to play out tomorrow, because tomorrow is the final day where we're going to find out which are those 16 teams, how have they qualified. In fact, more than that, the biggest puzzle is going to be the team sitting on the 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th position. How big a difference was there between those teams that qualified and those who did not?
That is indeed true, and might be answered tomorrow, but right now One of the questions that all the audience would be having is when we're going to start the map. I'm going to give you a small leak. We'll be starting it in the next 15 to 20 seconds. So just be patient a little bit more. And in the meantime, you might as well hit that like button at the same time. Do check out the sponsors, which I'll give a shout out to after this game as well. But we are going to be jumping into the match right away. It's Erangel, the last one of the evening. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be the last chance for the teams who are down from 17th spot to make their entry in the top 16. A plane will go directly from Milta Power to Zarki. A lot of the teams should not have any problems, but Orangutan, who want to drop towards Primorsk, might face some troubles.
A lot of teams in a lot of troubling situations. That is what we're expecting in the next 25 minutes. But the one thing that we do not know is how the fights are going to pan out, where the zone is going to be called out, and where BGMI gods are going to be placing the first zone to start things off from. At the same time, as I was anticipating earlier, will there be any drop contestations? Will there be any clashes between these teams? That is what I would love to be able to see in the first minute of the game itself. No blood being drawn as of yet, but a lot of teams in close proximity to each other.
True. That is absolutely true. And so seeing quite a lot of the teams. Orangutan are going to go towards their secondary drop. Will not be able to make it to Primorsk either way, so just going in towards the other part of the map. Then normally we would see Chemin take a drop, who are now currently in towards the area of north of Shelter and will be slowly moving away from that place. Orangutan has occupied entirety of the Zarki and some parts of maybe the north shore of the city if they would want to make their rotation 70 for Team Together Esports, since there's no global esports right now. They've got that area for themselves. TWM, Genix FM, dropping in the areas where we normally see Gujarat Tigers. So they'll be taking that space on the other side down in Pochinki entity.
Oh, talking about that first blood situation, that's what we've got on our screens, I believe, because Chemin Esports, their players are very close to a 3-man squad of X-Pac, where Dreams, the only player who is a little further away from Yasnaya, is maybe where we can anticipate some fights taking place. And again, with the kind of playstyle that this team of Chemin Esports got the chicken dinner with in the previous game, 16 finishes is what they got. So that is a big Herculean number. But we'll come back to that Herculean number, because right now, the Herculean gun in the name of DBS in hands of Shadow seems has been drawn against Arto. But Arto, he is being as silent as he can. Shadow moves away.
Oh my god.
Don't think he wants the opponent to run out, because Shadow is ready to mow him down. Quite an aggressive play right here, and there we have it. The teammates have gotten all the loot they needed, and now it's all 4v1 situation on to Arto, and Arto will be dropped down, and the finish point will be converted. An easy conversion of that finish point from the side of Team Zero, at the cost of a little bit of health and vest perhaps for Sayed but that is all. So a decent play from Team Zero, a very synergistic play from Team Zero. And this is another thing I kind of wanted to point out when we were looking at the overall ranking. For Team Zero, they have about 108 or 97, something of that sort when it comes to the finish points. Yeah, 97 I believe, because 100 marker was only touched by another team on the 4th page. Team Zero has somewhere along the lines of 97 finish points, but only 70 plus placement points. So had Team Zero worked towards a better placement point sort of a play style in the initial weeks, they actually could have been in contestation for that 16th position. I'm sure they could have found themselves on that 3rd page. And right now, that dream itself is a little scattered and lacking, because the opportunities have dwindled down. This is their fourth last game. Tomorrow, Team Zero is going to have 3 more games. And amongst that, to be able to climb up, I don't know what, 14 positions? Yeah, that's highly unlikely. Probably impossible.
Such a bold move to have no information and yet move through that bridge where you know there might be someone over towards the other side, but lucky for them, it's only Encore who might not try to fire any major shots. But down in towards military base, we are seeing the members of OR. On the other part of the map, again, Entity in close proximity to OG, but Encore finally revealing his position, fires a few shots. Shadow should be able to take him down. No, DBS shot connects perfectly, but the cavalry is here for the support. That's going to be the wrap-up for middle, as they've lost one member and they cannot find an opportunity. Maybe not. Maybe Top Dog wants to find some high altitude angle to take down the members of Team Zero, who basically given some wounds to 2 different squads at this point. On the other side though, since this is a very southeastern oriented circle, teams over towards north, X-Park, Chemin in Yasna Polyana should not have any major problems. Hydra just gonna have a lot of fun in this circle. 8-bit as well, who dropped down towards Milta as Promosk was far away. I've been able to get some decent amount of loot. While on the other side, Team Prince, SkullTz in the area over towards farm and just a little bit south of it. Not been having any major difficulties, but Team Zero and middle, it just seems that their contest would be inevitable as Dark Lord has been finished off, and that's one of the top fraggers of Team Zero. It's going to be even more difficult for them. Try and pull themselves back from this one as Saeed and Shadow will slowly be moving forward, pouncing upon Paradox, who was able to get one. Can he find anything more is going to be the question. Nate's not going to do anything. Oh my god, how does he turn around to take him down? That is absolutely phenomenal.
Siam from the backlines, the information being dropped on from Siam. His teammate has helped out with, of course, a sigh of relief right there. But sad to see Team Zero, a team that started off doing so good, being dropped down like flies. And just like that, it seems like they are the ones who are going to be the first ones to get eliminated, thanks to the players of Middle Esports. An incredible conversion right here for Middle Esports, but I sigh for both of them because after all, they're both sitting on the final page of the leaderboard. They're just sharing those points amongst each other. But now this is going to be quite a sensational fight, an important one for X-Park, that much more than Chemin, where Chemin being dropped down. Venom, an incredible nade to his face from the side of Spray God, is going to be pushing Chemin back. A lot of damage has been brought on to the players of Chemin Esports right now. And that, of course, does provide a bit of a breathing space for the players of X-Park. Sarang and Spray God, the 2-man army. Though they shouldn't be a 2-man army. They should have another flank angle being created by their teammate. The 3rd man of the squad, where is he at, I am wondering. But never mind the wonder, because the 4-man squad of Chemin Esports is not going to be backing down from this fight, that's for sure. And that in turn, they are going to be absolutely going through the smoke without any information at all. They do not want to let X-Park get away from this fight that easy.
I would agree. And they begun Ninja Jord way too far back. That higher building, giving out all the information to his teammates. Spray got a nasty close angle. Normally it's checked, but I don't know for this time. Alto and Phantom, they're also trying to go in for even wider flank. Try and catch the members of Team X-Park. Spray God, the one who's up close and personal to Venom. Sarang, a little far back, who might now be open to the flank that's been created by Alto. He should be able to get one at least, but the footsteps must be heard. Sarang should know. Yes, he does. Saves himself from getting knocked out in the open. Ninja Jord as well, way too far back as he was, giving out some crucial information to the team. Oh, nope. Sarang has no idea.
Oh, no.
Sarang has no idea.
And just like that, he's going to be sprayed down and he is going to be losing out on his life along with that point, which is going to be provided to the players of Chemin Esports. Chemin Esports being the supreme ones, of course, Ninja Jord, The one final player remaining from the side of X-Park is not going to be able to do much, it seems like. In fact, if at all anything, his information might be compromised as well, because now Chemin Esports might try. And there you have it. Yep, they know exactly where Ninja is, which in turn is a tough draw for the players of X-Park. But again, the way Chemin just read across. Look at that. I mean, this is just... They are speaking their name out right now. This is how you do it, mate. This is how you do it. Are you interested in taking a punga with us? Well, come on ahead. We'll swing along. Give you what you need. And there we have it, of course. Just crazy.
Crore being deleted in an instant by the presence of Ninja Jord, because Pucar and Gumlo Boy will be trying to finish him off as well. In the meantime, the nade goes out just a little bit wide. Ninja Jord was able to reposition himself thanks to the stairs. Pucar now would trying to find another one angle. The blue hits. Can you find the knock is going to be the question. I do not think so. The nade does not connect. Ninja Jord again being in a very close, safe angle. On the other side, Chemin are still having the fun. They're enjoying themselves. They already know that they are on top. And there's no one to be able to dethrone them. So maybe they could just ruin the day for the others out there. Entity on the other side. Still trying to get this revenge pick onto Ninja. And I love the fact how they're respecting. Because Ninja is not a force to be reckoned with without any utils. And you need to be smart, safe. In the meantime, Chemin. I mean, you know, there's a saying in our language. We're going to talk about that later, because Ninja finds an opener 1, maybe not, but at least was able to dish out a lot of damage. It's a 1v2 in the compound that he is. Somraj way too far away, jumps ahead and will be knocked down. Ninja! No way he's going to pull off a 1v4. Surely not. Should not be allowed to do so. He gets out another nade, which should be able to do a decent amount of damage. Now brings out the DBS in his hand. He's got 6 first aids for himself. But can he find the pick? Can he confirm the flush onto Somraj? That nade's gonna go wide. But he's still trying to survive, still moving around. And Chemin has not yet decided to jump into the action. They're waiting. Somraj, there's no one giving him the revival as well. I'm actually surprised there's no one deciding to save the life of Somraj. Gumlo Boy, that's the first possible timing you can think of as the nade falls out! And Ninja gets another one! It's all down to one player. He's hearing all the footsteps. He's hearing all the ruckus. He's dropping down as well. Fires a couple of shots.
What?
Picture! It is Ninja Jord prevailing! My man just 1v4 entity!
Sensational. A 1v4, the X factor for X-Park. Ninja Jord right there. Here I was thinking that he's the final player remaining. Chemin Esports are going to be hard on the hunt. And then suddenly come an entity. Break down the floor for Chemin Esports, but allow a bit of a breather for Ninja Jord, which he actually converts into a dragon breathing all by his lonesome, because a 1v4 is what he ends up clutching. Though, now, with that beautiful play from Ninja Jord, incredible conversion and utilization of information from Ninja Jord, is he going to be able to get away? Because little does he know that Chemin Esports, they are still patiently waiting. And it is Phantom. Look at this. Look at the crazy discipline that Chemin have moved in with. All the players from Chemin, Altu, Fury, Venom, have got one finish. They've pushed Phantom up ahead. Like, all right, mate, you're the only one who hasn't got one. How about you wait right behind that rock? He's going to jump out 1 point at a time. You get that finish point for yourself. We'll all have 1 finish point, and then we'll leave the area. We're already leading the pole position. We've got nothing to worry about or sweat about. Now that is a synergy to competitiveness to another level again. Camaraderie, that's what it is.
I have to open the dictionary to find the meaning of that one, but yes, I'm going to say yes. Yeah, all jokes aside now, again, Hydra playing it slow. I really feel that they should now step things up as well, because yes, you could say that there's something to lose, but if they don't do anything, there's everything to lose.
Team Together Esports as well. They're the ones who are trying to enter the top 16. And yet, all of these teams are just playing way too slow. And it's just as you mentioned, they've left
Wow.
Phantom out in the flank angle. They're like, it's fine. You get the pick on Ninja. And
Fan-
Kevin knows better not to push Ninja Jaw to a brink.
That is so true. But see, Phantom does not know that Ninja over there is sitting with 6 first aid kits, whereas Phantom only has 2. So I guess that overextension in that fight is probably not the required for Kevin, but hey, yo, you know what? They don't need to worry about any of that. They're here to have some fun in the final game. At the same point, when it comes to this being the final game for the day, Team Together Esports have a really good play right here against one-man army from Hydra. They're the teammates. They're all scattered right now from Hydra. Again, making a very extensive rotation away from the lead being sprayed from TWN.
That is true. And also at the same time, I want to just look at the circle and I want to, try and see the beauty. How almost 50% of that was in the water. And even right now, in the new circle, 30% of it is in the water. But at least you've got Milta as the urban area. You can still say it's kind of an urban finish for that circle coming in. TWM would need to make their way. They're all down in the Milta power, but you've got few extra compounds that you can try and put yourself in. Gen XFM also making their way inside, and we're gonna have a lot of problems out in mid if this continues. But Chemin, they've just decided to troll. They don't care about anything. They just want to take Ninja Jot down. That's all.
Seriously. This is ludicrous.
They're not. They don't care. They're at first. And Entity is not going to move forward either. Every one of them have been taken down. But all right, finally, the patience is kind of giving up, or is it not?
Or the
They're
first
just
stage
sitting
they've
fake.
probably given up. I don't know. Because this is stage 3 after all. So for Kevin, it is going to be a long, long drive to get into the zone. And there we have it. Finally, the map and the zone on our screens. 8-bit, a team that you had spoken about earlier, find themselves at a decent positioning. Not going to lie. Though again, same can be said for CG, pretty much in the center. And Big Brothers, as always, they have a beautiful position. Though the only question is, will they be able to convert that? Oh, never mind the conversion, because right now it's going to be the conversion coming in from the side of Ninja Jot. Don't tell me that he's going to be able to get another 5th finish point for his team, as all by himself he has gotten a 1v4 against Entity, and now it is his time to get into the fight once again. He's only used once first aid till now.
Might have picked up extra.
He did,
There
he
were
must
4.
have. But
Yeah, there were 4 bodies of Entity.
But this is just amazing, amazing prowess being showcased from Ninja. All by his lonesome, he's not accepted defeat. And at the same point in time, there were 2 players from Chemin that he was able to bring damage on to. If this is how he's going to push on ahead, he could very well be the MVP of the game. But that is, again, far stretched out. We shall see if that'll be the case or not. Let me not get ahead of myself.
Far stretched out thing would be to think maybe he's going to get the chicken dinner. And that thought did cross my mind. I'm not going to lie. If Ronnie can pull off a 3rd place game while sitting in a car and getting unnoticed, well, that could very well happen for Ninja as well. But that is if he's able to make that rotation. But we're gonna... That thought is far stretched out. MVP, yes, potentially. If he's able to get a couple of more frags for himself. Because this lobby has been fairly quiet for a long while now.
Though, could we tell our viewers, where exactly is that Chemin fight taking place? How far away from the zone are they?
Oh, way too far.
Way too far.
They are way too far.
Just that is what I needed to know.
Well, okay. But for now, Paradox should know better. Pro as well, down on that rock, fires a couple of shots, but he is being pounced upon. My goodness. What are you, a construction worker? Knows every single area, nut bolt of this entire bridge. As he still fires a few shots, but then they are not connecting. Top Dog was able to take him down.
Sayam as well down towards the rocks. Being fired upon from behind. Should know the position of Zap, who's now crawling or he is swimming. Sayam was taken down in the meantime though, because Paradox's positioning just comes in at clutch to try and save the life of his teammate. Maybe he's got to go in for that reposition because Robin is up on towards that bridge. This is such a scrappy fight, but at least Pro will be going out to safer spot where his teammate could give him the revive. Zab with the nade out in the hand. Admino as well over with that flank should be able to take Paradox down. Moving forward up. They're literally on the opposite ends now. Oh, he's behind the box. He's mid-keyed. Wait a second. That is just some nasty reflex coming in from Paradox.
Well, Paradox definitely has delivered it in style right here. He's played with the minds of the players of OR, and that in turn has provided him with the opportunity to get an incredible finish point converted right there. And look at that, he knows exactly where the teammate is going to be waiting for to get that revival, and that in turn is going to be providing him with the perfect information and a spray. Sadly, he's got nothing to deal with the damage being brought on by that nade, and that in turn will be the end. But a wonderful turn of events where Metal utilized that information to perfection. But in all of that chaos, now we've reached stage 4, and stage 4 itself is going to be dropping down to stage 5 in another few seconds as we look on with 11 teams remaining. Chemin have been able to accumulate 6 finish points if I was not mistaken.
Yep. And they've got all of their players up on feed, but Starboy definitely is going to lose some if he keeps on staying put in that position. Oh my goodness, that was a risky play. At least he was able to survive for a while now. Now, Chemin, after all that while, was still able to finish off Orangutan as they caught them in the rotation because no one expected Chemin to be still out in that circle. That is just mind-blowing. And if they get a chicken dinner from this position, I'm telling you, this team has been rolling the entire time. Oh my goodness. Akshat in the meantime was able to get one as SkullTz quickly going for that slam. The much-awaited fight has finally now coming to a close as Beast with the DBS in hand. That's a spill K indeed. It was my fault. Tries to go in for the jump shot. Does not connect. Hector was able to connect a few bullets onto his body. Will be able to get him low. Lucifer and Beast need to get themselves patched up. An overcooked nade coming in did not help him out. Hector will be slowly moving forward, and that's a drop shot coming in from Goblin, and that's a drop from the first floor itself. Not the crouch play that we normally see. In the meantime, Beast was able to get Lucifer down with his own nade. That is disastrous, and it has helped Carnival Gaming to win out that fight.
Oh, Carnival Gaming, they again, I mean, it seems like they've got their fans as prayers working for Carnival Gaming right there in that fight. Again, for SkullTz, it was a bit of a lackluster fight. The information not being on point, the timing being the critical element of that fight, not really being utilized to perfection from the side of that team, has yet again provided a bit of a relief to their opponents. And at the same bit of time, when you talk about their opponents now, we've got 9 teams remaining in this lobby. 8-bit with 0 finishes find themselves at the edge of this zone from the northern edges. Right in front of them are going to be the players of Chemin. Out in the open is OR Esports, who are also eating dust right now from the side of 8-bit. But a while back, we had mentioned, I had rather looked at BB being in a good position. It seems that has not really been the case as we move towards the final stages of this game.
Exactly, that's what I wanted to point out. A good observation. Because it's Chemin who will be gatekeeping them, and also Carnival Gaming, who've got to go a very long way, and they'll be having tons of different teams and players in front of them. Hector is the first one to try and lead the charge in the meantime. It's going to be Chemin who will be just raining terror with those leads, as you previously mentioned, trying to take all the teams down. 8-bit were able to stop Uzumaki in his own tracks. Big Brother Esports, as now they try to make their own rotation, will be stopped in between. All two able to get down one. Akshat is being fired upon from multiple different directions, and it was Sarvit tried to finish him off, but Big Brothers only with 3 finishes. This is not going to cut it. They need to get a good position in this game, or at least a few extra finishes. In the meantime, TWM trying to stop the members of Team Hydra, and they will be able to eliminate the entirety of the team, if I'm not wrong, and they will go in for their own rotations as well. Up, out and away. Team Together Esports quickly making the vehicles drop into the water. to find some opportunity to go in for those fights. In the meantime, Team Prince, who has been quiet for a while, will finally be able to take them down as it's going to be Carnival up against 8-bit. Previous friends now become foes, and it's down to Goblin in a 1v2 situation. Low in that HP. Blue striking him down. He needs to go in for the first stage. The question is, can he actually get up from that position? Because I do not think he can.
It does not seem that is going to be likely a possibility for the side of CG's Goblin, but at the same time, he's going to try his level best. He's run out of his first states, maybe. But look at this team of Chemin Esports. They are sitting with 10 finish points in their name, and they are yet not deterred. They have been outside the zone for the longest time from the northern edges. They've got a two-man split, and they want to be able to bring down each and every team that is in front of them before they can even make an entry into the zone. This team has run off to their rockers. They're on to a bonkers of a performance right now. And if this continues, Chemin Esports, perhaps the way that they've let be the pole position holders tomorrow as well.
Yes, I do understand it, but at the same time, as you previously mentioned, they're at the edge, but there's another team whose position I personally feel is pretty solid, and that's going to be Team Together Esports. On the other side, they've also got to be taking care of the members of Team Friends, a couple of them remaining. Down in the water, you're going to see Sam playing split with Ninze, who was on the other side, but that's going to be Ninze finding the first one onto the members of Chemin, who need to retaliate that fire. Ninze will be pushed up from that blue. Should be taken down maybe, but their priority should be to get the revival up. Ninze will be finished off. But that is not by the members of Chemin. It was by the play zone. OR in the meantime, going in for some good knocks. Pro, the last man standing, should be taken down finally. Oh my goodness, Team Together Esports come in for the backup of Pro, and it's only Ronak remaining.
8-bit again, they had a really good edge at the ridge, but they were just not able to play it out to perfection. At the same point of time, TDE, as you mentioned, they were the ones who provided a sigh of relief for Pro from OR being the final player, but now TDE have troubles of their own brewing in the name of Team Prince, where AJ, along with his teammates Jackson, are going to be pushing on their luck. This is going to be his final nade. AJ is out of utilities, but that nade is going to be able to do good. But in all of this chaos, you perfectly mentioned it right. When it comes to Chemin, this is the moment that they had been waiting for the two teams in front of them to get a fight going on against each other as Chemin gets closer and closer to pounce on upon for that chicken dinner.
I'm almost 100% certain now that it is going to be their chicken dinner until and unless until they take fights on two different fronts. That's between Team Together and also Team Prince, and they lose a couple of players out there. Pro will be taken down finally by Psykat, who was dropped down low, and it just seems it's about time that they will be falling to the blue as well once it hits. Because Chemin, they've taken all the real estate that they want. They've got all the information that they need. They've blown up the vehicles to make some extra bit of cover. They've got the smokes in front of them. And it's Jackson who will be taking a few shots through that smoke. Will be repositioning himself to try and stay alive for a while. Team Prince also looking in to get this chicken. They want to win with a good fashion. Want to close out the day in at least a good manner, because Team Together Esports is also looking in for the exact same thing. Both the players will be moving up as well. They had enough opportunity to go upon that race, but now since we are going in a pretty dramatic finish, the blue is going to push all of them ahead, and it should be Team Prince moving out of their covers first. Not the best one indeed, but still Jackson fires a few shots onto Venom, but was not able to take him down, and it's Team Together ending the things for Team Prince. Chemin still has a possibility to make it a 29-point chicken dinner. It's down to the last 3v3. A very dramatic finish indeed is on the way. If Team Together is able to get this one, they might as well be very close to enter in the top 16.
Team Together, they have played their cards out right, but right now it is going to be their time to push on and get those utilities across. At the same point of time, when it comes to the utilities, as I was noticing, for Chemin, they've got a lot of utility that they have still kept in their bag. Look at this, Altu has two of the nades that he drops on down to the positioning of TDE. At the same point of time now, a few more smokes is what he needs to be able to get closer and closer. But wait, before that, Sevi Plays has been able to spot on down, but his spray has been caught on from Altu itself, and a perfect flank that was being created from Sevi Sevi drops down to nothingness itself. A 2v2 situation between these two teams. Phantom from one side, his teammate Venom from another, and it is all boiling down to a 2v1 through the smoke. All the sprays being brought on from Venom. This is the destruction that the DBS is going to be doing, and a perfect chicken dinner perhaps is what Venom could be looking towards, and that's what he will do in style with an incredible back-to-back chicken dinner. Nobody's stopping this team of Chemin Esports. And again, the best part, or call it the worst part, Scare, is that, you know, Chemin is the same team that we were looking at, who were just playing this game like, yeah, they don't really care. They were out in the blues for the longest time. They were waiting on that one final player, Ninja, from X-Park for the longest time, because they wanted an equal opportunity to be provided to each and every team member of Chemin Esports. And then from there, we moved on ahead to see them with 6 finishes, 9 finishes, 11 finishes, and now a chicken dinner winning team. A back-to-back chicken dinner, that to add it. A wonderful turn of events on this second last day of week 4 for SPS for Chemin Esports.
You know, you might as well just say it out loud. Chemin was straight up trolling.
They did
They
so
were
with
straight
grace.
up- Yeah, they were trolling in the first few phases of the game. But after this third stage, they decided, all right, it's enough. Now we need to go in the circle. Where is it? Oh,
True.
down south. No worries. We're going to take that space up north. No one would have occupied it either ways, because that is the exact point that I mentioned in week number 3 as well. That most of the teams, they try to converge either on the far sides or directly down south. And
Yes.
then that's the area. They kind of make a smiley in terms of the areas that these teams tend to acquire. North is majority of the times remained open. So there is a lot of opportunities for team to try and take the entry from that part. Chemin realized that. That's been what they have been doing for a while now. If in case the circle is onto them, well and good. They're going to try and occupy the best compounds and towards the center. If not, they're going to take the entries from up north, where there's the minimum resistance and they've got enough eyes to watch out all the areas. Worked out perfectly for them, and a solid chicken dinner. And if I'm not wrong, it's again a 29-pointer.
Yeah, it seems like a 29-pointer. You know, whatever the point be for the side of Chemin, the best part of that entire lot is the fact that it's a back-to-back at the same time. The back-to-back in terms of how they were able to gracefully skid across, and that too, like you perfectly said, from a trolley start is what Chemin Esports started off with. But of course, the highlights on our screens is where we did see the players of Middle Esports drop down the players of Team Zero, as one by one Team Zero lost out on their cause. It was Middle kind of reigning in supreme, and that is when we were introduced to the players of Chemin Esports and what they were doing in this lobby.
Half the time, Chemin was just eating popcorns during this fight, where
Actually,
were
right.
being picked apart by Ninja Jord one after the other. He was given 4 solo duels and he was able to win all of them. But this one scrappy fight over towards the bridge as well ended up almost in favor of OR, but Zap being able to quickly get that one person with that nade as well made sure that it's going to end up in favor of OR. Because Metal were also getting a few picks of their own, but this one fight again between 8-Bit, Carnival, pretty close, but Goblin was still able to get one from that angle. I'm pretty surprised that he was able to.
That indeed is true. And yeah, what can you say? You know what? We wanted to be able to see some chaotic plays being made in the final game of the day. That's exactly what has taken place. So I've got no complaints when it comes to the entirety of the day. At the same point of time, a few teams and their journeys, I think, have already been sealed. When it comes to the top 16, the journey has kind of been sealed against them. X-Park perhaps is going to be one of them. Middle Esports perhaps going to be another name to be brought up again. Team Prince, they have been trying really well. But will that be enough? Probably not. Same could be said for Team Zero. Same could maybe be even said for TTE. But all of that will become that much more clear when the overall rankings on our screens. As of now, the question is going to be, who got the MVP though?
Good question. I'm gonna give it to Ninja Jord though, if it's up to me. Again, at the same time,
I would agree.
It is not up to me. So maybe someone from Chemin, maybe Phantom.
Right.
It could be possible. If in case no one else has anything over 4K, I think so. It's going to Ninja Jord. Man pulled out a 1v4
Right.
against entity. The
Exactly.
team that is on top of the leaderboard. That is not an easy feat to achieve. Yes, you
And-
could say.
Yeah, and not only that, but also after having eliminated Entity, he was still on top of that building, looking on to the shots for Chemin and dropped them down as well. He was not able to finish them, but he was able to drop them down. So that play itself, if you're talking about MVP from the plays made, he has to be the man of the hour for sure.
He has to be. He has to be. I'm going to agree. But at the same time, we also have to talk about the teams, right? We've got to talk
Right.
about those hard truths. 8-bit, yes, they were able to get 5th position, but overall in terms of finishes, they were only able to get 5 of them. So
Yeah.
I'm not pretty sure how pretty they would be sitting in terms of that leaderboard, but it is all going to boil down on that last day. Even if we're talking about Orangutan, Chemin were able to eliminate all of them. And that's only because of the fact Chemin made a very late rotation. So since we've been discussing about the MVP, might as well have a quick look at the MVP, and it's going to be Venom. Man had 6 finishes for himself, stealing away the limelight from Ninja Jord, but nonetheless, very well deserved indeed.
Indeed, of course, Venom from Chemin walking away with 6 finishes and 42% finish contribution is definitely a commendable approach coming in from his side, as well as, of course, when it comes to his teammates helping out, because that 6 finish only provides him with a 42% finish contribution. So that clearly implies that there is still a lot many more aggressiveness and aggressive streak that his teammates were a part of. At the same point of time, moving on ahead towards the stars of the match. Now the stars, I believe his teammates ought to be in the limelight as well, because of the way that the entirety of the squad played, and that indeed is true, because AUTOBOTZ, being the best companion as well as the finisher, goes in the name of Venom from Chemin.
It's all Chemin all across the board. Be it Venom, be it AUTOBOTZ for the best companion, and be it Venom for the finisher yet again. I mean, the consistency from AUTOBOTZ, I would like to point it out. He had 6 assists with 2 rescues as well, and health restored of 345. Man was doing an insane job. Was taken down at the end, but only for a few seconds, because Venom was able to get a quick chicken by that time. With a survival time of 28 and 36, distance traveled 9,734 meters. That's basically the amount of distance between Yasnaya and Milta. And I mean that literally.
Wow.
That's the amount of distance they were able to travel. They did not do anything. That was their entire rotation. I'm telling you, this was just a troll game from Chemin in which they were able to secure a chicken dinner for themselves, only because of the fact they know how to position. And all the other teams out there, I would still say they were kind of under pressure, because again, Chemin has been on top, while all the other teams, they're still kind of struggling for their position. And we're talking about positions. Let's have a look at the match ranking as well. 29-pointer for Chemin, followed by Team Together with a 22-pointer.
Incredible performance for Chemin, of course, for Team Together Esports as well as Team Prince. This was a commendable effort being showcased from the side of these two teams. OR Esports, Team 8-bit is a little too late. Maybe, maybe not. We shall find out in the overall ranking. TWM Gaming, this has been a tough lobby for them to be able to crack, as today they were part of a lot of fights, but sadly the conversion has been in only a few. Carnival Gaming, again, in the previous game, they walked out, I believe, with only 1 point or 0 points, something like that. Carnival Gaming did not have a good run in the previous one. This time around, they have 7 points. So the consistency that we had seen from the side of CG has definitely been falling.
It is, but I still feel, I mean, they've been doing a pretty solid job, because they are in top 16, not a major problem for them. But on the other side, for Medal, Big Brothers, Team Zero, Hydra Official, SkullTz, I'm not pretty sure. They're all facing their own difficulties. Orangutan as well. I'm going to put that in the exact same group, because they needed at least a few points, but they haven't been able to secure any. So we're going to look at the overall rankings. It seems that Chemin are going to retain their top spot. Oh my
372
God.
compared to 329. Entity and IQ Soul, yeah, they've, throughout the starting till the end of the day, they've had that 1 point difference between the lot. But in all of that, Chemin Esports was like, all right, you know what? You guys can have that fair, equal playing game, but we're not going to be part of it. And that's how they've just completely solidified themselves with the first position and 372. Look at the placement points, mate. I mean, 154 finishes, okay, but 218 placement points. Now that is ludicrous.
I've told you, it's higher than the team's total points were down anywhere below 18th or 19th position. That is just bonkers. We're going to end things at God's Reign. They're retaining their spot on 9th, followed by Gujarat Tigers. On 10th, Team Forever as well. Having a pretty decent day. Orangutan had a good first one, but after that, they kind of fell short. Carnival Gaming had an amazing chicken dinner. They're closely following Orangutan. I thought they would be able to overtake them, but again, just a 1 point gap. And now, after 13th spot, is where the gap starts to build up. Team Godlike with only 249, 13 points behind them. And then Chemin Esports with 247, followed by Alibaba Raiders with 244. So that's where we're going to end up at with the cutoff of 244.
And we've still got six more games to be played tomorrow. So as you had mentioned at the start of the day, when it comes to the cutoff, it is probably going to be skyrocketing from that 260 marker that you had started and maybe push it to even 265, 270 is perhaps a stretch. But either ways, look at this. OR Esports, what a wonderful approach from the side of this team. FS Esports, while they were playing, had a really good run. They came so close to the top 16. Same can be said for OR Esports. It's just 1 point shy for this team. Tomorrow, the 3 games that they've got, if they're able to play it perfectly, they are going to be in the top 16. Same perhaps could be the case for Team Together Esports, for Team 8-Bit, for Reckoning Esports. But all of these answers or questions, well, it's all going to be for tomorrow.
Yes, that is indeed true. I mean, you can look at all these teams out here. They've got at least 1 chickens for themselves. Team Together with 3. And the gap is not that high. OR with 243, yes. Then Team Together 11 points behind them. But look at teams behind them. Team 8-Bit 231. Reckoning 230. Hydra 229. And then you've got Team Friends and Big Brothers as well with 229. Exactly. So here's the thing. If any team in the top 16, let's just say Carnival and Orangutan, teams above them, all they need is just 1 chicken dinner and that's it. They're done. I believe the teams who've got somewhere around 270 points, they've already qualified. They do not have to worry at all. Teams below them, and it's just Carnival and Orangutan, just 1 more chicken dinner and they should be done and dusted. They should be over that. Or at least 20 points is all they need to basically solidify themselves in top 16. Teams below them is where the trouble is going to begin, and it should be anywhere above FF Esports. They should be able to take that spot because the gap is just so very less of around 20 to 25 points. That's all. But again, on the last page right now, Team Xpark with 202 points for themselves, followed by AUTOBOTZ. I think so the run is almost done for them until and unless, of course, they're able to get 2 or 3 straight chicken dinners, do what WSB was able to do. It's going to be difficult. They've got the potential, but again, the mistakes just seem to be staying the same.
Indeed, and because that's not changing, of course, that also implies that tomorrow, when it is going to be the most crucial games that these teams on the 4th page are going to be playing, the pressure is going to be skyrocketing for them. And so perhaps to deal with that pressure, the best that they can do is play with all guns blazing, with no worries at all. And at times, that actually does end up doing really well, like we've seen from the likes of 4Shot Esports in the final week itself. But right now, it seems like we've got an interview set up with the other casting desk in the studio.
ये आ गए. Welcome sir, कैसे हैं आप? Welcome.
सर ये
खड़ी गंबा.
खड़ी गंबा भाई.
रॉबिन सर ने सिखाया, बट मुबारक हो, आज काफी अच्छा दिन रहा आपका, आपकी टीम के लिए.
काफी अच्छा तो नहीं लग रहा.
मतलब I was being little polite and no. बट अमित भाई, आज का आपको मानना पड़ेगा, लाइक कार्निवल का बड़ा ऑन एंड ऑफ रहा है परफॉर्मेंस वाइज. उसको आप जस्टिफाई कैसे करोगे?
कुछ प्रॉब्लम्स रहती है, फिक्स करने का ट्राई करते हैं.
चलिए डायरेक्ट मुद्दे पे ही आते हैं ना.
हाँ जी, व्हाई नॉट.
अमित भाई, अक्षत की वापसी, नियो का बेंच, इसके पीछे क्या एक्सपेरिमेंटेशन चल रहा था या फिर कुछ सेट स्ट्रैटेजी?
हाँ, मतलब बोल सकते हो एक्सपेरिमेंट ही है. थोड़ा कोऑर्डिनेशन में हमें लग रहा था पुराने लाइनअप का दूसरा कोऑर्डिनेशन है.
ये तो है, बिकॉज पुराने लाइनअप में दम था, वो कोऑर्डिनेशन जरूर रहेगा। बट भावना, आप कुछ ऐसा पूछना चाहें?
एंड कार्निवल गेमिंग को किस चीज़ में मेजरली स्ट्रगल कर रही है, क्योंकि ऐसा नहीं कि प्लेयर्स नए हैं, काफ़ी लंबे अरसे से एक दूसरे के साथ खेल रहे हैं, सिनर्जी भी अच्छा है, तो मेजरली कहाँ स्ट्रगल कर रही है टीम?
मेरे हिसाब से थोड़ा कोऑर्डिनेशन का इशू है, जिसके लिए हमें मतलब नियो को करना पड़ा
बट
और ट्राई करनी पड़ी।
जी जी जी, बोलिए बोलिए।
यही बोल रहा था कि मतलब एनर्जी की वजह से ट्राई करना पड़ा ये लाइनअप।
ठीक है, एक और चीज़ है जो हम नोटिस कर रहे हैं अमित भाई, इस कार्निवल गेमिंग और केमिनी स्पोर्ट्स वीकेंडी में राइवलरी चल रही है, एंड केमिनी स्पोर्ट्स ने एक लंबा हाथ मारा है, कुछ कहना चाहेंगे?
कार्निवल ई स्पोर्ट्स एंड दूसरा कौन है?
केमिन, वीकेंडी, अमित भाई 2 बार।
हाँ मतलब थोड़ा प्लेन पाथ का इशू था और एक्सपेक्टेड था, और हेक्टर पकड़ा गया और उन्होंने हंट किया, उनको नहीं पता कि हम 3 मैन है, उन्होंने एक किया था।
बट अमित भाई, अब
तो
ये सेगमेंट का मेरा आखिरी एक पार्ट है जिसके अंदर मैं एक बेसिक सा सवाल पूछा 2 हिस्सों में। कोई ऐसी टीम जो आपको बहुत इम्प्रेस कर रही है, मतलब बीइंग द कार्निवल गेमिंग कोच, आपके भी अपने स्टैंडर्ड्स होंगे, आपके स्टैंडर्ड्स को मीट कर रही है और आपको इम्प्रेस कर रही है, ऐसी कोई टीम है जो अभी इन 32 टीम में?
अभी के लिए तो केमिन नहीं बोल सकता हूँ, मतलब काफी कंसिस्टेंट खेल रहे हैं और मुझे लगता है फाइनल्स में भी अच्छा ही खेलेंगे।
और कोई ऐसी टीम जिसका मतलब नाम बड़े दर्शन छोटे, आपने बड़ी उम्मीदें लगाई थी बट परफॉर्मेंस के अंदर वो मजा नहीं आ रहा?
खुद की टीम का नाम ले सकता हूँ क्या?
मतलब मॉडेस्ट, मतलब बात तो सही है, बिकॉज़ टीम बनी पोडियम के लिए, थोड़ा परेशान।
बट यहाँ पे एक और सवाल भी आता है, लाइक यहाँ पे तो थोड़ा सा ये सीरियस मामला हो जाएगा। ऑफ कोर्स अभी तो चल रहे बहुत टॉप पे किया, केमिनी स्पोर्ट्स का जिक्र किया है, आईकू सोल भी है, अगर ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के अंदर एंट्री होती है, अमित भाई क्या कार्निवल गेमिंग तैयार होगी आईकू सोल के अगेंस्ट खेलने के लिए? बहुत डोमिनेट कर रहे हैं वो,
काफी टाइम से खेलते आ रहे हैं, तो न्यू टीम तो नहीं है, वो काफी टाइम से खेल रहे हैं। और
कैसे तोड़ेंगे, मतलब कुछ एक आइडिया दीजिए कि ये टीम को कैसे काउंटर करते हैं, ऐसे टीम्स को जो पूरा रैकिंग करती है पूरा?
सेम ही है, मतलब अगर तुम उनको मार नहीं सकते हो 1v1 में तो मरते रहोगे, तो सिंपल चीज है, जब वो स्पैम करेंगे तुम्हें मारना पड़ेगा, तो वो अब्यूज करेंगे उनका गन गेम।
अमित साहब, वी टोटली अंडरस्टैंड। अभी आपकी जो जगह है थोड़ी सी कंट्रोवर्शियल है, स्कोर बोर्ड पे चीजें बदल सकती हैं, सो आई जस्ट विश यू गुड लक। कल के मैचेस भी फुल पावर से खेलेगी आपकी टीम ना, आप पूरा फुल सपोर्ट मिलेगा, ठीक है? कल मुलाकात करेंगे एंड गुड लक।
थैंक यू सो मच,
ऑल द बेस्ट अमित,
गुड लक।
मुझे
All the best wishes out there. And again, that was Amit, the coach of Carnival Gaming. Boys, he did mention that the team did not perform up to the expectations, and it's still shaky, their qualification. I've already mentioned it's kind of shaky. But at the end of the day, they would have to be prepared for what's to come.
Absolutely. And that is something that, you know what, it's really good and wonderful that player himself is able to actually point out the flaws that he anticipates the team and wants to be hoping to be able to work on with the team. So that is something that clearly tells you that, the team of CG, they are humble and they are securing every single opportunity that they can to learn from their mistakes. But talking about that same exact thing, learning from the mistakes, Ninja Boy has done exactly that from Global Esports. He got so close, or rather the other players actually in the finish leaders list got so close, and then Ninja Boy came into action and was like, not gonna allow that, mates.
And his lead is increasing further than just 10 finishes. He's got 12. And only Punk is the one who's close to him. And Reckoning again are struggling for their qualification. While on the other side, Chemin, Revenant, they've got a very solid cushioning for themselves. Venom with 48, Fierce as well with 45. Now I want to talk about Fierce from Revenant Esports, because with the addition of Aquanox and Blaze, everyone thought that those players would be the ones who would be heavy hitters of the team. I mean, Blaze, yes, even though he kind of plays a little bit back from the team because his main job is to make sure there's no one on their 6. At the same time, you expected Aquanox to be the one who's just kind of steamrolling against everyone. But that's not the case. It has been Fierce who's been bringing out those 1v2s, 1v3s and winning those clutches. I still remember there was a game, and on the back of Aquanox, not just Aquanox, on the back of Fierce, Revenant were able to grab the second position. And I believe the team that he beat was Orangutan themselves. It was a 1v2. And he took the fight to them. So this is the kind of firepower that if Revenant has, they're able to set him up for even big wins. They would definitely be winning out in those battles. Because again, Amit also said the same thing. You need to win your gunfights. And only then would you be able to win the game.
100%. And there's nothing that can argue, because after all, you're talking about battlegrounds in the BGMI world. That is going to be the first and foremost thing that any squad is going to be looked upon or questioned for if that is not up to the mark, which is, like you perfectly mentioned, your gunpowder and how you're able to, of course, communicate along with that to synergistically apply that pressure in any given situation or dynamically change it, like we saw from the other teams as well. Now that, of course, bring the crucial element that teams are going to be working towards is, again, I would say also important point that has been brought in today's stream with the interview.
That is absolutely correct, because yes, you can try and create as many strategies as you want to. You can note down a lot of those pointers out there, but until and unless you're able to execute them properly in terms of your weapon firepower, you would not be able to win the game. So yes, maybe from tomorrow, these teams will potentially look forward for all of those finishes. They'd be just going haywire, trying to finish off all the players out there, because that is what's needed. As ladies and gentlemen, just before we end the show, I want to give a huge shout out to all of our sponsors. Snapdragon Elite Gaming, where winning matters the most. Also, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra. Share the epic and level up your game. And last but not the least, Monster Energy, unleash the beast. A humongous thanks to all of them for making this event possible. And at the same time, I just want to ask for last few thoughts from Blotter before we end the show.
Well, again, it has been a wonderful day, that's for sure. A beautiful performance for a lot of these teams, where they have just completely turned and churned and gotten the results that nobody anticipated and the changes that have been showcased on that leaderboard. But I so look forward to now tomorrow, the final day.
Final day indeed is going to be extremely crucial for not just one, all of those teams out there. We've already named a lot of them, but as the day is now coming to an end, you already know it's going to be even more disastrous and also chaotic, and in chaos the teams thrive. So in order to watch that chaos, ladies and gentlemen, make sure to join in tomorrow at the exact same time with that subscribe button as well, so that you do not forget. You'll get that bell notification that you will get to know the stream is live. We'll catch you guys tomorrow at the same time. This is me, Scared Yet, alongside me, Blotter. Thank you so much for tuning in.
Like we playing chess, but I'm unimpressed. So now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You want to compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed. So now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me. How'd I turn pain into energy? Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.